Hey, what's up, everyone? Long time no see. Normal America Show host robnoerr. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Got a weird one lined up for you today. So first off, my apologies for being like 2 weeks or something since my last live stream. It's crazy. It's the longest amount of time I think I've gone without a live stream in quite some time. And it had to do with the conflagration of issues. Initially, I had some internet problems here at home. And that was the first day or two of that. And then I got called into work for like 11 days straight. And unfortunately, due to some changes in my work environment, it's made it more difficult to stream even when I'm off the clock at my work office. So I was unable to accomplish that. I did try, I swear I did. But unfortunately, that's what was going on. But, you know, life goes on. I'm happy to be home. I know, fresh face, trimmed up, you know, extra white in the beard here. Good news is I got some events coming up, and I actually took next week off work, so no excuses. I should be streaming every day of the week, and I'm going to try to set up, I'll have more about this tomorrow, I'm going to try to set up a special 8-hour live stream for next Friday, where I'm going to try to bring on at least 5 or 6 different guests for some ideas that I have. So, yeah, it should be fun. Thank you so much, Gizmo. I appreciate the support. Thank you. So hopefully that makes up for the lack of productivity I've had. I also got a debate coming up next Wednesday against someone I've never heard of, No Opinion. I assume that's not their real name. It's just a clever... But apparently he is an economist, and we will be debating on whether or not Biden's presidency has been good for the country. It hasn't. It'll be a strange debate because it'll be a lot of him talking about specific economic data. Oh, this data, manufacturing's increased 17%, and actually inflation's only 3.3 year to year over blah, blah, blah. And when you look at the real answer to all that is we all know that that's bullshit. You could take statistics as specific numbers and make even the shittiest situation in the world look like it's a good thing. It will be easy to win a debate looking at whether or not Biden's presidency's been good because it's so self-evidently not been good. But it should be fun, and I'm always happy to debate someone, so I think it'll be good. I don't think it'll be any insane, thing or anything like that. That brings us to tonight's show. Now, what I would like to have done for tonight's show was to come on here and either debate someone or rant and rave about the political stories of the past 2 weeks, of which there are many. Would love to do it. That's what I would love to be talking about. Trump's trial and this and that. And I would love to be talking about that. But I made a commitment to someone. And I told a person by the name of Tachyon Blue, they reached out to me and asked if I would like to be interviewed about the topic of Gamergate. Now, I know of Gamergate. It's not my forte. It's not something I've been heavily interested in. But I do think there's a time and place to talk about culture and sort of wokeness. And certainly video games are a big part of that. So I'm game for that discussion. However, I don't know how this is going to go tonight. Because Tachyon then sent me, thank you so much, Aftershock, sent me the outline they have. I'm not shitting you when I tell you it's like 3 pages long, and I don't know 2% of the stuff that's mentioned. It literally, it'll be like Chris Smith's interview on, 4chan or on G4. I'm like, huh? So I told the person, I was like, I don't know that I'm right for this interview. I don't know any of this. I don't know how good it'll be for you to just say, blah, 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 and me be like, yeah, I didn't hear about any of that. So I am committed to doing the interview. Someone else, Tachyon Blue, planned his time around this. He scheduled it. He promoted it. Thanks so much, Inversity. He did. He did all of that, and so I'll show up. What I don't want is for it to just be a 2-hour lecture of me just sitting here going, oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that. So I hope there could be some sort of interaction. And I just don't know how it's going to go. No, maybe he's awesome and he'll be able to do an interview in a way that's entertaining on a subject that I know almost nothing about. But we'll see. So that I don't know that my regular audience will find this that entertaining, which sucks, seeing as how this is my first live stream back. But I think more importantly than sort of most things that go on in this channel is my personal integrity, and I take it very seriously when I tell someone that I'll do something, that I'm going to follow through with it. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to follow through with it. The plan is this will go for about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, and then I'll probably stick around later in the evening and we'll talk about some other stuff politically. But so hopefully you all enjoy this. This is probably a topic that 90% of my audience will know more about than me. But there you go. So that's the plan. So I'm going to try. It's supposed to start at 8 p.m. So I'm going to try to get in his channel here. It's the wrong one. There we go. Okay. We're good there. Let's do. You're going to see, this is just his, this isn't a DM or anything, but you're going to see here. Okay. Just getting that ready there. So, but how's everyone been? Hope everything's going well. One of the things I'm working on is, let me get my headset on just so I can hear when he comes on. One of the things I'm working on is, I think I might set up a Hannity and Combs-esque show. Ideally what I want is a strong left-winger to do a weekly show with me where we each bring like one topic in. It's a 2-hour show. The left-winger talks about his topic. I talk about my topic. We go back and forth. That's what I would want. It's difficult to find a left-winger that it would work with like that because it's hard to find a partner that you could get along with that brings the right amount of energy and the right amount of skill, because I don't want it to just be someone that I could just browbeat and bully and then it's no fun and the left always gets crushed. But let's be honest, it doesn't matter who I bring on, that'll be the case. So I put a call out on X, and I had various people get back to me. So I think we're going to be doing some periodic shows where perhaps we go back and forth with some potential co-hosts. What's up, Tachyon? You here? Not much. Did you want to do this video, or it don't matter to me. I mean, I'm fine. Just to be honest, whatever your preference is. I'll just tell you now. I'm such. Okay, then we'll do it that way. I'm such a boomer. I know there's a way to do this, but I don't use like the virtual cam or anything. So when my cam's up on my screen, it won't show up through the Discord. So I'll just end my cam on my screen and just screen share our conversation then. So 1 second here. All right. Yes. There we go. This should work. All right, there I am. Also, I hate on Discord that I'm unaware of how to prevent it from mirroring. So, like, it doesn't really matter unless you have letters behind you in your background. So, but it's not a big deal. I've always struggled with that, though. Like, StreamYards and the others, I can figure it out, but not, I don't know. Nah, no big deal. So I don't know what you want to do with this interview. I hope I was clear that I know next to nothing about the list you sent me. Hopefully it's not just a one-sided lecture. I will try to honestly give all I could do is give my, thoughts on what I know and what you're talking about here. But no, I appreciate, as long as you're cool with that, I'm fine. I appreciate you thinking of me and reaching out. So.
Become too much of a one-sided lecture. That's kind of what it was a little bit with the Merc off the Perk interview. Probably most of the interviews I do with people, like, as in like them talking with me for the media tour, like most of them are probably going to beat that, most likely, because I've spent 6 months researching this and it's a huge topic. And so like unless like they lived through it or they also did like their own research into it, it's unfortunately. But there's a lot of stuff we can go back and forth on, I feel too. So you're familiar? Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. I know you're doing a book, which is awesome. You're doing a book on this topic. My question to you is, Are the interviews, are you looking to get out of these interviews like people with different opinions on what's going on? Or is it more just you're just kind of showing your knowledge of the subject during these interviews? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so this is not a book interview. I reached out to you because I'm doing a media tour right now.
Okay.
If I wasn't entirely clear. So I'm basically, I've already interviewed like 70 plus people who were like involved with it. Most of them were involved. There's a couple people like Raymond Wallman. He's a documentary filmmaker who made a documentary about the topic. He wasn't really involved at the time, but he's researched it a lot. So like I thought, okay, he's still an important voice to include because of his level of knowledge, right? But no, like right now, like I'm trying to promote the project,
Okay.
and I know that you're a conservative streamer. We
That's
probably
right.
disagree on a fair amount. So, but that's cool. I'll talk to pretty much anybody. You're the same way. I've seen you talk with Destiny. I saw you talk with food shops. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, it's you go ahead, you run it. It's your show, and I will give whatever opinions and thoughts or questions that I have, with the goal of I will try to share your goal here to let my audience know, or anyone who's watching this after the fact, kind of to get excited about the book you're working on and sort of be more knowledgeable of the subject, so maybe they could look into it further.
All right. Well, hey, I guess first off, we're both live. You're on live on your end. I'm live on my end. Do you want to shout yourself out? Who are you? Where can people find you? What do you do?
Yeah, my name's robnoerr. I am a conservative, I consider myself populist more, streamer. Normally I stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evenings around 8 p.m., and I'll get to where my channels are. Unfortunately, my work schedule is I do home health care, so when I'm there 24/7, so I'm just getting off an 11-day stretch. So I haven't been streaming much this month yet, but you can find me at Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube, or just Rob Noerr on Twitch, Rumble, X, and that's spelled Rob, as you would guess, and Noerr, Noerr. I mostly focus on sort of normative politics with a specialization on what I see as corrupt institutions in our country.
Well, we definitely, you're going to like this topic then, I think.
Excellent.
All
And,
right.
and before we get going, two things. If you could shout out yourself and where people could go, and maybe when you're streaming and where people could go, and also then whether you have the book finished, the name of the book, or sort of any information you could have just to start. And obviously we'll end with this as well, but where people could look for where the book will be coming out, how they'd be able to get their hands on it, etc.
All right, yeah, I'm Kevin McDonald, Tachyon Blue on YouTube, also on Kick as well and Twitch. I'm a political live streamer. I'm a liberal, and I started streaming about 8 months ago. I was actually inspired by Destiny, our mutual friend, I guess, to go ahead and start doing this.
Friend!
And then
That's not, I'm
maybe.
just messing with you. I don't
Is
mind
he not
Destiny.
your friend?
I don't know, right? It's a difficult thing to say. Like, I'm on friendly terms with Destiny. To me, friend means something a little different. Like, there are online peoples I consider myself friends with. Destiny and me, I think, have a working relationship, and I have nothing negative to say with the interactions we've had that are non-political. As far as interactions behind the scene, I think he's been perfectly nice to me. I think he has dog shit political takes, but that's fine. I think almost everyone does. So, but no, I would, friend's fine. I don't dislike Destiny or anything like that. I'm just joking around. So,
Cool. Well, yeah, he basically, my car caught on fire a year ago, and so I, kind of a bad situation. I had a lot of free time on my hands, because I worked from home. So, I basically just started watching a lot of his stuff. My friend was a fan of his, and my other friend was an anti-fan, so we ended up watching his stuff and debating it and talking about, like, did you see that debate last night? What do you think? That sort of thing.
it's both good
So
for
anyway,
him. Anti-fans are almost better as a streamer. They watch you even more diligently than your fans. So
true. They have a lot to say, too.
You're right.
So anyway, I started doing that, and then about 6 months ago, I did a debate about Gamergate because it came up because I was involved in the controversy. So because I was involved with Gamergate, people wanted to debate me on it. And so I did a debate with Ninetales. I'm not sure if you know her. She's a streamer, too.
I've heard of her.
We don't get along super great, but I interviewed her for my project as well. I'm glad she agreed to participate, at least. And then I realized, well, fuck, I did like 10 hours of research just for this debate. I know a lot about the topic. I wrote a book in 2019, Gamergate First Battle of the Culture War. And so why don't I do an encyclopedia? And then I'm like, well, fuck that. That's going to take like 10 years to do. So I'll just interview like 20 people and then I'll publish that in a book, the book of interviews, basically, just the interviews themselves, with some editing to make sure that they're not like completely unreadable, and like people say those things a lot, edit that stuff out, make it more readable, but keep the context.
No, so you wrote a book on the subject in 2019.
Yes, it was published on Amazon. This one's going to be published on Amazon too, most likely. Except for if I do foreign languages, they're going to be published elsewhere, most likely. Some of depending on the language. Right. I'm looking at translations. Maybe we'll see. I want to do it, but it's
So we'll jump in here, but let me ask you just to start. You said you were involved. What was your involvement like at the beginning of Gamergate? And how about this? Because you have to understand, I'm a boomer. I'm an older person. I know what Gamergate is. I'm guessing a lot of the people watching on my end might not know what it is. Can you give just the briefest outline of what it is before we get into detail, and then how you were involved with it?
Yeah, so I was involved with Gamergate. Basically, that's just what it was. Gosh, it's a difficult topic to answer because you ask 10 different people, get 10 different answers. Right. Not really. You get like 3 different answers or 4. But basically, it was a controversy in 2014 that sort of sparked a movement of people who were concerned about ethics in journalism, especially in games journalism. And it sort of spiraled out of there. It sort of became a culture war in some ways, some people would say. The controversy involved people on 2 different camps, basically. There was the pro-Gamergate camp, which are people who were concerned about ethics. But some of them also were just culture warriors, and they just wanted to fight a culture war against the social justice warriors. I'm sure you don't like them too much either, right? But then there was another side too, and they sort of claimed that, oh no, it's all just a harassment campaign against women, and they want to drive women out of gaming. But this wasn't true. And that was basically by the games journalists themselves, that narrative was. And I was, go ahead.
How were you involved in? Were you involved in 2014 or?
No, I got involved in 2015. So it went on for several years. I got involved in 2015 because I saw a bunch of censorship controversies happening. Are you much of a gamer?
Casually. I don't really do online. More of like I play a lot of like MLB The Show. Used to play some Call of Duty. I'm older. SOCOM 2 was my jam. That was the game that I played with my friends online probably the most. So I play casually, but now that I'm a father, not much. Little Mario Kart with the kid. That's about it.
All right, well, there were some multiple controversies in the spring of 2015. 3 big ones in particular. We can get to those a little bit later once we get to the timeline and stuff. But these controversies happened. People were basically demanding that artistic elements of works of art, video games, and comic books be changed in order to because they were offensive or because they had ideological reasons to dislike them. And I thought that was wrong. I wanted to defend artistic freedom. So I joined Gamergate, which started about ethics, but more stuff got sort of thrown onto it, like the artistic freedom stuff. I basically just did YouTube channel. I started doing YouTube videos, like live streams, just casual stuff, nothing professional. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, look, we're getting a bunch of people, like 20, 30 people together, and we're going to do a live stream, like a big show. Back then, you could have 10 people in Google Hangouts. So we'd have like 10 people jumping in. People would come and go throughout the day. And we just like an open house talking about what's going on, the recent happenings. And then I also ran panels at conventions about it. I ran the St. Louis meetups. I was kind of canceled in 2017 at Archon in St. Louis because they agreed to host a panel by me, but then they canceled it because of an online mob on Facebook, actually, to get the event canceled.
See, now, my knowledge of Gamergate, I'm probably going to screw up exactly which streamer it was, but I think it was probably Sargon of Akkad. And where I could get to this politically, I think cultural issues are very important, especially on the conservative side of things. I do. So I think my audience and me, this is something that you should be concerned about. But for me doing more political stuff, I think that sort of where this piqued an interest to me was sort of the idea of journalism running amok and of people that wanted to call that journalism out that were basically being smeared in like the craziest sort of ways. So for me, I think it was, you had this big movement I saw around 2014, 2015, not just on these cultural issues, but also on political issues. So you started to see all these big YouTube streamers and even smaller streamers like yourself. I don't know how big your audience was, but you started to see a litany of people that were sort of organically getting a lot of attention on these social media platforms because they were sort of seen as outside this monolithic gatekept media, whether it be in video games, movie industry, music industry, or politics. And I think that my feeling, we'll see if you get to this, my feeling is on all of those issues, you started to see the thumb being pushed on social media to kind of change who those voices became. For me, the way I think that manifests, particularly politically, is you had a lot of these organic political streamers of that era that got big that were right-wingers, and it's almost like they've been demonetized, shadow banned, etc., and there's almost left-wing equivalents of them that have sprung up on places like Twitch, places like YouTube, and even places like Facebook, where it seems like your reach could be much bigger if you're, I don't even want to say left and right winger, if you're more on the pro-establishment side of things than you are critical of them. And that's true of, I think you yourself say you're a left winger that was critical of I think that oftentimes conservatives lose sight of that there are left-wing journalists or left-wing pundits or, just streamers, however you want to call yourself, that can be critical of institutions, maybe from a different angle than someone like me, and yet they still get throttled when it comes to the reach of their voice because it's still seen as perceptually you're going against sort of what the establishment narrative is. And so that's my interest in Gamergate, in that I think that culturally it represents, you could probably speak to this more than me, I think video games represent an incredibly growing faction in culture. It's no longer like, I'm 40 or almost 40. When I was young, it was like sort of a nerdy thing to do. I think video games, it's just common that it's part of almost every young person's life at some extent, much like comic books maybe were seen in the 80s or 90s or something like that. And so if you see how this is being sort of, I don't want to say co-opted, but controlled by sort of these people in positions of power that are sort of gatekeeping how things are viewed, I think that that's an issue that's really worth focusing on.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call myself anti-establishment necessarily. Like, obviously I criticize journalism. I
guess
criticize other things like academia too, but I'm not like anti-establishment necessarily.
Well, let me phrase it this way. Establishment is an interesting word, right? Like it's hard to define exactly what you could be. When I'm using establishment in this term, what I'm saying is there's sort of a powerful group that's controlling the conversation on a particular subject. So, for example, there could be an establishment talking about dog shows, right? That doesn't necessarily mean the people that are control. You say, I don't think the Westminster show was ran properly, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden you're kicked off YouTube for that. I would consider that to be not necessarily an anti-establishment, but a voice critical of the establishment in that arena. And I know there are a lot of people. Gamergate's different in the sense that there's a lot of people, because the very nature of the people that would have a tendency to have been involved in Gamergate, my guess is younger people. That's the people that, and in general, younger people tend to lean more left-wing. So I think there was probably a healthy, certainly you're right, and I'm sure you'll get to this, that there were vocal right-wing voices that were criticizing this. But my guess is there were a lot of left-wing people that probably would be sort of progressive, that would be like Bernie Sanders type voters, or people, that would be in that line of Democrat or traditional, what we consider left-wing values. They also were upset that their hobby was sort of being infiltrated by people telling them that they're pieces of crap if they criticize how this, media narrative, because it wasn't just pushing an agenda in the sense of like culture, and I'm sure you'll get it, to my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, it was also pushing an agenda of just like, why do you go to video game journalism? Why would I go? I want to see if this game's any good. And if you find out that the ratings are being inflated or controlled by studios working with journalists, like that could upset you regardless of your political affiliation. You're like, this sucks. We have this hobby. If you're watching and you're wondering how this goes, imagine that you're really into the NFL and it turns out that every NFL media coverage is being completely controlled by Roger Goodell, the guy running the NFL. Like, that would suck for you. Regardless of what your politics are, you're like, this sucks. So I guess I don't want to mislead people that may be listening, like when I say that you were critical of the establishment, that it's like you're a Ron Paul voter that's out there like, end the Fed! Like, I'm not saying that.
Oh, I did vote for him.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's see, maybe you're not too far away. But yeah, so that's how I'm using the term in the context of this.
All right. Yeah, we can get to the politics of Gamergate. You saw the outline I sent you. That's definitely a section because everyone loves to talk about the politics of it, and they don't know what they're talking about most of the time. So
yeah, well, guilty. But you can start wherever you want. You can start at the beginning or whatever you think. We have about 2 hours, so I plan on going until 10, a little after 10. So whatever you would like to get through, and if you think you have time to get through the whole outline, that's totally cool. I'll chime in when I think that I have something to add, or if there are like highlights that you want to hit and jump around, I'm cool with that too.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, if I look to the left, I'm looking at the outline. So
Sure.
Bear with me. Not trying to be disrespectful.
No.
All right. So before Gamergate, there were a lot of controversies in games journalism. Are you familiar with the Kane and Lynch controversy at GameSpot, where they was it Jeff Gerstmann? The prehistory I'm not as familiar with usually. Jeff Gerstmann, I believe it was fired from GameSpot because he actually gave Kane and Lynch a low review, and Kane and Lynch was a big advertiser. The publisher was on GameSpot at the time, so he left and ended up forming his own company, Giant Bomb. But
believe it or not, I know one of my best friends, huge Giant Bomb fan. So it's one of the few things I am aware of. And for those that don't know, Kane and Lynch was, I forget the studio, but this was a AAA game. It was supposed to be a big moneymaker. So if you're putting it in the context of movies, imagine the next Avengers movie's coming out, and a guy that's, the Siskel and Ebert type guy rates it and is like, thumbs down, and then he gets fired.
Yeah. Because of that, essentially.
Right.
Yeah. It later came out, years later. But.
Yeah.
And then there was the Doritos Gate controversy where Jeff Keighley, you've seen the memes of that, I'm sure. Dorito Pope. Where he's got the Pope hat with the Dorito. Yeah. So people are just like questioning, like, why are these game journalists like so in bed with not even just publishers and studios, but also with like these various different companies, like snack food companies. And of course the Mass Effect 3 controversy, where some games journalists wasn't like a super widespread thing, but a few different sites did criticize gamers as being entitled for criticizing the ending of Mass Effect 3. If you've played that game at all. I
played 1 or 2, but I never played 3, partially because I heard the criticisms, and I was getting older. But I don't know. I'll ask you real quick. Does it affect you, like when you are looking forward to a game or considering a game, and you see not necessarily reviews from official sources, but you see a lot of hubbub for people that are your contemporaries that are like, nah, this sucks. For me, that affects me, even in a TV show. Like, I never watched one episode of Game of Thrones. I was like, I'm going to wait until it's all done. And then all my friends are like, the last season sucks. So I'm like, well, now I don't even want to start it, because I'm like, well, that's how I felt with Mass Effect 3. I loved Mass Effect 1 and 2, and I played through them, and I got the good ending and the bad ending on both, and I was excited to, like, take my save over to Part 3 and use it, and then everyone was like, it's garbage. And I was just busy in my life like, oh. So, I don't know. Was it garbage, in your opinion?
Yeah, it does affect me, the opinions do of people around me. But no, I don't think it was garbage. The ending was garbage for sure. But there's a lot of great moments in the game still. And they added this DLC, the Citadel DLC, which is really good. It lets you like flesh out your romances with your romantic partner and stuff a lot more, which is really cool. But yeah, I don't think it was terrible.
You picked the blue alien. You picked the blue alien chick, right? Like,
we are, yeah. So then we're going to go actually a little bit back. We're going to go to 2007, okay?
Okay.
Cole Nasrallah, she's a university professor in Nevada. But at the time, she was actually an adult photographer. She took photos of models who were for adult sites, which I don't have a problem with, whatever. I'm a libertarian, sort of live your own life. I don't really care. So she worked with Zoe Quinn, who was an adult model at the time, and later became a game developer, controversial figure. But in 2007, when they're working together on this photo shoot, Quinn, everything goes to hell, basically. Quinn was supposed to provide lodging for her and stuff like that, but it turns out that she ended up having to sleep on the floor of Quinn's apartment, and it was kind of a disaster. And Quinn didn't provide like any of the clothing for the shoot, which was supposed to be there. But like small stuff, like just unprofessional behavior, right? But then in 2009, Quinn actually makes false accusations against Cole Nasrallah and claims that she basically sexually harassed her by showing her a bunch of stuff on her computer, on Quinn's computer, because they stayed the night. Cole stayed the night with Quinn and her roommate, okay. And Quinn claimed that she was showing her a bunch of like pornographic images and stuff like that she wasn't comfortable with seeing. But this was not true, and Cole actually brought a bunch of receipts and stuff about how Quinn was lying. And Quinn also told a bunch of tall tales during this time too. Like she claimed that she killed a guy when she worked at a strip club, which seemed kind of dubious. And then she also claimed too that she kept getting fired from these jobs because people kept attacking her and stuff. And Cole was very skeptical of these stories. So this is just sort of laying out sort of Zoe Quinn's character, I guess, because it'll become relevant later on. And then in 2013, this is all before Gamergate still, Quinn actually does more stuff. she's involved with this controversy with Wizard Chan, where Wizard Chan is this incel forum. Have you heard the meme where if you're a virgin when you're 30, you become a wizard?
I've never heard that, but I can intuit where they're going with it.
So they run this forum called Wizard Chan. It's an image board like 4chan or 8chan for incels. And Quinn basically claims that this site is attacking her, that the people who post on this forum are harassing her. And she provides 2 screenshots of forum posts as evidence of this, where they criticize her, or her game, basically. One of them called her a bitch.
So this is basically the OG Keffel's Kiwi Farms. That's what we're dealing with, basically. I don't know if you.
I'm not familiar with the Keffel stuff too much, so.
But no, I get you. So this sort of victimhood mentality, where it's like any amount of criticism is tantamount to like these horrific personal attacks, and she's sort of playing that up. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Yeah. And then the escapist ran with the story that they were harassing Quinn. And they later walked it back because they're like, oh, actually, we don't have any proof of this, and they never reached out to the forums for comment, not the webmasters or the posters at all, to get their side of the story.
So let me ask you this real quick: The Escapist. I'm unfamiliar with that. Is that a video game journalist outlet?
Yeah, their gaming site. Though they might not be around too much longer because they had a bunch of their staff just quit actually very recently.
Okay.
Yeah, they walked out because I don't remember all the details of why they all just left. It was very recent phenomenon.
Brief sidebar, maybe not completely unrelated, but a question I have about journalism in general when it comes to gaming. So if I'm a sports journalist or I'm a political journalist, I have to get credentialed. Are there credentials in gaming journalism, or is it something that's not official, but it's just sort of these studios and the people involved in games know the people that are considered like legitimate journalists as opposed to just like a blogger or something?
No, I don't think there's any sort of credentials at all. I'm not sure. Is there for sports journalism too? Like, I've not heard of that. Maybe there is.
Yeah. There's definitely like to get, there's certain credentials, and like to get into the locker room or something, you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to have like a press pass. Right. But that because you hear these names, I'll just be honest with you. I used to be a big fan of like GamePro. There was one called Game Player. This was when I was like in high school, like 99, 2000. I used to get these magazines, right? And in effect, that was video game journalism, to some extent. Now the names you hear are like Kotaku and places like that. And I didn't know if there's some sort of official designation that makes you a game journalist that you were aware of, as opposed to like if I decide, hey, I want to try to call Eidos and get an interview with someone to figure out what's going on with their upcoming hit. I didn't know if I just asked because okay, because when you're going to talk about like the Escapists and these other places, it's how do I differentiate if that's something that's considered amongst the game developers and amongst the studios, that's considered like a legitimate outlet versus it's something like maybe someone who's considered a nuisance poster, like, robnoerr's YouTube channel reached out, but I call myself, the investigator, is my blog.
Well, it's sort of like evolved over time. Like a lot of the media companies and like the conventions and stuff, they do actually. It seems now a lot of them do actually seem to invite like independent media, like YouTubers and streamers, because it's such a big thing.
Sure.
And you have like these big people like Skill Up and Young Ye, who are like really big creators in the gaming world, or like Total Biscuit used to be, right? Before he passed away.
Who was that?
So like Total Biscuit. He was a Gamergate person actually.
Oh, I did not know, but unfortunate, but yeah.
John Bain was his real name.
Okay.
But he was a big StarCraft guy. Anyway, Wizard Chan, basically, Quinn claims his forum's harassing her. The Escapist runs with it. They walk it back. The Escapists, they'd had like a decent reputation, I guess, up until recently. Because they tried to fire one of their staff recently, and then like a bunch of people walked out in solidarity and made their own company. So like up until recently, they had like a pretty good reputation, I think, within the industry. My understanding is at least they did. But they walked it back, and they're like, okay, look, we got this wrong. Or they didn't say they got it wrong. They say that we didn't reach out for comment, we can't verify the harassment claims, and we never got the side of the story of the Wizard Chan people. So good on them. They did the right thing by, I guess, correcting their mistake.
Right.
But still, better than nothing, I guess. But then the Wizard Chan people, they claim, the webmaster, Frederick Brennan, who later created 8chan, he says that he was also webmaster of Wizard Chan, but then he lost his virginity, so he couldn't become the webmaster anymore. They have this whole cultural thing. I'm not a member of that community. I posted there once to try and get their side of the story. That's it. But Frederick Brennan, he claims that Glaive, a former admin there, had told him that they thought the IP addresses were from brigaders. So they thought that it wasn't even those 2 forum posts that were criticizing her game, that wasn't even from members of their community, they thought. It was from people from outside. It could be Quinn, it could be her friends, it could be anybody, right?
I just want a brief interlude here. I just want to say, so like my father-in-law is a truck driver. He drives oversized loads. I just want you to imagine as we go through the rest of this, of saying things like, so the Wizard Chan guy had to leave because he lost his virginity, that there's a community of people out there. There are at least a handful of people that are like truckers and welders and shit that are going to watch this. They're probably laughing their ass off right now. Like, what is he talking about?
Right. But, yeah. Hopefully it's not too boring content.
I'm sure they'll be amused. I'm sure. But... yeah, I never heard of Wizard Chan, so that's interesting. Can't be a wizard if you lose your virginity. So we know where Dumbledore was. We got it. All right. So, sounds good.
All right, so now we're getting closer to like the I wouldn't say modern days. It's a decade now. But August 2014, this is when things blow up. This is like the Gamergate. Things start to become a thing now, happening. All right, so August 2014, Eron Gjoni, he's a programmer. He does some work in the games industry. Mostly with Quinn, his girlfriend, who Zoe Quinn is his girlfriend, and they're dating. But they have a really bad breakup. Basically, she writes this whole blog post, this massive blog post. I can even link it to you if you want. It's super long.
All right, you put it in the Discord. I'll check it out.
All right.
I can't go to it now, or we'll lose our video feed.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
But
so I had that problem too in the past, but I recently managed to solve it. So you're using OBS? This is so bad. We can talk about this later.
The virtual camera thing, someone's tried to walk me through. The problem is I could do it. If you send it to my email, I could bring it up. The problem is because I'm on Discord, I'm just window sharing Discord. So if I open a link on Discord, that's what my audience will see. They'll see that link and they'll lose our video feed. Unless you screen share to the Discord here. But it's all right. Like,
it doesn't
you'll explain it. If I find out that you lied about this later, I swear I'll do a video like, this piece of shit lied to me about this. No, I take your word for it. You're researching it.
No, I care about honesty, so hold me to account by all means.
But no, go on with the blog post. Go
ahead. All right, Eron Gjoni, he writes the blog post about his girlfriend breaking up with him, basically, and says because she cheated on him with 5 people. Well, she cheated on him with 3 people and then 2 others when they were on a break. So he doesn't name the 2 people on the break, but he does name the 3 others. And then one of the people he names is Nathan Grayson, who works at Kotaku and used to work for Rock Paper Shotgun,
and is not a wizard. We know that.
And he is not a
wizard.
He's definitely not a wizard because we know what happened.
Right.
Yeah. So he writes this blog post. It's like Nathan Grayson. My girlfriend cheated on me with Nathan Grayson and some other people. But Nathan Grayson, he wrote articles about her games around the time of their friendship/relationship because they were all like in one big friend group together. And
now, just from the little bit I know about this, can I ask you this question? The games that Zoe Quinn was working on, these weren't games like Tomb Raider or Mass Effect. She was doing more independent stuff, right? So that
very much so. It was are you familiar with Twine at all?
I've heard of it, but I couldn't tell you what it is. It tingles something in this old brain, but I don't remember exactly what it was.
It's sort of like I'll just read the description. This is from Wikipedia. Twine is a free open source tool created by Chris Klimas for making interactive fiction and hypertext fiction in the form of web pages. So basically, it's like a choose your own adventure novel, really, more than a traditional game, right?
And that's what I thought, because I know some of the hard, and again, I'm at this at the very peripheral level, just kind of picking up little things, but I know one of the criticisms of Zoe Quinn's games were they're hardly games, right? It's basically interactive fiction. That's why I brought this up, because one of the things I think that you'll get to is sort of, why should people be interested in this? Well, because if we're concerned about like the ethical nature of why having these relationships should mean you shouldn't be reviewing the game, is because when you see the proofs in the pudding, the reviews that he ends up giving, and then the quality.
Well, he doesn't review it.
Okay, but nonetheless, right? So that's why it would be a potential conflict of interest because, as bad as it would be in general, if she worked on, the first Assassin's Creed, and then it ends up the company he worked for gives it a good review, maybe you're not as outraged because you're like, well, it was a damn good game, but that's not really what happened, I think, is what we'll see.
Yeah, so... Well, I've actually played it, so I don't know. But I'm totally fine with people making games like that. If you want to make like a weird interactive fiction thing, and like you can call it a game, I don't care. Like I'm not going to play it. I don't give a shit.
Let me say this: this is 2014, right? Like back then, it seemed like a joke. However, I don't know. I don't play these games. I see these ads for mobile apps all the time. That's basically games that are like that, right? Like. Do you cheat on her or do you not? Like, and I'm like, how is this even a game? It doesn't seem interesting to me. But they're advertising, and so they must be making money. So I try to, in anything entertainment-wise, including video games, I have my personal opinions, and I think you can see if something's not up to a certain amount of quality. But I don't judge anyone as far as their preferences. If you like a movie or a game or a song that I think's dog shit, more power to you. It doesn't bother me in the least. So I don't begrudge anyone who's out there trying to do art or make something on their own. No problem there. It's better. I guarantee she did a better job than I could have. I guess I'll just put it that way. So yeah, I'm not despite what I think I know of her, and you're going to get more into her. I'm not criticizing necessarily the fact she tried to make a game or anything like that. I only brought up the alleged quality issues that I've heard because part of the narrative is going to be like, look, you could be someone who's maybe not the most talented and make this, but if you have these inappropriate relationships that are resulting in sort of, glowing coverage of the art that you're putting out, it kind of misleads the audience who's maybe relying on ethical journalists to kind of steer them in the right direction towards entertainment choices that they might like.
And then, yes. So that's basically... Again, I can't speak to like whether or not he actually enjoyed the game or not, Grayson. But Grayson does write... it does write an article for Rock Paper Shotgun. It's not a review, but it's a list of 50 games that are coming out on Steam Greenlight. And then he actually promotes that game over 49 other games on the list. He singles out 3 games in particular. And he's like, these are the standout games. And then hers is one of them, and he also has screenshots from her game. And he also says, too, Powerful Twine, Darling, Depression Quest. And in the article's title is Admission Quest. So it seems to be a play on the words. And he's actually in the credits of the game too. He's actually in the credits at the end. It'll say special thanks to Nathan Grayson, and him and Quinn were actually working on their own game too at the time. And then none of this was disclosed in the article. And then he also And
what company is he? This article, what company is he writing?
This was Rock Paper Shotgun. Shotgun. And then actually, I don't know if they were working on a game at that time together. The game might have been with the other articles.
Now, was Rock Paper Shotgun? Did they have a pretty big amount of influence? Were they a bigger, like considered?
They were like a medium size.
Okay.
They weren't like IGN necessarily in terms of size, but they had like a more like a hipster audience, I think.
Okay.
So like they had like a niche that they really were successful in. And I think they're still around too. So.
Okay.
And then he also read another article too about the Polaris Game Jam situation. So the Polaris Game Jam was this. Are you familiar with game jams?
No.
Okay. All right. So my friend's actually doing one right now. Actually, she's participating in one, which is awesome. But they basically make a game with them. Like, so you're like, it's a contest. So you have like 72 hours, and like we got these 5 different game developers or teams, right? Could be teams too. And we're gonna try and like compete to make who can make the best game, like a film festival. Would do, right?
I've heard of this. I didn't know that they were called game jams, but yeah, there's also, if this sounds interesting to people, I've heard of other contests that they do. Like one of the ones that I was familiar with. Did you ever, the game Team Fortress, right? So yeah. There was apparently one event that the idea was to, I don't know what word I would use, devolve a game. So like take a game that now's like 3D or something and try to make it like, and so they made this game that me and my friend used to play. It was called Gang Garrison instead of Team Fortress. And it was almost like pixel, almost Atari-like graphics. And instead of being a 3D world, it was like a 2D shooter. And you had like, the scout and you had all the different characters that you have in Team Fortress. I find that stuff immensely interesting, where artists are coming together and kind of putting artificial challenges on themselves in a competitive nature. So, yeah, I didn't know it was called Game Jams, but I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of those too. Those like the D. I don't know what you would call them, like the D, where they make them like an 8-bit or 16-bit.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it is. It's neat. Yeah.
So the Polaris Game Jam, it's a sponsored event. Like I think it was Coca-Cola and a couple other companies were sponsoring this game jam. It was run by a man named Maddie Lesham. And then, so Quinn's a participant, so is John Tron and a couple other people. They're participants in this game jam situation. But it doesn't go so great. The project fails. The game jam doesn't actually happen. Or it happens, but they never finish. And part of that's because Quinn sabotages it. She later admits this in the con leaks, the Crash Override Network chat logs. She admits that she sabotaged it. There were a lot of issues with it, though. It wasn't necessarily just her.
But why did she say why she sabotaged it?
No, I don't know why. But there's speculation. There's a couple of different reasons people have suggested. Which one's really charitable to her and one's not. But she says that she dead-eyed the camera on purpose to try and ruin shots, and that she put Pepsi cans everywhere. Or no, I'm sorry, it was sponsored by Pepsi. And she put Coke cans everywhere. I'm sorry, my bad. Just like to fuck with, like minor shit, you know,
right,
nothing that's kind of like. But she had like a prankster personality, so like it could just be that, or it could just be like. That's like the uncharitable framing, I guess, right? That she just wanted to fuck with these people.
Right.
And then another one too is that like, she viewed herself as like a rebel because like a lot of her aesthetic was that she was like a punk, like anarchist type. So it's possible that she just wanted to stick it to the man with all these corporations, trying to.
She was sticking it to that one man, the rock paper shotgun guy. So we got that. So.
Well, yeah.
I'm punishing us with these puns here. I'm sorry. So.
So anyway, Nathan Grayson, he works for Kotaku now. He leaves Rock Paper Shotgun. He goes to work for Kotaku, and he actually, let me fix my camera. Sorry. And
just for the audience, I could be wrong about this. You steer me right if I'm wrong. Kotaku is considered one of the bigger.
Oh yeah,
it's top tier as far as influence and prestige at this point, at least in your story.
Well, yeah,
I don't know so much
kind
now.
Of prestige, but
right. It'd be the equivalent of like, you left Fox Sports Net and now you're at ESPN. Like, is basically,
Yeah, and so Grayson, he's investigating the story for Kotaku. And he does reach out to people for comment, including Maddie Lesham. Maddie Lesham, because the game jam falls apart. No one's really entirely sure why it falls apart.
Can I ask you again, what was the date of the game jam? Just try to keep it.
Oh, this was... Well, the story was, I think, August or July or something, but let's just look it up. Polaris Game Jam.
Because this is all happening in pretty rapid succession. From the first part you're talking about, sort of his suggesting of the game in
March of 2014, sorry.
Okay, so that's right around the same time, within a matter of months, correct, of him recommending on the Steam list the game, right?
So no, he makes the list in 2013, I believe it was.
Okay. But we're seeing a pattern of like, she's hooking up with him. He then doesn't disclose this, obviously, gets a special thanks in her game, recommends her game over all of these other games.
So same year, January 8th is his first article. Well, so he actually wrote an article in 2012 about Quinn too, but that was before their friendship really began, it seems. So
it helped the friendship.
For that.
That's a real wizard move. Write a positive article, then now they're hooking up. Yeah, it worked out for him. But the point I'm trying to get is, you can see a consistent pattern of, okay, does this, then now he's at Kotaku in a pretty short time frame later, and now he's once more finds himself in this position where he's going to be commenting, in this case, on this particular story. I think the timeline matters to some extent because you can see that there's a consistent pattern. It's not like he wrote that one thing and then 8 years later, this is all happening pretty fluidly. Yeah.
So March 31st is when he writes his article about the Polaris Game Jam, and then in January 8th is when he wrote the article about the list of games. So it's a relatively short time period, within 3 months.
Yeah.
And then during this 3-month period, we know that they were close friends. Actually, Grayson, they're kind of flirting with each other on Twitter. A little bit. Like, Grayson says he's going to burn down the games industry for her. So I would say that they're probably too close at that point, if they're making those kind of tweets.
Nerd flirting. I can't say much. My game, pretty weak. Thankfully, I'm married. I don't have to deal with that anymore. But I get you. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's like showing that there's more than just a casual relationship there. That it's something that would be, if one of them was prosecuting the other, we would say there's a conflict of interest that you shouldn't allow that to happen. I think those standards should be met in other things like journalist ethics as well. So,
yeah. And like, basically, I don't have a problem if Nathan and Zoe want to fuck each other. I don't care. As long as you disclose it. As long as you don't have to just like go over the details, right? And be like, okay, well, last night, here's what, you don't have to do that. But just be like, hey, look, I have a close personal relationship with this person that I'm writing this story about. Just be aware of that. Like, I'm going to have to disclose something later on because I have a conflict of interest too that I'm going to have to disclose later on with you.
Sure. Well, I mean, or the alternative is you just go to Kotaku and you say, hey, I can't do this. Right. Surely you have another writer that could do this. I can't do it. Right. That would seem because I just want to be clear. You're not saying that he should have had to tell all of us, like, by the way, I'm banging this chick. You're saying
no.
When it comes to his job,
a relationship, whatever. Right.
Right. But when it comes to his job, he should have went to the higher ups at his job and said, hey, I have a personal relationship of some nature. Probably shouldn't be covering this story because she could be implicated in either a positive or negative light in the story. And so you don't want someone, at the minimum, you should disclose it and then have a footnote or something in the story. Like, by the way, I do have a personal relationship. But I think the most appropriate thing would just be, there's probably plenty of other stories to write about. So I'm going to go work on something else and you should send a different writer. Did he do we know?
No,
did he
did not disclose.
Okay.
So that's why it became a controversy.
Now, how does Kotaku react once they find out?
So they say that they launched an internal investigation, and they say that the relationship began, or the relationship was after the article. They say. Okay,
that's funny. So for my audience, this is some real Fannie Willis. What was that? Nathan Wade. You're right, like where she hired this dude she was hooking up with to be the assistant prosecutor of Trump, and then her excuse was, we didn't hook up until after I hired him.
Well, and they said too. Well, I don't know about that story.
Well, I know.
But they also said too. Kotaku said that Nathan never reviewed the game, and some people did say review at the time. Like, oh, did he review it? It wasn't a review. It was 2 articles, one for Kotaku, one for somewhere else. So it wasn't a review. But it's like, well, wait, hang on. Just because he didn't review the game doesn't mean that there's no conflict of interest, too. And even if let's say that the deed that they did, let's say that was a couple of days after the article, or even a couple of weeks, which we have no reason to think it was necessarily. We know that they had a friendship going back well before then.
Right.
Because in January, he's talking about how he's going to burn down the games industry for him on Twitter.
Yeah, and I don't think I don't think the threshold's like, oh, there's no conflict of interest until there's penetration. I don't think that should be.
Right, I don't think that, yeah.
So I think what you're saying here is like, it's clear that they had at least some friendship before that. So if their excuse is, no, we just had sex 2 days after the article came out, that doesn't seem to really be a defense, because the implication is, well, you clearly had some sort of relationship prior to those, unless you're really trying to tell us that she was so impressed with your article that 2 days later she was like, let me come over to your place. Like, I get exactly what you're saying. It's not that just the act of sex is what makes it inappropriate. It's the fact that there was some sort of friendly relationship which could skew the journalist integrity of the coverage.
And then there were also other controversies during the same 2-week period now. So we're in rapid succession now. So this Zoe post drops in mid-August. I'll give you the exact date if you want.
So the post drops. Now, what do you mean by that?
That's the blog post by Eron Gjoni.
Okay. Where he's sort of outlining to the public what went on.
Yeah, about how Nathan and Zoe.
Gotcha.
Zoe cheated on him with Nathan, basically.
Okay.
And 2 other people plus the 2 on the break.
Gotcha.
But there's also other controversies during this time period too. So August 16th is when he writes his blog post. And then there's also other controversies. One involving Nathan Grayson again, unfortunately. But this one's not 100% proven, basically. I'll just lay out real quick. Nathan Grayson was friends with Robin or not. It seems like they're friends. Like, again, we talked earlier about you and Destiny being friends, right? Me and Destiny being friends. I never talked to Destiny. Right. So, but it was a joke. No,
I get what you're saying.
They're friends on Facebook.
Right,
So they're friends on Facebook, and he says in one of his articles, I greeted Robin with a hug. So and then he also writes a review of Sound Self, which is a game that Robin worked on, and he doesn't disclose this.
Does he give it a...
Oh, he writes an article, I'm sorry,
Okay.
about the game.
And I assume the implications are the article is positive in nature towards the game?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not, I wouldn't convict him in a court of law. If I go, I'm on the jury. Oh, they're Facebook friends, and they hugged each other. Like,
sure,
no.
But
some people ask questions.
It is interesting because when you talk about conflict of interest, now there's certain things like in a legal sense that regardless of outcomes, that needs to be avoided. But I don't know how many people are raising an eyebrow if he's friends and then gives a terrible review of the game, even though that relationship still existed and even though it wasn't disclosed, because the implication is what would make this bad would be that there is a potential of that conflict of interest to favorably impact a review, an article, etc. So that's why I think again, I'll go with you here without knowing the details. If you can't prove it, you can't prove it. It's just an allegation. Absolutely, totally agree with that. But why it's a story is if it's not disclosed. And by the way, if you're out there and you're working in any sort of journalism, this is why you should preemptively disclose any of this. Because even if you're like, no, dude, I legitimately you're right, I'm friends with that person. But if you read my review, it's like I give it a 50%. That's not a good score. It's, but you're always going to raise those eyebrows if you weren't disclosing it beforehand. So I think that's a lesson learned just in general with life. Like, most of the time, the cover-up's worse than the scandal when scandals occur. So your best bet is to just be honest and forthright at the open.
And Grayson, he wrote 6 articles, actually, over a 3-month period about Robin or not, or his games, over a 3-month period. So it's like, but that's not necessarily too weird, right? Because, like, if you're a journalist, you're going to have certain sources. And if this one game developer... not even necessarily a friend, right? But if this one game developer and you have like a working relationship where it's like, hey, look, I can get like the inside scoop about this guy's projects and stuff, and I can write articles about that. Makes sense. I don't think that's necessarily weird.
And that happens in political news as well. I mean, to my chagrin, Donald Trump, who should know that the New York Times hates him, how many times has he given interviews to Maggie Haberman? Now, I'm sure she'll write a book 10 years into the future or something that says, I was at Trump's family reunion. I was at his, and you're going to be like, but she was covering him and didn't disclose any of this, that she was sort of on friendly terms with him. So this is, and her argument though is going to be like, well, that's how I got access. Right. And if you read my articles, they weren't really glowing of Trump. The New York Times wasn't, which is why Trump's an idiot. But nonetheless, I
think you should do hostile press. I'm talking.
Oh, me right? Too. I totally. The problem I have is the press is only hostile basically in one direction. But yes, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think what you're alluding to, and this can be true. Sometimes as a journalist, to get the best story, you might have to be on friendly terms with the person you're covering. Like if you're covering the company of Audi, right? And all of a sudden you could get in a friendly relationship with the vice president. That journalistically is going to get you access to more information, possibly in a setting that's more truthful, because it's less of a press release and more of a like, look, yeah, honestly, we are having trouble like getting these materials, whatever it may be. And so there is an ethical case to be made for why you would pursue some sort of relationship while being a journalist. The problem is it needs to be disclosed. Yes, that's the problem. So I don't think that you're a terrible person if you're actively pursuing a friendship with a target that you're going to write a story on. The problem is, are you being ethical about how you disclose it?
I agree 1,000%. And there's actually 2 other controversies too during the same 2-week period after this blog post drops. So there's a lot of activity going on. And one of them is Danielle Reindow. She works for Polygon. They're an openly progressive site. I don't have a problem with that. There's also Christ-centered Gamer. They're also a Christian site. So they want to review, and they're open about it. Polygon is they want to review games and criticize games from a progressive lens. I don't have a problem with this. But she writes an article about Gone Home, and she doesn't disclose that she's actually friends with the composer of the soundtrack of the game. Okay. And she gives the game a 10 out of 10. And then Patricia Hernandez, she's another writer for Kotaku. She writes several articles promoting the work of her friend Anna Anthropy, who's an indie game developer as well, and she doesn't disclose that they're actually roommates. So kind of a conflict of interest there. And so all these blow up, and Kotaku actually does the right thing with the Hernandez situation, and they do add disclosure. So they seem to recognize that they screwed up.
And I'll just say here real quick, I'll be honest with you. I don't think as even someone who, if I was a bigger gamer and I was actually familiar with these places, I think if it was a one-off, it probably wouldn't have grabbed legs. To me, I think what you alluded to is that it's picking up steam. That one story breaks, then another, then another, then another, and it sort of generates this distrust within the community of gamers that go to these outlets that are like, wait a minute, how can we be sure that the next review or article we read isn't a similar situation where it's just two people that are friends, puffing each other up.
Right.
So then that's what's sort of reaching critical mass, right? That it keeps happening, and that's when you see the social media. Well, I guess you'll tell us when it picks up on social media, when people start reading these posts and are like, "What the hell?" Like this seems to be endemic in the entire gaming press.
Yeah, and then this is being discussed on various forums. Also, like Something Awful, Penny Arcade, 4chan, Reddit. A bunch of YouTubers are talking about it because it's like a salacious story at this point. And then there's also a couple other things happening as well. All this is before the Gamergate hashtag's even used. There's the Fine Young Capitalist situation. Are you familiar with? Well, probably not familiar with them. Okay, so Fine Young Capitalists, they were working on basically it's a non-profit sort of group to try and get women into gaming, to game development basically. And so what they wanted to do was they wanted to bring women into gaming by saying, hey, look, if you're a woman and you have a game design idea, submit your proposal, and then we'll take the best idea, we'll crowdfund money to raise money for it, and then we'll make the game with a company called Autobotica. And so they did this, but during the contest period, Zoe Quinn and the guy who runs it, Matthew Rappert, they don't get along so great because Zoe thinks that Zoe and Maya Kramer, they both think that that he's possibly transphobic because he's got certain rules on his website where if you want to apply as a woman to participate, you had to have transitioned before a certain date, and so they thought that having the deadline for transitioning was transphobic, and he gets.
From my perspective, it's funny because I love watching the left eat themselves because people on my side of the aisle would say that makes him woke. Oh, so he allowed biological males as long as it was by a certain point. But from the other end of it, they'll say, no, that's transphobic. So you're sort of, if you're not all in on one side or the other, it seems like that you're going to get shit heaped at you one way or another. Well, so,
I'm pretty pro-trans, in the sense I don't have a problem with trans people. But also I have questions too about sports, for instance. I'm not really a fan of biological men in sports.
It'd be similar here. No. Now, listen, my take on this is I have no problem. So I did debate in college, and I found it hilarious. I don't want to say hilarious. I debated in 2003 to 2007. Then I was a coach for some years afterwards. And one of the things you heard over and over and over in the debate community is, why aren't there more women that participate in collegiate debate? And there would be all kinds of, I think I had the answer, which was debate's a stupid game and women had better shit going on in their life. They were working on getting degrees and then getting families and jobs and shit like that while we're still staying up until 3 a.m, learning to talk like auctioneers and research, but whatever. And it was always it was just deemed that was a goal for the sake of it being a goal. We need more, regardless of what you think about that. I have no problem with an individual having that as a goal. That's fine. Same with the company you're talking about. I don't have a problem. But if I am that company, I would want to make sure that my incentives were going to the group that actually was the group that I wanted represented. And if I thought that people could game that system by robnoerr comes out tomorrow because he wants $50,000 that says, by the way, I'm a woman. By the way, Destiny, when I debated him on trans issues, Destiny claims to be non-binary. And the reason he claims to be so, in his words, are, quote, as armor when he's arguing against trans people. Now, ironically, when I debated Destiny on trans issues, it seemed most of the trans fans favored Destiny to me. I might be a little more right-wing than Destiny on trans issues, but I'm not claiming their identity for personal benefit. That's not something I'm doing. So I would think if I was actually trans, I would be furious that someone was basically saying, sure, I claim to be trans for personal benefit for my online debate.
Well, I'm sure he's trolling though. I don't.
Oh, no. He's not. You talk to him if you want about it. He'll tell you straight up he doesn't feel strongly about gender norms, which is why he feels careful saying it. But he definitely will tell you that he used it for armor. It's not necessarily... It would be... We could talk for hours on this particular point. But all I'm trying to say is, regardless of what you think, I'm just making the point that there's certainly... If you incentivize particular groups with a financial incentive, people will try to take advantage of that. And so regardless of what I think of this particular company or this particular gentleman's, goals, I think nothing of it because I'm just hearing it for the first time. So they might be, even if they're promoting progressive ideology that I don't like, I don't think it's an ignoble goal to try to increase people, make you want to help people out. Fine. It's just, to me, it's no different than if someone says, hey, I want to give $1 million for black students to go to college. Hey, more power to you. I don't think our government should be doing things based on race, but as an individual, shit, yeah. Or if you want to give it to white people or white men or Christians or Muslim, I don't give a shit. So I don't think that makes them bad. All I'm saying here is, from my perspective, and I hope that an objectively reasonable perspective, I don't see a problem with putting some sort of criteria like, and look, this is specifically the group we're going for, and that includes, we don't want some fat bearded guy like Rob who's been, out there pushing conservative politics to tomorrow say, by the way, I have this sweet ass idea for a horror game, and I'm a woman now, so I'd like that money. But it is ridiculous that even that, in my perspective, it's ridiculous that even that having some sort of reasonable limit. And from my perspective, I see this same debate when it comes to sports. There are people that I disagree with allowing biological males into women's sports, but there are people that disagree with me in a more reasonable sense that'll say things like this. Well, if they have been on hormone therapy, and they transition for at least 2 years, I think that's actually the NCAA's regulation. It has to be at least 2 years. That's more reasonable than just being like, no, if they just declare themselves a woman tomorrow, now they're a woman. And so, like the old South Park skit where Macho Man beating the shit out of
I'm not an expert on the transports thing. I think they're actually, even with the hormones and stuff, the rules that they're setting, I from what I've read, it does seem like there are still issues, even if they're on hormones beforehand too, because like there's different.
There's certainly.
I looked into it.
And I'm not trying.
It's not 100%. It's not 100%.
I'm not trying to to debate about. What I'm saying is, there are different levels of sort of where you could be on these things, and I think that even though I think I'm right that regardless of any of these situations, we shouldn't allow biological. It is, in my perspective, a more reasonable perspective to say, no, there are certain criteria, certain benchmarks that could be met that we would say, okay, now this person can participate. Right. I think that it is an unreasonable position to just say anyone who declares they're a woman is a woman. Therefore, anyone we would consider a biological male today that tomorrow says is a woman could participate in women's sports. I only bring it up because from a perspective of providing financial incentive to give some sort of award for women gaming developers, I don't think it's a problem at all to say we're going to have some reasonable criteria of what it means to be a woman. I would say what it means to be a woman is you're biologically a woman. This person apparently didn't even say that. They said, no. You could have been born a biological male. We just think that you would have had to have taken these certain steps,
right?
Before this was announced, right, to ensure that, because we're going to agree. It's not, I'm not trying to get in a big cultural debate in this, but I'm just going to say, anytime you provide financial incentives for something, people find ways to take advantage of it. So I do not find it reasonable when you're putting your own money up or putting your own work up to put some sort of benchmarks that you consider reasonable. I don't think that makes you a bigot. So I'm sure Zoe Quinn disagreed though.
She did disagree. So she basically accused me of being transphobic, and then it's not really a big deal because she apparently, she's kind of a relatively well-known figure. So her Twitter followers, they go to the site in mass, and then this causes it to be accidentally DDoS. I don't care about that. Other people make a big deal of it. If your website servers are so trash that a few hundred people or a few thousand people on Twitter going to it causes it to crash, that's your problem. Yeah, in my view. But she also allegedly, I've seen the screenshot of this, but it was blacked out, so I don't.
Sure.
It was in a documentary though. It was in the Airplay documentary by Raymond Wallman. A screenshot of her supposedly releasing his email address to the public and doxing him. And then also his crowdfunding campaign site ended up getting temporarily, it looked like it was hacked and not taken down, but like hacked and defaced for like a couple days or a couple hours. I don't remember the exact time period. But it was quickly fixed. But no one knows who did that necessarily.
And let me say, in her defense, right? Just to be clear, one of the things I try to do, this is just my personal preference, maybe you disagree, I deal with a lot of people that have radically different political views than me, and sometimes what happens is bad shit happens to me when I debate them. So, for example, I've had my employer called and told that I was a bigot, racist, and then in an attempt to get me to lose my job. I've had passwords hacked and things like that. I don't blame the person I'm debating, though, right? Because, although you can foster an environment where you have radical followers, in general, I am very well understanding that hypothetically some crazy person that supports me could go do something shitty like dox someone. Should I be blamed for that? I hope not. I tell people all the time, don't do that stuff, be reasonable. So I try my best, unless I have evidence to the contrary. If I engage with a person and a member of their community, or I suspect a member of their community does something, I try to not judge them. So it's entirely possible that someone that's a fan of Zoe did something and she had no hand in directing it, and I don't think you're suggesting that there's any evidence that she personally did any of this stuff.
No,
but I do think it's newsworthy.
Well, she did share the according to an article.
Right, I mean with the defacing of the
defacing of the hacking,
Right. So, I mean, you start to wonder, at that point it's a little worse, because if you're doxing people, then it's clear that you're sending a signal to your audience that unethical behavior is acceptable. So that's a little different. But I just making a general statement that I understand it's definitely newsworthy. It's worthy to bring up, obviously, in this context. But I do try to look at those things and say, well, unless I see otherwise, I'm not personally blaming Zoe Quinn or personally blaming
I would never.
Right. That's all I was saying. Yeah,
for sure. Well, well, this is a whole thing. But do you want to talk about to what extent do you think you are responsible for your audience? Because I agree with you mostly, maybe entirely. Unless you're telling people to do this, or I would even go a step further. Because one thing that Destiny does actually is he has a rule where if you're a member of his community, you're in his Discord or whatever, and he finds out, or the moderators find out that you're going after the people he has on a show and doxing them, but you're doing it outside the server, you're still gone. I have the same rule.
Yeah, I would do that.
I found out
But I would say that
if there's proof.
Right. I don't think that I'm ethically on the line if I'm not searching to make sure that this stuff doesn't come. I also think that there's varying degrees of culpability. For example, if I come on and I say, hypothetically, right? If I come on and I say the election was stolen, right? They're going to take over your country. They're going to come and they're going to take all your guns. And then someone that follows me goes out and does something radical. I don't think I'm really to blame. I don't. However, I myself try to take it a step further, where I try to always discuss, almost every show, if you hear at the end of it, I'll discuss, nothing that we talk about legitimizes any unethical behavior or any amounts of violence. It is immoral and it's non-strategic, right? There are things in life more important than the things we're talking about, like your personal relationship with God, your family relationship, your image of yourself, all of those things. So never feel so black-pilled that you feel that you have to do one of these unethical things. Now, if you don't do those things and a member of your audience does something shitty, I'm not saying that you're legally on the hook or that makes you the worst person in the world or anything like that. But I try to hold myself to a standard that's a little higher, in that even if I'm a small streamer, there are people that listen to me, and I find being authentic to be one of the most important things. And I hope that it comes across that I'm a really fun, happy person, because even though I talk about issues I consider serious and I get angry and I'm yelling about them, I have the greatest family in the world. I'm one of the happiest people you ever meet. And for me, it would be unethical to leave people in a state where I'm giving the misimpression that life is not worth living and miserable because of corruption, or in this case, because of patriarchy, or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Because people on the left will also say, there's a trans genocide occurring. There's they paint a very bleak picture of the world. So I think that it's not something that I'm morally judging you as the worst person in the world if you don't take those steps, but I think it would behoove all of us to be authentic and to kind of let an audience know there are both more moral. And if I can't convince you, I say this all the time, if I can't convince you of the morality, let me convince you of why strategically resorting to these behaviors are terrible. For example, if you were to dox Zoe Quinn, she will use it to appear as a victim, which will increase her message in the narrative. So all you're doing is helping her. And it's immoral, And I should be able to sell you on the moral argument, right? But not everyone's like that. So sometimes you have to go a step further, right? Like, if you think that marching on some governmental building with firearms to take it over, that's immoral. But if I can't convince you of that, it's also not strategic. You're going to go to prison the rest of your life, and you're not going to accomplish the goal that you set forth. So that's the standard I hold myself to. But you're right. There's degrees of culpability, right? There's the person that straight up tells their audience, yes, do this horrible thing. Then there's the person that just says, hey, if something horrible happened to them, I'd be okay. Then there's the person that knows that it's happening, but doesn't condemn it, right? Then there's the person that might condemn it if they hear that it's happening, but they kind of talk about how bleak things are, and so
right. That's the level where I feel like
I agree.
There's no quote unquote moral culpability, but there's no moral culpability. I would say, maybe you'll disagree with me, but there's no moral culpability for like the actions. Like, okay, so like let's say you're like a bomb thrower, and you're out there every single day. Our country's being taken. We got to fight back. Whatever, right? And you're like that every single day. Not that you are, but like if I were like that, or let's say I'm like that, right? Like, oh my God, Kotaku is so evil. They're going to destroy gamers. We got to fight back by any means necessary. Well, actually, that might be going too far. The any means necessary, but we have to fight back. Let's say I use that kind of rhetoric all the time. I'm not like responsible for one of my followers.
Sure.
Like throws a bomb into. Throws a Molotov cocktail into Kotaku's office, right? But I am creating like an environment to some extent where that's more likely to happen, and I should probably be more careful.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't take legal action. I don't even say that makes you necessarily morally a bad person if you don't do that, because you could just say, hey, it's not my job to hold people's hands. I'm just talking about what I think's the news. I'm clearly not going to do anything radical. Someone hears that and does bad shit. It's not my job to sit here and try to prevent, that. I got better things on my mind. And that's sort of, there's some truth to that, right? It's one of the things I hate being a streamer, that like, for example, I'll give you something that for me, maybe you don't consider this tangentially connected, but one of the things I hate the most is when I'll say like, well, the Democrats want this, and someone will go, actually, I'm a Democrat and I don't want that. And it's like, right. Okay. But it's hard to talk without labels because we're human and that's how humans communicate. And this is the official platform of the Democratic Party. And this is what Biden's administration is pushing for. And this is what Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are pushing for. So you're right. There is no universal statement that you could say, men like sports. Well, no, not all, I guess. But it's still a true statement. I feel the same way. Like, you don't, at some point, you could water down your message so much because you're worried about all this periphery. Well, I have to warn people not to take bad actions. And I have to ensure that I say, that your message becomes unwatchable, right? Or it's unimpactful. So I understand that level of it. I'm just saying that, for me, if I was to give advice to a streamer and the standard I hold myself to, I think that it's important to not leave people with a depressed view of things, to kind of let people know that there are better strategic and moral ways to go about things. That's just my preference. I'm not saying that. Now, I'll full disclosure, I've gone after people for shit, holding them to their own standards. For example, I don't know if you know who Vaush is, but Vaush is quick to call out stochastic terrorism. Tucker Carlson's a stochastic terrorist. I would be a stochastic terrorist. Why? Well, because we talk about the evils of the establishment, and therefore that predictably will lead someone to go take a terrible action. Meanwhile, Vaush...
Well, he's anti-establishment too, isn't he?
Oh, well, Vaush goes on and says there's a trans genocide. And then he says, and you need to arm yourself. And then he says, shouldn't we have stopped Hitler before he came into power? And then he says, I envision a world where we could shoot at Patriot Prayer people out windows. That's what Vaush says. He literally tells us.
I've not seen that, but I obviously
of course, in no way are you co-signing this, and I could be making. But I'm just saying, in that point, I think that it's relevant for me to be like, if your standard is judging other people for stochastic terrorism, and then you say that, you can't claim ignorance at that point. You can't be like, oh, I didn't know that had the potential to radicalize someone. Because it's like, that's your whole grift. You're already criticizing the opposite side of that. And the same would be true in the opposite way. If I want to say that it's stochastic terrorism for people to talk about trans genocide, right? But then say like, the government's ran by a bunch of Pizzagate, adrenochrome sucking, they're killing all these children and blah, 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 blah. And we need to take it back and we need to arm ourselves. Yeah, I would be levied the same criticism that I'm levying at the people.
You gotta give Vaush a break though, okay? It's just horseplay.
It is, unbridled enthusiasm for, the equine and the shooting of conservatives, Mr. Vaush. So,
he thought they were goblins, okay?
Yeah,
You saw that?
you should write a book on that. Yeah, that's what you try. Yeah, I mean, whatever. His sexual dalliances are the least of my concerns when it comes to things that I think are unethical about him. But it
Well,
could
didn't you condemn food shops though over the?
Yeah, well, that was a little different. You want to talk about it? I would like.
I don't know all the. I didn't see the whole debate.
I can show you the. I bring up the clip if you want. This is what food shop said. So, okay, this is getting out from the weeds a little, but that's fine if you don't mind. I told food shops in private the one topic I didn't want to talk about was things to do with. I got to choose my words carefully because I'm streaming on YouTube. Taking advantage in a sexual nature of underagers. That's something that I didn't want to.
Well, so the clip. Can I just, as I think I know it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, real quick. So the clip what you're talking about was where she said that she would be okay with leaving her child with a non-offending PDF.
Yes.
I think that's the clip. I didn't see the full stream
yes,
though. But
that is, and that's what I gave her shit for because
I disagree with her, to be clear. But like, I don't know if like that should be like you should like blacklist that person necessarily because they said that.
Well, that's not why I blacklist them. We even talked after. In fact, they're not really blacklisted. She's really bad at debate, right? And like. Let me give you an analogous story. Anyways, I'll finish up that real quick. I didn't want to talk about that topic because of my job. And my job is I deal with people with developmental disabilities, and some of those people have offended. And it could be a conflict of interest with my job to speak on some of those issues. Yeah. So that's why I told her. But she kept wanting to talk about it. So I was like, fine. Right? And as far as I'm concerned, that is a grotesque position to have. I think that you really need to rethink what it means to be a parent and to protect children if you're willingly putting your child in the arms of someone alone, without you there to supervise, who admits to having a sexual attraction to children. I think that is, at worst, incredibly negligent, or at best, incredibly negligent, at worst, monstrous. But the point with food shops, the last debate we had this debate. And I think I'm a pretty good political debater. I don't know how good she is. She wanted to call back in and talk specifically about, it's kind of relevant to today, the Bragg case with Trump with the paying of Stormy Daniels, and a claim that I made that Hillary Clinton's team broke the same law, which they did. Hillary Clinton's team broke this law in the sense that they did not disclose that they used campaign finances to pay for the Steele dossier, lied about it for over a year, and then eventually the FEC gave them a fine instead of charging them with the felony. But it's the exact same crime. Did not properly disclose campaign expenditures. Food Shops decides a couple days later to call in, and it's got the smoking gun and literally just reads a CNN article that's non-responsive. And I'm like, right, you're just reading an article that's not responding because I'm saying X, Y, and Z. And she keeps saying, it says right here, to the point where a person that I debate all the time on these legal matters, Pisco, was the next person to come on, and Pisco was like, yeah, that was really bad. Like, that is clearly a person that has no idea what they're talking about, and they're literally just verbatim reading an article that they don't understand, claiming that answers things. So my blacklist, it wasn't as if Food Shop said this, and I said, that's it, debate over, I'll never talk to you again. In fact, I said, can we move on to a different topic? Which we did. That's what happened. And then I haven't talked to them since, because it's not really that I never would again. It's just like, I'll give you a story. When I was in debate in college, I was quite the drinker. And people all the time would pull this shit and be like, you're a debater, let's argue. And I'd be like, I don't want to argue. I'm just drinking and having fun, I don't want to. By the way, I had a friend that was into MMA, same shit. Oh, you're in MMA, let's wrestle. It's like, no. Okay, anyways, so there's this one particular evening where there was this girl that kept saying, she was like, come on, imagine this is like 2007, so Bush is still in office, right? Let's debate. I'm like, I don't want to debate. Oh, because you know I'd crush you. Yeah, you're probably right. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, fine, what do you want to debate about? Well, the Iraq war. I was like, what about it? I was against it. I voted for Ron Paul. What do you want to talk about? Well, it was just Republicans. I was like, Democrats voted for it too, overwhelmingly. No, they didn't. I was like, yeah, they did. She says, no, Bush was president. I said, right, but in the House and the Senate, Democrats approved of it, and there were many Democrats. There are no Democrats in the House or the Senate. I say, excuse me? She says, there are no Democrats. I said, wait, you're telling me there are no Democrats in the House or the Senate? Yes, Bush appoints them all. I said, okay, get the fuck out of my house. And I kicked her out of the house. And everyone's like, why are you kicking her out of the house? I was like, because she was so arrogant that she sit there and demanded I debate her because she's so good at it. And she literally doesn't know the first thing. I don't have the fucking time of day for it. See you later. That's how I felt with Food Shops. To be so arrogant and be quite literally, I would say Food Shops politically was in the bottom 10% of people that I've ever debated as far as like ability to debate or understanding of the topic. I don't mean because we disagree. That's not what I'm saying. I mean just a clear, like, it's not hitting home. There's no debate really happening. Just reading a CNN story. And I know you're friends with her or whatever. I'm just telling you the truth.
I'm not friends with her, but...
see, now I do the same thing.
We're friendly.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's all I'm saying. So it's not... If Food Shops wants to come back on and do another debate, I'd be open to it. I don't want to talk about the aforementioned topic for not just work reasons, but because it'll end up pissing me off. So I'd sooner... And there are other people like that. There's this guy that follows me, Key Lime Platypus, who calls in all the time. Can't talk to him about abortion anymore because he's of the belief that if that baby's still attached to the umbilical cord and it's breached, fuck it, kill it. You can kill it if the mom wants. That is such a grotesque opinion to me. It's like, I can't talk about that with you because then when we're later talking about tax policy and it's sort of a reasonable conversation, all's in my head, if we keep going back to that topic, is... Oh, not if it's breached, Key Lime says here. But he's up for a 9-month report. You see what I'm saying, though? It will make a non-productive conversation if we go back to a discussion that I think is very immoral. So better to just keep it to things that I think there could be reasonable disagreement.
And we can move on. I will say, like, a little bit in her defense, I don't think she's like a terrible debater necessarily. Back when she used to do research, she used to actually do research on certain topics. Like, she would debate, like, communists on like Yugoslavia and stuff. And like when she did that sort of content, I thought that she did like a pretty good job.
Maybe. And the problem is with a lot of these, there's two types of ways to debate sort of these legal cases involving politicians. There is to get into the minutia and to look at the specifics of each cases, or there's to take a broad look at the direction that things are going. And the problem I have is if you're not really doing a deep dive and you think you are because you're reading a CNN article, right? The different, I don't know. We could move on after this.
Well, I will say she was like, she thought she was pretty emotionally distraught after that debate. I think she felt like she lost. She talked about that on stream too. So like she probably came back to try and like get you. Well, maybe,
but why do people feel
I don't know,
dude. Let me tell you what I'm doing Wednesday. Wednesday, I am debating an economist on Biden's economy. Now I'm a fat fuck who's a redneck who does home health care. What do I know about the economy? Well, we'll see, I guess. But I'm a pretty good debater. Now let's say I go in here and I get my ass kicked. I'm still married. I still have a kid. Life goes on. I'm not mad that the person out debated me. I'm not, again, everyone handles shit differently, but I guess I'm just trying to make the point. I actually feel bad if that affected her debate. I do. That wasn't my intent to have
you gotta
feel bad.
You just got to be stronger and learn from it,
Yeah. So that's fine. But she did a poor job and I don't know how to make it. Obviously, I'm biased, but when Pisco, who disagrees with me on the very specific thing that we were talking about, is like, yeah, you did a really bad job. Like, I know you think that you're cleaning up here, but you're not. And it's, to me, oftentimes what happens is the particulars of a debate are less important than the sort of, what's the word I'm looking for when you break the third wall? Like, the meta debate. Like the meta debate is more important. And then like the type of person that's like, I'm killing this because I just keep reading these sentences from CNN. And the other person's like, right, but then let me show you what happened. And you're like, but this CNN article says no. And it's like, and it's not like there's statements of facts and statements of opinion. So a statement of fact would be like GDP grew at 4.3% according to the government. That's a statement of fact, right? A statement of opinion is the Hillary case wasn't bad like the Trump case. Of course CNN's going to say that and just keep repeating it. And to think that like, that's it, I crushed it. It's like, that to me is worse than just being wrong or just disagreeing because it speaks to the type of debate. Like, it's not as egregious as this, but like one of the things I did a big video on Vaush, one of the things Vaush will do is he'll just straight up lie. He'll say, well, I saw a source that guy recanted. And you'll be like, what? Like he did this when he debated Jackson Hinkle about an IPCW whistleblower that said that.
Well, my respect for Vaush is like zero.
Yeah.
So well, close to it.
Right. And I'm not putting Food Shops in this category, but it's the it's the style or the tactic that I'm criticizing, right? And it's the same with Food Shops, that tactic. It's not as scummy as this. What Vaush did, though, his whole debate with Jackson Hinkle is about this one particular whistleblower. And this whistleblower is like, I don't think that Assad gassed his own people. And he was the head investigator. And so they fired him. Well, it's very similar to what we're talking about with Gamergate. He didn't give the answer we liked. See you later, like the giant bomb guy, right? And so that's what happened. And then he came forward and blew the whistle and was like, "Look, they fired me because here's what our research came up with. We don't think assault gas is on people." That's the entire debate, right? And Vaush just says, "Yeah, but actually, that guy wrote an article where he later said that he was wrong." And Jackson Hinkle, no love for her or whatever either, but it's like he almost fucks it up. He's like, "Oh." And that's it. Then he clearly lost. But then luckily Jackson's like, well, can you link that? And Vaush is like, well, anyways, and just moves on to something else. And Vaush didn't make a mistake. He knew he was full of shit. But if Jackson doesn't call it out, then the 1,000 people that are watching the debate are like, oh, well, that's it. Debate over. Vaush wins. There's no consequence. It's not like people are like, well, that's really slimy. Vaush just made that shit up, and therefore I don't trust the rest of the shit he's saying. There's no consequence. There's only benefit to him. And so that style of tactic, then when I look at Vaush, it's not this that like Vaush is a socialist and I'm not, and that's why it's that style. The reason that I dislike him as a debater isn't the things he believes, it's the style in which he debates. That's what I'm saying about that particular instance with food shops. Now, I would be willing to give food shops another chance, and perhaps you're right. Perhaps on a topic that she's more well-researched in, she would be a very fluent debater. But I hesitate to believe that based on the fact that she thought she was doing a great job just reading this CNN article. But I'm always open.
Well, she does. I'll just say, because like I'm further. I'll just say she has in other areas I think done a really good job. I didn't see a specific debate with you. But she doesn't even do debates anymore. She just does like mostly. Well, and she mostly does commentary community stuff now. But
here's a piece of it. I think I mentioned this earlier. I don't like giving a lot of advice, but here's one piece of advice I try to give people. Always judge people, particularly in these online spaces, based on your own interactions with them, right? Because I could have talked to people, I don't know you very well, but I could have talked to people like, oh, don't do that interview with Tachyon. This guy's a piece of shit. Did you know one time, like in Discord, he doxed me? I don't know if that's true or not, right? But like, you get people like Destiny. People have had a lot of bad interactions with Destiny. I assume some are true. And some of them aren't just like he beat me in a debate or we had a disagreement about policy. Some of them are things like I met him in real life in this bad situation. Maybe true, maybe not. All I could do is judge based on the interactions I've had. Because I know that there are people that say I'm a Nazi or I'm a racist. It's not true, I'm not. And I don't want people to not interact with me because they heard someone that doesn't like my political beliefs spread some bullshit about me. So I try to give that same benefit of the doubt. So to anyone listening, I gave my honest impression of what I thought Food Shops was debating. Don't judge based on that, though. Judge for yourself. Interact with the person. Judge for yourself. No one thinks... And the other thing is, just because this is not me saying I hate this person or anything, I'm not saying anything about that, like Food Shops, but one of the things that you'll see, it's okay to interact with people who like someone that you don't particularly get along with. And I'm not even saying that in this case, but I'm just saying in general, because I get that shit all the, oh, you Andrew Wilson at the Crucible, Christian nationalist? Oh, blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, I like him. You don't like him. Cool. I get on the right. You talk to Destiny? Sure, I enjoy talking to Destiny. How could you do that? I don't know. I like it. You know, it's okay. We can still talk. You don't have to hate me.
Rob, I'm jumping way the fuck ahead here.
Okay.
I cut you off. I'm sorry. Do you want to?
No, that's it. I'm talking too much anyways.
This is the big thing, I think. One of the big takeaways that I've gotten from the Gamergate stuff, like one of it's, a lack of ethics causes a lot of problems. People need to be ethical and honest. But two, one of the big takeaways that I personally have, and maybe this isn't something that all the Gamergate people have gotten. Certainly it's not something that they've all gotten. But it's that we need to have pluralism in the world. We need to have conversations with each other. Like part of the reason this whole thing blew up, we haven't even gotten to Gamergate yet. The official hashtag, at least. But one of the things that's a major issue is that we don't have conversations with each other anymore. Most people, they just go in their echo chambers, on the left, to the right, whatever, and they just talk with people who agree with them, or they'll talk with their audience that agrees with them, and they won't have conversations across the aisle. They won't have conversations with people who have. So I respect that you go and talk with Destiny, and I respect that you do that. Yeah, or people like Food Shops who you disagree with, or people like me who you just disagree with in other areas.
Here's the thing: I'm going to lose in that I think that we're going to continue. I'm a natural pessimist, right? Though I love my life, so it's okay. It works out for me. But I think that ultimately the people like me that are trying to be like, look, 'cause I was talking to my wife about this today. Like, I could sit here. Let me play devil's advocate real quick, right? I could say, look, even though I feel that things politically have swung, the pendulum swung so bad for a pro-establishment sort of leftism, I still believe in maintaining. I can't hate the people I have friends with that are lefties. I still like talking to lefties. I go to. You might disagree with me, but this is my experience. If I go to a social event, there is, even here, even in rural Pennsylvania, when I hang out with a lot of my friends and there are left-wingers there, the left-wingers have no problem bringing up politics. Fuck Trump, he's a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. Especially with me, because they know I do the stream. So my friends, and a lot of my friends I met through the debate community, they're super progressive. I'll go to a wedding, and all of a sudden I show up to be like, congratulations, oh my God, I'm so happy to be here, it's great to see you. What's up with Trump? What's up with, and I'm just like, yeah, you're right, he's a fucking idiot, I don't know what to say. It's my job to move on from it. It's my job to have humility and go, yeah, you're probably right, sucks. Anyways, right? And
why not fight him? I mean, you're obviously a very disagreeable person, which I like.
Right, but I understand for the sake of the friendship, and more importantly, in that case, for the sake of the social event, I'm not going to ruin someone's wedding because I'm having some.
Right, true, fair enough.
And so that's who I am. But then my friend Aftershock that's in chat right now, he'll make a point that's very true. He'll say, but that's how we got to this point. Because so many people like me that were moderate on the right, or just moderate in general, were like, it's not worth the fight. We're in a public setting. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm not going to, right? I'm just going to let it go. I'll say, yeah, you're right. And now we went from, hey, we all just want to be left alone, to you have to have our politics shoved down your fucking throat when you're playing video games, when you're watching movies, when you turn on late night comedy, when you go to school, like everywhere. It's shoved down your throat everywhere because people like me over and over and over said, sure, I'll just agree to agree so we can move on to the next thing that's more important in my life. And the people on the other side didn't look at it like that. They looked at it like a war that they were constantly pushing. But the truth is, the greatest truth is this, even though that's true, and even though you could say, therefore to fight back, we have to fight fire with fire, which is probably true, it's not who I am. It's not. I can't be something that I'm not. I can't all of a sudden, my friends that I made that are rabid lefties that have fucked me, I told a story. I had a friend, one of my best friends in the world, after Trump got elected in 2016, said he could never speak to me again. Why? It was fucking insane. Now, we've since spoken and we've got over it, but I can't do that. I can't. That's not who I am. I think I'm aggressive when it comes on here, but I also compartmentalize. I could sit here and tell you you're a fucking idiot for your socialized medicine plan for 2 hours, and then afterwards go out with a beer for you and be like, whatever. Right. Who gives a shit? I don't care.
Well, we need more of that, though.
I agree, but that side's going to lose. They're going to lose because the problem.
Hey, look, if you have better ideas, then fucking great. That's all that matters, right?
Because what's going to happen? I could already see it. I can see it because that guy at Polygon who said, yeah, we'll allow trans women to get this award, but only...
No, that was Matthew Rappert, but...
Oh, okay, whatever.
I know capitalists. But...
Yes, that's right, that one. He was called a bigot. And that's where I could see it, where it's like, it doesn't matter. The more screeching voices, particularly on the left, and I'm biased, but they're going to screech so much that the way that people are going to fight back is to become those screeching voices on the right. That's why my friends that go on the What Culture podcast and talk to OnlyFans girls and go, whore, their channels blow up. My channel, where I'm like, sure, I'll talk to a trans person, sure, it's not going to blow up. Because it doesn't have that. Now, there are ways if you're more talented or you put more time into it and that, you're better at editing and you're better at presenting yourself, like Destiny, who made an audience basically, I think, through video games and then parlayed that because he's an interesting character into a big audience. But that's like catching lightning in a bottle, right? Most of the time, the channels that are going to get big are the ones with the most outrageous, fuck you, it's my way, Andrew Tate style, my way or the highway. And I keep trying to warn lefties. I keep trying to warn them. I get smeared as this radical dude. I'm like, listen, you're not going to like what happens when the other side, when your opponents start to realize that I'm not effective enough. Because I'm going to get treated just like them. And it's an allegory for Trump as well. Jesse Kelly talks about this a lot. The guy that comes after Trump's who you should be worried about. If you're a lefty, Trump's a fucking lefty. He's a Democrat. Like, what are you really worried?
I don't know if I'd say that, but
he was a lifelong Democrat. I mean,
he's transformed the Republican Party to look like him, basically.
But what policies? Take away his characteristics. What policies do you think that Donald Trump has that are extremely right wing?
Massively. I don't really care if he's like right wing or not. I guess protectionism, right? But that's not really a right.
Joe Biden just put tariffs, like protectionism.
I know. I don't like him on that either.
Right. So, like, I mean, Trump massively spent. He's not a fiscal conservative. Trump.
My issue with Trump is that I think he's a threat to democracy.
Well,
we might disagree on this.
We talk about that, but I'm talking policy-wise, right? Like, he flew the LGBT flag. He did great. Prison reform that Democrats couldn't get past, that all these left-wing activists wanted, he did. Like, much to the chagrin of actual conservative right-wingers are like, fucking Trump, he's not a right-winger, right? Like, that's what they're saying. And yet, he's treated like the Antichrist.
Well, I don't think Trump has like strong policy views at all. I think
that's true.
But
that's what I'm telling. And people are like, he's a threat to democracy. What's he going to do? What did he do?
I think he's going to continue to erode the institutions of the United States of America.
In what way? Did he do that in the first term?
Yeah, I think he did. Right at the very end there, right?
So because he didn't accept what exactly did he do?
Well, he didn't accept the results of the election.
Okay,
right?
Just like Democrats in 2000.
No.
Why not? Did they accept the results?
Al Gore took it to court, and then he lost the court case, and then he let. So
the courts were willing to hear his case. The argument could be made in the Trump case that the courts were unwilling to hear his case. For example,
well, they did hear his cases, right? No, they weren't just dismissed.
Most
of them were not just dismissed. Yeah, they were dismissed. Some of the cases were dismissed, and some of them were heard.
Most were dismissed for standing, right? And some of the ones that
was it standing?
Yes. That's why many of them were dismissed.
Or was it standing in the sense that they don't have standing, or was it standing in the sense that they didn't believe that there was evidentiary grounds to continue the case?
No, there were some cases that occurred. That's certainly true, but standing was certainly true. But let's look at the case in Georgia right now, for example. Like, let me just ask you point blank. If it turns out that evidence would occur that in one state that there were tens of thousands of ballots that were fraudulently cast for one candidate or another, would you agree that all of a sudden makes it seem less like Trump was a threat to democracy?
Well, it depends, right? Because he didn't have this information at the time.
He did. He had, let me put it this way. He had at least allegations of it. So, for example, when he talks to Raffensperger and the famous audio that you hear where it says, I need you to find 80,000 votes or how many thousand votes, he wasn't saying make it up. He was saying there are hundreds of thousands of votes that there aren't paper ballots for. And all you need to do is find 70,000, and that would sway the state. That's what he's saying. Now we have just an audit here the other day of Georgia. What did they say in the audit? Yes, there are hundreds of thousands of ballots that we don't have digital records for, but there are paper, or you didn't see the paper. But trust us, they're there, but you can't see them. And yes, it turns out that we have to admit in this one precinct we looked at, there were thousands of times that ballots were double counted, but we're not sure if they were double counted just in the recount or in the general election. Now, every one of us should say, well, wait a minute. One precinct? You can't verify. You know that there were thousands of ballots double counted, and you're not sure whether or not that was just in the recount or in the election? That seems to be a question that needs to be answered. That doesn't seem to be anti-democratic to say, wait, what the fuck? Thousands of ballots.
Well, that's not just what Trump did, though, right?
Well, that's true.
Well, he also created the fake electors and submitted them to Congress and the National Archives.
He didn't specifically do that, and so what? That's happened in the past as well. It happened in Hawaii.
Well, he did, though, right? It was him and Ronna McDaniel did, right?
He personally?
Ron McDaniel testified. Well, not him personally, right? But
So
but he worked with Ron McDaniel to help orchestrate.
This is a potential legal. What do you think would have happened if the alternate electors would have been accepted? How do you think that would have went?
Well, I think he would have became. Well, actually, I don't think it would become president because I don't think that Mike Pence has the power to throw out the electoral vote.
But let's say Mike Pence tried to do that. What do you think would have happened? What would have been the next step?
The Supreme Court probably would have said
the court would have been involved. In other words, it was a de facto, or it was a de jure court challenge.
Well,
what it was.
So no, I mean it wasn't. I mean, I don't think that you can just like do that, especially since he knew, right? Because John Eastman, his lawyer specifically told Trump that he. So I've read the January 6th report. Well, I haven't read the full report, but I've read some of it, and then I've also seen the hearings. But John Eastman expressly tell Vice President Pence's lawyer, fuck, I got the whole receipts on this shit. Some of it.
But you don't have to, we can get to the specifics.
Trump knew that the courts weren't going to go along with his will. He knew that it was illegal for him to do this.
No, I don't think that's true. He knew that the courts wouldn't go along with the electors' business? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I think what would have, that's probably true.
Because John Eastman told him it on January. John Eastman said to, where the fuck was it? Okay, Greg Jacob. John Eastman told Greg Jacob that he knew that it was illegal, and he had informed the president as such. And if the president knew it was illegal for him to do this.
One of his advisors said that he thought it was illegal. Many of people Many people, for example, we could see that many news outlets, I could show you right now a clip of Van Jones talking about how this is the alternate electors theory in 2016 and this is what could be done and this is a legal challenge. Sure, there is disagreement amongst legal theorists as to whether or not this is something that would be allowed. But then
which lawyers... Sorry, go ahead.
What's it matter? Which lawyers? There's certainly people that were suggesting that this is something could have been done. And
well, John Eastman was, right? And then he knew it was illegal.
John Eastman. So let's say that do you think, for example, that it's illegal to forgive student loan debt unilaterally?
Well, if the Supreme Court has said yes, then yeah, I think so.
Okay, but Biden still did it, and they said no. They said it was illegal. Then Biden did it again. So is that
what did he do it?
He did it in a different way.
Narrowed, it was a more narrowed, sure. Yeah.
Okay,
so I don't know. We'll see what the court says.
Wait, we'll see what the court says.
But he's not trying to remain in office. Right?
It's irrelevant. What you've just given.
Oh, it is.
It's irrelevant to the principle of if someone says something's illegal, then you can't do it and challenge the legal theory. That's irrelevant. This happens all the time. There are legal scholars that say all sorts of things. For example, bump stock bans, assault weapon bans, etc., etc. There are legal scholars. Theoretically, Biden could have an attorney, like his attorney, Merrick Garland, could go to him and say, "Hey, you can't do a bump stock ban. That's antithetical to the Second Amendment. Would be illegal." Biden could still do it. It could then go to the courts and the courts could overrule it. Would you say, Biden knew that he was taking an illegal action? Is that what you would say? Or would you say he said, hey, we'll take our chances in court. We'll see if the Supreme Court justice is great. I know that's what you would say. You would say, yeah, of course.
I would have to, like, if he had, like, it depended on how widely he sought counsel. And then what the counsel specifically told him. Like, if like 5 lawyers told him no, and then one told him maybe.
The point is, the attempt was with the alternate electors. But he tried to remain
in office, right? That was the whole thing. He lost the election, and then he tried to remain in office.
That's not what was going on.
The electors had.
That's not what was going on. The electors were an attempt to get the courts, particularly the Supreme Court, in a position where they had to look at the evidence of places like Arizona and Georgia. That's what was going on. Because he and anyone who has a remote understanding, and there's a lot of people that don't, because I talked to a lot of people that watch my show that were telling me things like this. Oh, remember when Texas filed a legal challenge to the election before January 6th? You remember that? There were people all over right-wing circles that said, this is it. The election's going to be overturned. I was like, not a fucking chance. Do you know the firestorm that would be created in this country if the Supreme Court said, actually, we looked at this and we're overturning the election? There would be fucking fire on every city in this country. Because it's the left that would be losing, and we know what they do. They go nuts, and they burn shit down like they always do. It would be fucking nuts. And I said the courts will take any out they have to not look at this shit and just be like, nope.
So far, well, you say, I mean, like, I wouldn't say that the left necessarily is equal with the right here. Like, I'm not against rioting. I'm not for rioting. I'm against, like, the BLM riots, for instance. I don't think that was good.
Which side in the past 10 years has had more political riots?
Probably like the left. I don't know, but like actually, that's political violence.
Can you name the right wing?
Well, riots or violence, because like there's a difference there, right?
Well, I would say riots, but even violence. Can you name the right wing riots?
Oh, I guess Charlottesville, right? But that
okay.
Would be,
and can you name another one?
Again, January 6th, right?
Okay, let me name the left wing ones. You ready? BLM Portland Day 1, BLM Portland Day 2. BLM Portland
that's all
Day
bad.
3.
I'm not going to defend
BLM,
that.
Oh, right. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is it's not even close. It's not even close.
There's a difference between looting a target and trying. Sorry, there's a great quote I heard. I think it was Sam Harris who said it actually. That there's a difference between looting a banana republic and turning your country into one.
Right. So, like, for example, if they would have burnt down the Capitol, like they burned down the courthouse with BLM, then it would have been okay. That would have been less bad.
I mean, if they would have burnt down the courthouse, I'm sorry.
They did. Remember?
Oh yeah, they did attack the courts.
Right, and then Kamala Harris put a bail. Kamala Harris
put
a bail fund. Supported a bail fund the next day. Remember that?
Yeah.
Or how about this? Do you remember May 31st, 2020? You remember that day when a bunch of left wingers took Molotov cocktails and attacked the Secret Service in an attempt to break into the White House, harming dozens of officers, burning down a Secret Service guard station, only repelled because there was significant police presence there. You remember that?
All quite bad. I did.
Insurrection. How was that treated? How was that? Joe Biden. You know what Joe Biden did?
But none of these were by the president of the United States. And look, Trump. You say that he has this.
What January 6th?
President of the United States. Yes, Donald Trump is responsible for January 6th, right?
In what way?
He's the one who told all of his supporters to go there. He lied to them for months about the election.
He didn't lie. He thought he was telling the truth. A lie means that he...
Did he?
Yes. Do you think Donald Trump doesn't think the election was stolen from him?
Well, he has no reason to think so, right?
You might think so. He disagrees. So do millions of other people.
All of the people he's tasked with investigating this have told him that it's not true.
That's not true. Everyone says that.
Attorney General.
So I just want to be...
Okay, who?
So I just want to be clear. If I look up right now that there are lawyers that were with Trump then and still with Trump that said, yes, we thought there were significant challenges that we need to...
Like Sidney Powell?
It doesn't matter. You're saying everyone. That you're making you're an all-inclusive
people
claim.
He brought in from the outside. These were not people part of the campaign. These were not people part.
So I just want to be clear. If I could find anyone that was part of the campaign that said, yeah, we thought there were legal challenges.
Well, Rudy Giuliani, right?
Now we're getting. So we keep hedging. If I could find another person other than Rudy Giuliani, if you want me to get it, I will. I'm just asking.
Trump's campaign manager, Trump's attorney general, and his data team all told him that he lost. They were all tasked with investigating this.
And what we can see is it's the same sort of rhetoric that comes from Bill Barr said he looked into all this. He didn't look into shit. We can see that when it comes to the ongoing trials in Arizona and Georgia. He didn't look into any of it. They just said, let's just move on. It's time to go. And they didn't look into any of it. For example, did you know in Pennsylvania after January 6th, the Superior Court of Pennsylvania ruled that mail-in ballots were illegal to the state constitution of Pennsylvania? Did you know that?
No. If they said that, I don't know. Was that the one case that Trump won?
There were several that he won.
Relating to this specifically.
Him winning is sort of a misnomer. There were several cases that were won about election issues. Now, let me fully disclose, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania then overruled the Superior Court. But the mere fact that there were justices on the Superior Court that voted that way proves the idea that there were no legitimate challenges is nonsensical. Of course there were.
But he lost 61 cases and he won one case. And it was not materially affected.
I believe you're wrong about that it was just one case. And I just wonder if it goes the way it looks like it's going to go in Georgia and this evidence comes out that there actually were hundreds of thousands of ballots that can't be accounted for. I wonder what people will say. They've been so confident that there was nothing to see, that Trump knew he was lying and couldn't have believed. And everyone said there was nothing to see. I just want to know, would you start to question all of the supposed experts that said, trust us, we looked at everything, there's nothing to see? If it turns out, as it seems as it may, that this happened in Georgia, would that cause pause for you to say, geez, maybe I shouldn't have just said, oh, Trump had to be lying because every expert that looked at this said it wasn't possible? I'm just curious if you'll change your opinion on it.
If it turns out that in Georgia specifically, that there were these tens of thousands, or how many exactly? Doesn't really matter.
So
if there were enough votes to change the results,
hundreds of thousands are considered, is what they're alleging, that there are hundreds of thousands that they don't have electronic signatures for, or something like that.
Was that something that's generally required under Georgia law?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, the audit was found illegal. The actual audit of was then audited itself and found to be illegal. Can you, for example, let me just ask you real quick, could you explain how a audit of the vote would end up entering votes multiple times? Can you explain how that would happen? This isn't like...
I don't know if it has or not, right? I'm not
that's absolutely true. Never just take my word for it. That's totally fair. Totally get that. But you could look it up. That's what just occurred. They had sort of a hearing where the auditors had to come talk about, and the auditors admitted that they found that the recounted ballots thousands of times. They don't know if that double counting of ballots occurred in the general election. That's clearly a question that needs to be answered. But the question is, how could this happen in a recount? Or in an audit? Because an audit should be even more careful, right? Because you're not under a time crunch, and the entire point of an audit is to make sure you have things right. So how could you double count thousands of ballots? Thousands of them. And then drag your feet for a year. No, there's nothing to see here. You're not accepting the results of an election. And then all the people that were like, but wait a minute, this isn't adding up, the things we're seeing. And then finally they're like, yeah, okay, you were right about this. But still, you can't question anything. The only point I'm trying to make...
You can question it, right? But to immediately assume that, okay, well... Because Donald Trump at the time had no reason to think that he hadn't won, right?
That's not true.
What I would say. And I would say that that's because...
He then and still thinks... But let's just say... We're spinning our wheels here. Let's just get to brass tacks. Did anything that... Donald Trump didn't order people to do anything on January 6th.
Let me give you an answer, because you asked me a question directly, and I didn't... Okay. So, it would depend on exactly like what exactly they find in Georgia, but also Georgia itself I don't think would matter. Because that wouldn't be enough electoral votes to push him over.
That's true,
right?
but wouldn't it cause you cause for concern if we've been told for 4 years in Georgia there was nothing to see here, it's election denialism, and then it turns out that state would have been swung? Wouldn't that give you cause for concern in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan?
They're all of our states run their elections differently, though, in the U.S.
Well, that's absolutely true, but the point is, at that point, don't you think that would require like an absolute, complete, and thorough audit of every state that was close?
It would be an independent commission or something to investigate.
Right, that's the point I'm trying to make. But let's just get to brass tacks. Like, did January 6th have any negative repercussions on Biden being able to institute his agenda when he was president?
I don't care about that.
Why?
What I do care about, though, well, I mean, I care about his agenda.
Yeah. Why do you care?
I don't think that's the
idea is what Trump did harmed democracy. And by democracy, what we mean is the people voted for Joe Biden. And so it prevented Joe Biden from instituting his agenda.
He demonstrated that he failed, right? He failed in his little coup attempt. That's what I would say.
How is it a coup attempt?
Because he's trying to remain in office illegally and prevent the peaceful transfer of power in the United States.
So just to be clear, an election challenge is a coup. Or it's only a coup if the Democrats...
He can go through the courts. He can go through the courts.
Which is what he was trying to do.
And then he lost the court
Which is what he was trying to do.
Most of them, and he won one case.
Which is what he was trying to do with the electors. He was trying to get the Supreme Court to look at it.
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to lose your court cases and then say, well, look, Mike Pence, I need you to throw out these electors and then bring in the fake electors.
In 2016, when several Democrats in the House refused to certify the electors, did they also engage in a coup?
No.
Why?
Probably not. No.
Why?
Because they're not the president of the United States. They're not trying to. They're not.
What does that have to do with it? If enough of them would have came together and done the same thing, they would have prevented Trump from being elected.
Well, then it might have been a coup, right? If enough of them did it.
So only if it was successful.
Well, it would be. Well, no, it would be attempt, right? But I don't think that.
So it was an attempted coup. These Democrats engaged in an attempted coup.
I mean, I don't know if you want to use the word coup in that sense, but
why?
Sure,
you used it with Trump. Okay, so then you don't find it odd that in 2016...
if they didn't have any legitimate reason to question the election, which they didn't, because 2016 election, there's no reason to think it was illegitimate, right?
Correct. So. All right. So then the greater question is this. I think that what happens is, what people have ignored is that actually, despite the fact that Hillary Clinton, quote, conceded the 2016 election and Trump didn't until a later date, Trump went through legal...
I mean, he still hasn't really, conceded it, right?
So what? Would it have been preferable if Trump would have came out the next night and said, okay, I lost.
No, I think it's preferable if he doesn't do all this stuff to begin with.
Let me just hear me out. If he would have said, okay, I lost, you're right. And then he instructed his FBI to use a dossier that he paid for to sabotage Joe Biden for 4 years, to illegally spy on him with FISA warrants, knowing that it was bullshit the whole time and was paid for by Trump, to raid the associates of Joe Biden in the middle of the night while they tipped off Fox News or Breitbart.
Is this the Mar-a-Lago raid?
No, this was like Roger Stone that got raided. To go after, to have sycophantic press release this sort of classified, I don't even want to say classified, the unmasking of people like his Department of, Secretary of, what was it supposed to be? Flynn, that was coming in, right? That was unmasked illegally, was gone after. If he instead would have said, okay, I'll say that I've conceded the election, but all of my actions will suggest sabotaging the will of the people and the incoming president, including doing things like paying for information and having my FBI illegally spy on the incoming president. Would that have been preferable?
Well, I think that would be wrong behavior for sure, and there should be legal process. That would be a coup.
That would be a coup. That's what happened in 2016. And I don't recall hearing all of the people that talk about Trump being a threat to democracy saying anything. In fact, you could say, well, that was Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, not Joe Biden. Oh, no. When we see from the emails that it was actually Joe Biden himself that suggested going after Mike Flynn using the Logan Act, an act that's never been used to prosecute one American. And yet they used that as a precursor to... Again,
I was going to say, do you want to walk through this entire thing? Because I don't know much about it, and you could just lay it out to me, and we could go over it.
Sure, with the joke. Well, I could do it. Yeah, I know.
We were way off, but
I could do it in 1 minute.
It's my fault too. So
Logan Act says that a private citizen can't interact with a hostile nation, basically, right? So I can't go and talk to the government of North Korea and say, "Hey, we'll do this." I can't do that. And the idea was, think about it, like the revolution. You didn't want Benedict Arnold's shit like that, right? That's it's never been used to prosecute anyone, though. And so the argument was, because Mike Flynn was the incoming national security advisor, he was talking to his counterpart in Russia. And what he said was, when Barack Obama put sanctions on Russia, he said, hey, don't worry about it. When we come in, we'll try to rehash our relationship. And for that, Joe Biden, and meeting with Sidney Powell and Comey and Barack Obama in the White House, and they were like, how can we go after them? And Biden said, let's go after Flynn for the Logan Act, because they unmasked Flynn's name, which should have been unmasked, and then they went after him with the Logan Act. And Comey's admitted in testimony that they went after it. They basically tricked Flynn. They made it seem like he was just cooperating and wasn't the target of investigating, so he didn't have a lawyer there, right? And that's
was it because of Russia, or was it because of Turkey, though? Because I remember, I don't remember. With Flynn, was he?
Yes.
Wasn't he working with Turkey though? Right.
There were allegations. There were allegations later, but that's not why they investigated him initially. Okay. Right. There were allegations that business dealings he had in Turkey. They unmasked him, and then you pursued an FBI investigation of him with the Logan Act, and that's what they charged him with. This is in addition to Barack Obama and Joe Biden being the vice president's FBI illegally spying on presidential candidate Trump and then the president himself's team. Right?
Was it illegal for them to do that?
Yes. They've admitted as such in the IG report and the Durham report that the FISA warrants they got on Carter Page were illegal.
Oh, I mean, maybe they were. They could be. I'm skeptical of the FISA system for sure. So
the point is, Hillary Clinton, who claims, I conceded, what she did was, and by the way, what was in your own words, can you tell me, what was the Russia investigation into Trump's team? What were they investigating?
Well, they were investigating because a number of different Trump associates had, I believe, ties with the Russian government. And they even had a meeting at one point. And what allegedly would this meeting trying to do? Right? Because, like, you admit, you don't just investigate people for having associates. So what was the associates? What was the allegation? Right?
No, we don't.
If there's a specific claim relating to that.
What was the claim? What was the fear?
Well, I don't know exactly. This is like you're way more knowledgeable about this.
I'll say this. Sure. You tell me if you think I'm accurately representing. They were afraid that he was going to try to get dirt on Hillary from Russians.
Oh yeah, I think that was it. Yeah. Well, there might have been other stuff too. I don't know.
But that was one of the central claims that they said. Do you know how the FBI sought to prove that?
No.
By Hillary Clinton working and paying a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dushenko to get dirt on Trump. Dirt that happened to be misinformation. In other words,
I don't think that this. I don't think that any of this rises to the level so far, though.
It's way worse because the difference is the Democratic will of the people in the 2020 election. They got Joe Biden. Now, I think a lot have buyer's remorse, but neither here.
You got Trump too. What do you mean?
No, we didn't. We got 4 years. What was the biggest story in the country for 4 years?
Oh, you're going to say Russia.
Right. He was mired in investigation. His political capital was sapped from the day he stepped in the Hill. Right? Because all that mattered to the majority of the media, the majority of the narrative, and the ability for Trump to use his bully pulpit to get his agenda passed over and over and over was, he's an agent of Russia. He's being investigated as an agent of Russia. And then they said, he obstructed justice in our investigation into Russia. And then they said, we need to impeach him for that. We need to impeach him.
No, he wasn't impeached over that.
We need to impeach him for...
No, he wasn't impeached over that. He was impeached over Ukraine.
Right. He was impeached for phone
call to
Ukraine. Yeah, that's why he was
when he wanted Zelensky to announce an investigation into Biden in order to help him win the election.
Can you show me proof that it wasn't helping win the election?
Well, I don't know if that's mens rea, but presumably that would be the reason. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this: does that mean that if anybody who wants to do a quid pro quo that's in the executive branch using tax dollars to potentially benefit themselves, that's reason to have an investigation, possible impeachment?
Sure. Yeah.
That's what Biden did.
Oh, you're Hunter Biden laptop stuff. I've not researched that. It's entirely possible. Look, if he is guilty, then he should be impeached for that.
Isn't it odd that we see this stuff happen over and over again, and yet the FBI's reaction and all the investigators' reaction seem to be the exact opposite when it comes to the two sides. They're as careful as possible to protect one side, and they go after as strongly as possible.
Look, the House is controlled. The House is controlled by the Republicans right now. They can investigate if they want to.
It's not a matter of Republicans versus Democrat. It's a matter of establishment versus people that are seen as outside the establishment. It's the same reason they smeared Jill Stein as a pro-Russian asset. Jill Stein's more left-wing than Hillary Clinton.
Well,
she was smeared as
what do you mean? What do you mean? Louder Milk right now is doing his little January 6th thing, right?
And?
That's totally fine. That's over. Well, except I think he's been dishonest in some ways.
But
regarding the Ornato testimony, he misrepresented that to the public.
The point I'm trying to make is, like, it's clear that when it comes to the democratic will of
but they have sorry
when it comes to the democratic will of the people, they got Joe Biden. Whatever you want to talk about January 6th and everything, I think that I can make the case easily that there was a lot of they intentionally let it get out of hand. It was a riot that got out of hand. That's what the Democrats, the FBI wanted. They got executed. The Democrats, the FBI, and people that wanted Trump out of there, even people like Mitch McConnell, because they were able to use that to say, okay, now you're going to leave with your tail between your legs and you're not going to unclassify documents or release shit, blah, blah, blah. That's like, if you want, we can get into this debate if you want. So well,
we can schedule like a real debate on this.
I would be happy to do it. I would be happy to do it. I'll just say in general, I'll hit you up afterwards. We'll do that. But I'll just say in general, the guy that was in charge of the Capital City Police with protecting the police has a litany of reasons that he was screwed over, both leading up to January 6th when he was trying to get appropriate levels of security and on the day of January 6th, going straight to Nancy Pelosi's office.
Who was this? They said the Capitol Police. What's his name?
Sund. Stephen Sund, I believe is his name.
Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and notate this. Thanks. Well, did you saw though? I don't know if you want to go over this now. Do you saw the National Guard testimony about the delay?
The recent one?
Yeah, the one Loudermilk's commission ran, or
yes.
Not commission, but committee ran.
Yes.
Did you think anything in there was useful or interesting?
Yes.
I thought it was. I mean, it's interesting that they delayed it because they thought that the optics of having the troops in the Capitol would be bad. Though I don't think that I don't think it materially affects like the Trump case specifically with the charges. And,
of course, it does. It affects of what we're told.
Well, because he never.
It affects, like you could say,
right.
It doesn't affect the alternate electors thing, but it affects the perception that we've been told that January 6th was an insurrection, right? Because
go
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and you can shoot me down on this now if you want, but Trump still didn't call for the deployment of the National Guard.
Okay, what was Trump's advisors telling him?
Well, to call for the National Guard to be deployed,
that's
right?
not. That might have been what Mike Pence said, but the people that would you agree with me that Mike Pence
McCarthy said too, right?
Would you agree with me that McCarthy and Mike Pence don't know as much as, say, the lieutenant general that was the person that was allowed to give the thumbs up or down? When that guy says, no, don't do it, it would be bad for optics. You're saying Trump should have overrode him.
Wait, did he tell him that? On January 6th?
It doesn't matter if he told Trump specifically that. That's what Trump
was. Well, it does, though, right?
No, it doesn't, and let me tell you why, right? Because we don't expect presidents to have the minute details of entrusting security and setting up security. It's not like, Skyrim or something where you expect the president to have like one of those maps with like red and blue okay, we need security to come around the flank here, and then that's not what happened. He delegates that authority to professionals that are in charge of security. The professionals that were in charge of security, you had one begging the people he needed to over and over and over, can you please release the National Guard? Can you please do it? And they kept saying, no, it would look bad for optics. Those people were trying
so who was the one asking the National Guard to be deployed?
Stephen Sund, the Capital City Police Chief.
Okay. Well, and then Pelosi did too, right? But that was from New Jersey and Virginia, right?
That's not true. Pelosi's office, so here's how it works. Because the way the law is written, Stephen Sund does not have the ability to request the National Guard until he gets permission for one of three people. I forget who the third was, but two of them, and the ones that he had direct contact to, were the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate and of the House. The Sergeant-at-Arms under the Senate directly answered to Mitch McConnell. The Sergeant-at-Arms in the House directly answered to Nancy Pelosi. He asked, previous to January 6th, those groups, if he could have more National Guard people. He was told by Nancy Pelosi's Sergeant-at-Arms, we'll get back to that, we'll see. Then he went to Mitch McConnell's. As soon as he walked in and talked to I forget their names, I'm sorry I don't have them in front of me. As soon as he walked into Mitch McConnell's guy, he said he found it odd that Mitch McConnell's guy immediately was like, I don't know, let's see if we can come up with a different plan. He barely got the words out of his mouth before he was getting shot down. Months later, after January 6th, he had dinner with that same Sergeant-at-Arms under Mitch McConnell. He said, just curious, when I showed up, how'd you already have an answer prepared? He said, because the Sergeant-at-Arms under Nancy Pelosi called me and said, Nancy won't stand for it. Find some way to shut him down. So Nancy Pelosi, before January 6th, specifically told the people that would have ultimately been able to give the thumbs up down to the request of the National Guard no. Then on the day of January 6th, Nancy Pelosi, Sergeant-at-Arms, testified that the first time he got the call from Stephen Sund, he gave the go-ahead to request the National Guard. Stephen Sund says, that's a lie. I have the phone records that show that I called him 14 times.
Sund is saying that Pelosi lied or the Sergeant-at-Arms lied?
The Sergeant-at-Arms lied when he testified that the first time it was requested on the day of January 6th, he gave him. Sund has the records to show that that's not true. He called him 14 times and was denied 13 times until the 14th time. At that point, once it was accepted, it was once they'd already got to the steps of the Capitol and began the breach, which is exactly the narrative that the Democrats wanted. Only then did they say, okay, now we can stop this. But up until then, the person that answered directly to Nancy Pelosi, who made sure that the National Guard wasn't deployed before January 6th, continued to make sure that they weren't deployed on January 6th. Then, Stephen Sund was able to make the phone call that he needed to make to a host of people, including Muriel Bowser was on the line, and I forget the name of the lieutenant general from the Army that answered directly to the CIA that he needed to get the thumbs up. He desperately requests the National Guard, and the lieutenant general says, nah, I don't think it would look good for optics. So this is the narrative that we're supposed to believe. These career military and security professionals thought that there was a coup about to overthrow the United States government, but decided preventing it would optically look bad, so they allowed it to occur. And what I'm told is, don't look at any of that. There's nothing to see there. Instead, solely blame Donald Trump because he should have overruled the wishes
Well, he didn't overrule them, though, because he never talked to them to begin with.
Why would he? You would assume the people you've delegated.
Well, because he was watching it on television.
So?
So you don't think that he's watching the coup on television?
Was Nancy Pelosi watching it? Was Nancy Pelosi watching it? Was her surgeon?
She was living it, right?
So was McCarthy. Was her Sergeant-at-Arms?
Who called Trump and told him?
Was her Sergeant-at-Arms?
Well, presumably they were there.
He kept telling Stephen Sund, I have to run it up the chain. Up the chain was to Nancy Pelosi. So if Nancy Pelosi,
Pelosi did call the National Guard, though, right? She called Governor Northam and Larry Hogan, right?
After 2:00, once it had been going on for hours, right? So for 2 hours, the Sergeant-at-Arms under Nancy Pelosi kept saying, I have to talk to my boss, who's Nancy Pelosi. And for 2 hours, he kept saying, nah, we can't do it. I got to talk to my boss. Now, you admit that Nancy Pelosi was living the coup. So for some reason, either the Sergeant-at-Arms or Nancy Pelosi watched the coup happen live and were like, nah, we're not going to send the National Guard. Then a lieutenant general, who's a military person, also watched the coup happen live for hours and said, nah, we're not going to deploy the National Guard. And you have no question there. There's no question of, wait a minute, why did they allow this coup to occur? But what we're told is Trump should have went outside of them. He should have not relied to the people that he tasked with security and said, I will make the unilateral decision myself. And you know what we would be talking about?
Well, I mean, yeah, because he's the president of the United States.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Yeah. Okay, would you say the same with Benghazi? Did you say the same? Regardless,
I don't know enough of the details about Benghazi.
I just want to be clear. Anytime a military action goes wrong or a security action goes wrong, you say the president should have intervened and know that he shouldn't have trusted his generals.
Well, they were there because he sent them there. They were his crowd.
What does that matter? What's that have to do with anything? He told them to be peaceful. He wanted them to.
Yeah, he did say peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
That's right.
I don't think that really matters, though. I think that his intentions were very clear.
It's his actual work. What were his intentions?
Well, I think his intentions were to delay the certification of the vote so that he could remain president, and so that Mike Pence would overthrow out the electors.
So do you think Mike Pence didn't have enough time to make up his mind? That's what Trump thought?
I think Mike Pence did make up his mind. Mike Pence decided that President Trump was acting in an illegal manner and that he wouldn't go along with it.
All right.
And that's what he told the president.
So then how would the delay have helped? Do you think in Trump's head he was like, oh, well, if I just force Mike Pence to have 40 more minutes to think about it, then he'll change his mind?
I don't know. I can't say why he's
right. That's odd. So we don't look at.
But he didn't call off the mob either, even though he was specifically told.
He did tell them. He did. So he
well, eventually, right?
So when you look at the timeline, it turns out that there wasn't much violence actually at all that occurred until people started to breach, particularly a specific tunnel. In fact, the most amount of violence you could see is things like people pushing signs at cops and things like that.
Well, no, they broke through the barricades during the speech, even at the ellipse, right?
But that's not necessarily active violence, just going through barricades. If that's the case,
well, they knocked out one of the officers.
Who?
What's her name? The woman who testified.
The female
officer.
let's say that's true. Let's say that's true, that a officer got knocked out. Would you say that that's enough to declare something a riot or a coup? One officer being knocked out? Because what I'm telling you is if you look at the actual footage that day, the actual amounts of violence was pretty benign compared to what we see with most political protests that the police are involved with. And what we saw was we actually saw rubber bullets and tear gas being shot from police into an almost entirely peaceful crowd as a precursor to when things started to get violent. So imagine that we had the pro-Palestinian protesters, particularly on college campuses that we've seen, most of which I'll say, even if they were trespassing, destroying property, etc., most of them I think it's being blown out of proportion. I don't fucking like these people, let's be clear, but I think it's being blown out of proportion at how violent they've been. I don't think they've been particularly violent. But let's say we replace that situation with how the cops acted and all of a sudden just started fucking maliciously shooting rubber bullets and tear gas right in their faces. How do you think that would end?
It was Caroline Edwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time did she get hit?
I don't remember. I think she was on the bike rack line though, but I don't know what exactly. I think she was one of the very first.
Okay.
I believe, but again, don't just.
I'm not saying there wasn't any acts of violence. I'm not, but that's different than saying like I don't think.
But that was during the speech though.
Okay.
Well, she might have been knocked out like slightly after the speech, I guess.
Okay, but your argument is Trump should have spoke up because he saw what was happening, and now you're like it happened during the speech or right after, which presumably Trump wouldn't have directly seen.
Well, he didn't. Trump didn't find out specifically about the violence until he returned to the Capitol itself, and he was informed at. I'll probably pull up the exact timestamp here. Sorry, these are super big documents I've written up.
No, it's totally cool.
Okay, so after the ellipse, Trump wanted to go to the Capitol originally, right? He wanted to go there with his supporters, but the Secret Service wouldn't let him.
Okay.
And then... Did I not write the timestamp in my internal notes? No fucking way. Okay, well, it's when he returned to the Capitol, the White House photographer... When was the photograph taken? Remember the last photograph that day of Trump from the White House photographer? It was that photograph is when he found out upon returning to the Capitol.
Okay. All right. What do you know what time that is? The general idea?
No, it was. Yeah, no, I don't. Sorry.
So he tweeted it. Let's fucking military time. Here we go. 19 minus 5 is 14. So he tweeted at 2:38. Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of the country. Stay peaceful. Then roughly a half hour.
He knew. Yeah, he knew. That was after he knew already.
So how long did he know?
35 minutes. I wrote that down at least. 35. So 35 minutes. He asked. I'm asking everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful.
So
no
35
violence,
minutes after he was first made aware of violence, he tweeted
Yes.
out and asked people to be peaceful.
Yeah.
Okay, and your argument...
Well, to remain peaceful, right, after he knew that they weren't. And he was informed by his staff, because several of his staffers have testified that they didn't think that was adequate.
I'll tell you this. This is what I'm 99%... I don't know you very well, but I'm 99% certain this is what would be happening. If Trump would have deployed the National Guard, right, and something bad would have happened, what you would have heard was a massive Democratic media campaign that you would have parroted, that would have said Trump is a tyrant. He tried to utilize the National Guard in a coup to maintain power. He was the people around him before January 6th and people in charge of security on January 6th knew that it would be a terrible idea to deploy the National Guard. Trump refused to take their advice and went outside the scope. He has no knowledge of being a security professional, and yet he wanted the signal clearly when all of these people were saying, don't deploy the Guard, it'll be bad for optics, and Trump went over their heads and deployed them. The signal to the National Guard, it doesn't matter the words he said, the signal to the Guard was, you are my Praetorian Guard. Keep me in power.
No, it would depend on what he exactly ordered them to do. But
that is exactly what the narrative would have been. Exactly.
Maybe some people would have said that. That's not how I would have approached it.
I guarantee you would have, because that's what CNN would have said. That's what the New York Times would have said. That's what Democrats would have been saying for the past 4 years. That's what they would have been saying. That's what they were saying before. If Trump would have deployed the National Guard before January 6th, would you have said that was him?
No,
being authoritarian.
No, not necessarily. No, it would depend on what he deploys them to do, right?
What does that mean?
Like if he deployed them to like take over the Capitol, then like obviously
how would we know?
To guard the Capitol.
Let me ask you this: how would we know what his intent was to what he meant when he deployed them? How would we know?
Well, we can't like read his mind, right?
Right.
But we'd be able to determine based on like the actions he took on that day. Yes.
How so?
In the lead up to that day.
How so?
Well, because like, what are the guards people doing, right? Are they there to like protect the Capitol, or are they there to arrest Pelosi?
So he suggested having them there to protect people at the Capitol, and they said, "Oh, this is him."
Well, he didn't do that, to be clear.
Well, it's part of what he said. He wanted it to remain peaceful. He was afraid prior, like happened over and over, that I'm sure people like you didn't speak up much about, that when we had right-wing protests or right-wing groups, what happened was the left would come and beat the shit out of them, like happened in Portland over and over. Then what happens is the right starts to fight back and the right gets arrested. And so he, like many others, thought there's going to be a lot of left-wing agitators that show up here, so I want an adequate security force to make sure shit doesn't get out of hand. They were told, no, that would be terrible for optics.
Well, no, he never requested that.
That's not true. He did.
No, you're talking about you're talking about that's from the Loudermilk story.
It's
that's
not the Loudermilk story, right?
Tony Ornato. So why don't you lay out what you think happened? Because I looked into this myself and I thought it was a lie.
Trump requested before January 6th, when he was in a meeting like the 4th or the 5th, he requested that National Guard troops be deployed because he was worried that there was going to be conflict between left-wing agitators and his supporters. He didn't officially... Go ahead.
What's your source for that? Just so...
I believe I read it in the Sun things. There were people that testified to the case that they heard that.
Well, no, so I think for the testimony you're talking about, like, I think Tony Ornato testified that he overheard a conversation between what's his name? Was it Meadows? The Secretary of Staff?
Yeah, it's Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff. So Meadows he said he overheard a conversation with Mark Meadows and was it the mayor? Was it Muriel Bowser?
Yes.
And that he overheard Meadows say, "Is everything in place? Do you need more guard?" or something like that? Or I don't remember exactly what was said. We can probably just pull it up. But this.
So just like leading Nancy Pelosi's rejections, I could prove, at least from this USA Today article, that she's full of shit. But for example,
I'll link you something too.
No record request. This is from the USA Today. A government memo about the events leading up to January 6th, statements from Pelosi's office and the Pentagon, and testimony from the former House Sergeant at Arms show that Trump did not request 10,000 troops ahead of the rally. Drew Hamill, Pelosi's spokesperson, told USA Today that Pelosi's office was not consulted or contacted regarding any request for the National Guard ahead of January 6th. And he noted the Speaker of their House does not have the power to reject that request. Well, that's a lie. Stephen Sund has it on record, the Capital City Police, that he directly requested. And that he was told specifically by the Sergeant at Arms under Mitch McConnell that it was Nancy Pelosi herself that said, no, we can't have the National Guard. So when Nancy Pelosi denies this and says, no, there was never any request, she's lying. That's a lie. And unless Sund's lying, who has documentation to back up his claims.
No, Sund requested the Guard before the violence, I assume?
Sund requested
the Guard. Days in advance?
Yes.
Okay.
And Sund talks about other things. He says anytime there's a potential rally that's going to occur in places like D.C., they have these interagency meetings where they have like basically running through scenarios of how to protect the White House, how to protect the Capitol. In this time, it was incredibly laxed. In fact, he wasn't given the actual security. We see all these trials of the Proud Boys that say that there were inside sources that were telling the FBI that there was an impending coup, that they were going to attempt to overthrow the government, and that the FBI was aware about it. Yet they didn't share that information with any of the people tasked with defending the Capitol. They shared it with his intelligence, the person under him, I forget her name, and she got... Go ahead.
Who specifically?
The woman that they shared it with?
Yeah. Or you can just link to me later if you have it, or we can talk about it. We can do a follow-up discussion if you don't have it, but I'll link you this too. This is the National Guard thing. This is why I was pretty certain that this was not true about the National Guard, but you can look it over at your own convenience since it's pretty long.
Yeah, you could send it.
Anyway, do you anything else? I'll let you get the last word in here, and then we can move back to Gamergate.
Sure. The point I'm trying to make is what we're told. It's just nonsensical. It was a riot that got out of hand. We're told that Trump should not have trusted the people he tasked with security, that he should have went outside that and said, "Now I have the ultimate authority," even though we were told by everyone that looked into this that it would be bad for optics for Trump to declare this, but Trump should have, without consulting them and against their wishes, go ahead and deployed it. But we can't question why the people who actually know about security were rejecting it while simultaneously saying it was a coup. Can you give me any good reason, and other than pure ignorance? And we're assuming these people aren't purely ignorant because their career is, it's not like me or you. Like, I couldn't tell you the first fucking thing about protecting a building. Like, I don't know, right? So you could say, yeah, I could see how Rob would make that mistake because he's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know anything. But Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant General, they know about this stuff. Can you give me any reason that they had these two beliefs simultaneously? Oh my God, there's a coup occurring that might overthrow the government, but let's not deploy the National Guard because it'll look bad for optics. Can you give me any reason?
Are you saying that did they make that decision before, though? Because you said the Sun made the requests prior to the violence.
There's two instances going on. There is prior to January 6th, right? And we can talk about that. I would
say that there's no reason. I would say so.
No. But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying on the day of January 6th, you already said everybody's watching the TV or they're living it. They see that this coup's going on. That's the language they've used since then as well. Oh my God, an attempt to overthrow the government. They see that, and then they have the guy who's charged with defense going, my God, deploy the National Guard. And they go, nah. Can you explain
I think because they had a reasonable concern that it would look bad to have troops in the Capitol.
So your argument is they simultaneously believed a coup was occurring that could overthrow the government, but thought that the optics of how bad it would look on camera to have the troops there outweighed preventing the coup. That's your argument.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, I think there were different competing actors who had different ideas of that, right? That
doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't.
What do you mean? Because Pelosi did call the National Guard. I don't have the exact time. You said it was 2 p.m. You said it was 2 p.m.
That's when the Sergeant at Arms finally gave the go-ahead.
No. When she called...
I have no idea. What I do know is this. According to Stephen's son, the Sergeant at Arms that answers directly to Nancy Pelosi kept telling him over and over, I have to run it up the chain of command. The only person ahead of him on the chain of command was Nancy Pelosi. He was repeatedly denied until around, I believe, 2 p.m. At that point, things had already gotten out of hand. So unless you're saying, and I don't believe this is the case, I'm pretty sure that the much ballyhooed call by Nancy Pelosi was after that point. And so what I'm telling you is...
It could have been. I don't know the exact time.
The entire point was that this was set up from the get-go to intentionally get out of hand so that it could be used as a narrative by Democrats and establishment people to say, see, Trump is a threat to democracy, he must be removed. The same people that had no problem with the actual threat to democracy that actually impeded the duly elected president and his agenda when they used the FBI to illegally target him for 4 years. Same people. Didn't have much to say about the illegal weaponization of the FBI by the Democratic Party, and then all of a sudden, mysterious. And I'm sorry, people could have differences of opinions. I think that anyone who's looking at this remotely objectively, if you took the name Trump out of it, if you took the name Pelosi, if you took the name Biden, and you just put it in a fictional country or a country that people don't know much about, and you said, so these dudes that were tasked with protecting is their number one goal, protecting the government, they're looking there and going, this is unprecedented in our country. My God, the enemies are...
It is unprecedented.
The enemies are...
I think you get the last word in, but...
The enemies are at the gate. They're about to overthrow the government. We have the ability to stop them, but it would look bad if we stopped them, so we're not going to do it. That doesn't pass the smell test.
I would say
that is absurd.
Well, I would say that the mob was more or less under control by the Capitol Police by the time that they
by 2:00.
Well, 2:00. I don't remember the exact times.
That's when Stephen's son says he was finally given the okay. Like 1:55 or something like that. He was given the okay by the Sergeant at Arms to request the National Guard. You think it was under control by then?
By 2:00 when they get permission? I don't know. I'd have to look at the exact times.
Okay, but again, you seem to be quite certain that when Trump got back, he was looking in real time at violence.
He was, because he was watching it on television.
What time was that?
He was informed by his staff.
What time was that?
Okay, let's pull it up. I hope I have that in the notes. I kind of did a really brief timeline I created on my own for another debate I did. You can watch that if you want. You'll probably learn all this stuff I'm going to say. Yeah, I'll link it to you later. All right. So an hour and... So let's see. Man, I really need to go through here and edit the timeline and put the exact timestamps. So it's 35 minutes after he learned about the Capitol being breached, just when he made that tweet. We went over that. And then an hour and 4 minutes later, 3 hours after being informed of the attack, he made the Rose Garden video.
But that doesn't give me
he released the Rose Garden video.
That doesn't give me the time.
Well, when did the attack start exactly? Because it was 3 hours after.
I don't know.
Roughly.
I don't know. It depends.
But he made the Rose Garden video, according to my note, roughly 3 hours after being informed. Is when he told them to go home.
That doesn't help me, right? Because what you're making a very Goldilocks type time frame. You're saying at 2:00 when they finally gave the okay to send the National Guard. Well,
I didn't say 2.
Okay, well, that's when the okay was finally given to send the request up the chain by Nancy Pelosi, Sergeant at Arms. You're like, well, whenever that was, things were probably dealt with by that point.
Well, that would be my assumption. Because the attack did fail, right? And they didn't. The National Guard, they lost because the Trump people went home, right? His supporters, they went home because he told them to. It was the 3 hour mark.
Again,
it wasn't the National Guard that stopped them.
Again, I don't think you're getting the... We're having a discussion on how people could say, there is a coup about to overthrow the government. We have the ability to stop it, but we're not going to because we think it would look bad for optics. How does those two beliefs make sense?
I think that the military
and your answer was, well, at that point, probably because the National Guard wasn't needed because things had been taken care of. That call was...
And they'd already been...
That call was at 1:55. And so I say, now, wait a minute. You seem to suggest that the reason Trump's culpable is because once he got back to the White House, in real time, the violence was rampant. Now, if he got back to the White House around 2:00, say, which is around the same time this call was occurring, then your statements seem to be in grotesque conflict with each other. On one hand, we didn't need the National Guard because things were taken care of, but on the other hand, Trump was witnessing a coup in real time, simultaneously at the same time. It seems like you're playing fast and loose with the timeline.
Well, I think there's just different actors who have different... Again, I don't know about the Sun stuff specifically. I can't comment on that. But I think the military, I think that they're deeply concerned about being perceived as being political and interfering with the political process. They are deeply concerned about optics.
So?
What? Right? Because that's their motive, right?
Okay, so just to be clear, then,
to be politically motivated.
Just to be clear, then we would expect similar amounts of military people to push back afterwards when the National Guard was deployed to D.C.
Maybe it would depend. I don't know.
But that didn't happen.
An alternate reality. We don't know how that would have played out.
It's just, I mean, I can't believe, you seem reasonable in many things. I can't believe that you could believe that. I mean, again, you're saying it was a coup. The military people are saying it's a coup, that there was literally a danger of our entire country being overthrown by violent people who make...
Again, I think it's a lazy coup, right? It's the kind of coup I'd expect Trump to create.
Do you think one of the reasons Trump should have acted was because there was a reasonable expectation that mob could have hurt senators?
Members of Congress, yes.
Okay, so in other words, you would believe,
and the vice president. So
you would believe that the sergeant at arms, the Capital City Police Chief, the lieutenant generals that were all tasked with defense and looking at this would have came to the same conclusion as you.
I'm not sure that they didn't, right?
Okay, well, they say that they came to that conclusion, that they thought it was a coup. That's what they say. That's what all of them have said. And yet, simultaneously, while they think that this mob may go in, overthrow the government, harm members of Congress, they're like, nah, we can't stop them because it would look bad.
Well, again, it depends on who specifically, right?
Okay, Lieutenant General, Sergeant at Arms.
Well, I don't know about the Sergeant at Arms. So the Sergeant at Arms and Lieutenant General are two different people, right? They might have different ideas and different motives.
I don't understand. So I just want to be clear. Your argument is that our military reasonably would have the interest of looking bad ahead of preventing the assassination of members of Congress and stopping the overthrow of our government. No,
That's not
horseshit.
super unreasonable.
It is
But
incredibly unreasonable.
Trump could have ordered them at any point, though, right? He didn't.
So they could have ordered.
He could have also called the mob off. Why didn't he just call them off?
He did at 2:30. He told them to be peaceful.
Well, so he called them off 3 hours later, though.
So, if Trump's
You don't think that's weird? That he's watching it on television?
No, I don't
he's
think.
using
I don't
the
think
opportunity
it's,
to call. He's
Nope.
using the opportunity. Sorry, Rudy Giuliani is using the opportunity to call members of Congress to try to get them to not throw out the vote, and then he's
Correct.
telling McCarthy, right? He's telling McCarthy that it was Antifa supporters going after him.
Yep.
Don't think that that's a little bit weird? And he's telling, well, this was before, but he told Mike Pence that he's too honest. Like, what does this mean? Why did he call him that?
What is that? What is saying, Mike Pence?
Let's
go by these one by one.
If Trump thought that he was the honest one and won,
I'll tell you what I
won
think.
the election.
This is
Why
what
would
I
he tell
think.
him that?
I think Donald Trump thinks that he lost the election. I think that's absolutely clear. I think that the day of January 6th, he saw this as one of the last-ditch opportunity to finally get his challenge heard, right? And he thought that the legal way to do that was to have an alternate slate of electors that would have caused a pause. This, for example, has happened previously. I believe in Hawaii this happened once, where there was a challenge to the election, and an alternate slate of electors was passed, and ultimately it was successful because it delayed then the certification until there was a recount. And it turned out that
was different though.
Why?
Because that was a law that was within the laws of the United States, right? There were actually two competing slates, were there not in Hawaii? I don't know all the details.
Yeah, there were two competing slates, right?
Right, but those were lawful slates.
What makes them lawful as opposed to unlawful?
Well, it was certified by the wasn't it certified by the legislature, the Hawaii legislature,
No.
or the Secretary of State, or whoever it was?
I believe the recount finished before the official certification occurred. But
so they never recertified the new ones.
I think
ever.
I'm not exactly sure. It doesn't matter. The reason that
it does matter, right?
Why?
Because that would be the lawful process that you follow. Whereas,
Okay, so
having
show me the
break
law.
into the Capitol at 3 a.m. or whatever, because
No one's
remember they did,
suggesting,
right?
No one's suggesting. No one's
electors.
suggesting that the act of breaking into the Capitol is what's lawful or unlawful. We're talking about the alternate slate of electors.
The fake electors broke into the building. So in some cases, not all cases.
What does that have anything to do? The question we have is this: we're talking about.
We're
talking about at this moment. Donald Trump feels that the reason he's got these alternate slate of electors planned is that will cause an investigation into the elections that he thinks were things that were done fraudulently that stole the election from him. That's his belief. When he says, then, hey, Pence, first off, I think it's funny. I think it's very funny when Trump says things that are clear cut. You're like, I don't believe his words. If he says be peaceful, it's clear he didn't mean be peaceful. But when he says be honest, you have no problem then looking and saying, that means he's intuiting that he's dishonest, and therefore Pence is honest. I'll tell you what he was saying with be honest was that Mike Pence is the type of dude that's like, look, no, I'm going to go with the slate of electors that the time for challenges has ended. That's it. And Trump disagreed. It wasn't that Trump was saying you're too honest in the sense of why won't you lie to help me? He was saying you're too honest and that you're just too by the book. This is the way it's going to go. That's what he was saying. Now, Trump was dicking around probably all day with Rudy Giuliani and others trying to do everything they could because they thought this was the last effort to have any sort of legal challenge to the election. And he probably thought that, like most of the times, that his supporters were generally mostly peaceful. And if there was some sort of violence, it wasn't that bad, considering we just seen a summer of violence over and over, including an attack on the White House, which Democrats seem to think was perfectly fine and reasonable. It's just part of the democratic process. That's what they thought. And so he probably thought, not my place. We have people tasked with security. They'll deal what's needed. Then he kept getting harangued, so he sends a tweet out. It's like, look, don't be violent. The police are on our side. Support the police. Then a half hour later, he sets another one out. Right. Then at that point, the narrative, and you could see this from once it was clear that the narrative was going to become, this was an insurrection, this was a violent coup. Then at that point, he's like, I think this is a criticism you could make of Trump. I think ultimately the reason he spoke out about it was because of the optics of it. That's why he eventually is like, go home, because he realized, oh shit, this is going to be used to play again. And this is something you wouldn't know this as a left winger. As a right winger, it's something we have to know, that every opportunity for us to be labeled as violent during the protest process will be taken. There will be influence, just like the Gretchen Whitmer stuff, just like we're finding out that there were all sorts of agencies that had plants in the crowd of January 6th. They will do anything possible to smear us as violent. It's the exact opposite in the left. Even if there is actual violence, it's mostly peaceful. People sue when they're involved in riots. They sue the city of New York and they end up millionaires because they were unlawfully detained in the process of a. So that's what was going on, and it's what all of this. What comes down to is what we're being suggested is that military and security professionals thought that there was an ongoing coup and prevented the National Guard from being deployed because they thought it was more important to not look bad than to stop the overthrow of the government. They're not to blame, but Trump is to blame because he should have went over their heads. And trust us, the very people that were so worried about optics then wouldn't have been concerned about optics had Trump did that. It's nonsense.
So I just want to understand your perspective on this. So the military and security professionals thought that there was an ongoing coup, but they were also worried about the optics. And the best evidence for this is that Pelosi, up the chain of command, right? Up the chain of command will be Pelosi. Did he actually say Pelosi, or did he just say up the chain of command?
He said up the chain of command, which, to be clear, Sun said there was only one person in the chain of command, and that was Pelosi.
So it would have to be Pelosi then?
Correct.
Okay, unless there was some reason to doubt the testimony or for some reason. But I'm not saying that there is.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So military and security professionals thought there was an ongoing coup, but they were worried about the optics. And so because of that, they decided not to act until 2 o'clock.
No, let's be clear. They still didn't act at 2. There were several steps of this, right? Before Sun could contact the military, the National Guard, he had to get permission. So at around 1:55, he finally gets permission from Nancy Pelosi, Sergeant at Arms. Then he gets on a call at 2:37, which Lieutenant General Pyatt's on, Mario Bowser's on, and a bunch of other people. So I know this sounds crazy, but the first barrier is permission to request. The second barrier is to request. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So all this delay was just the permission to request. Then at 2:37, he actually gets to call the relevant people and request. No one speaks up except Lieutenant General Pyatt, who says at 2:37, I don't think we should deploy them. It would look bad for optics. Now, you may question the veracity of which side is telling the truth of what really happened, but know this, Sun presented as evidence not only people that agreed with him that were in the room that said that they heard his end of the call, but also the records of the phone calls themselves. So, for example, it can't be true that the Sergeant at Arms under Pelosi said that the first call was the call at 1:55 that granted him, and that Stephen Sun has a record of 14 calls that went out. If Sun has that record, that proves that the other guy's lying, correct?
So he has a record of 14 calls that went out, and who's lying then it proves. So I was trying to take notes too. And
if the Sergeant at Arms says I was only called once, and the other guy says I made 14 calls, here's the records. Which one's lying?
And he has the phone records.
Correct.
He actually shows them, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Probably he's lying, yes.
Okay, why would you lie? If this is all innocent, why would you lie? Why would the Sergeant at Arms lie? If it was just we were really concerned about optics. We thought that there was a coup, but for some reason...
Well, I don't know if the Sergeant at Arms was concerned about optics. I know that the military... again, I'm not seeing the latest testimony. I've only seen the very beginning of the latest testimony and read some articles about it. So I don't know all that happened within the latest National Guard testimony, other than what I read. And what I read was that they were concerned about the optics. But I think that was the military that was concerned, right? That was because one of the National Guard's people said that one of the you probably know more about it than me, this specific part at least. Didn't one of the National Guard's people testify recently, like that one of the commission members or the Department of the Inspector General's report for the DOD that one of the people had misled the Inspector General?
I don't know. Say again.
Okay. That one of the military officials had misled the Inspector General.
There was an accusation.
But what was that? I don't
remember the specific, but I know you had you had all sorts of people, a guy by the name of Matthews that was in the office spoke up and said that both Pyatt and Flynn were misleading when they said that they never said for optics they didn't want it deployed. A more important question is, okay, so you say, all right, fine, we have evidence that the military guy in the middle of a coup decided that optics was more important than preventing the coup. I already find that to be an astounding claim. And I don't understand how that's not the biggest story in the country. But fine, let's broach from that. And you say, but we don't have proof that the reason that the sergeant of arms was not accepting the request was optics. Can you give me another argument as to what it may have been if it wasn't optics?
I think it was optics for them, if that's what they testified to, right?
Well, I don't know. You're claiming no. I don't know if they ever specifically said optics. It's clear that that's what Sun's implying.
Well, that's what I think. That's what the new Loudermilk testimony with the National
He even
Guard.
said, by the way, the sergeant at arms name's Paul Irving, right? So you're saying Loudermilk testified with the sergeant?
No, Loudermilk is the representative who...
Right. The National Guard member testified that Paul Irving said optics? I don't think so. I thought he said that was coming from...
he said that it was a military member.
Correct.
It was someone within the DOD.
So you made the distinction, right? I said that there were two people. There was the denial of the permission to request, and then there was the denial of the request. And you said, well, the denial of the request was a military guy that was concerned with optics, but we don't know that's why the sergeant of arms denied the permission. And I said,
right. I sorry if I said that, I misspoke. Then
okay.
I don't know. I don't know. So
I mean, again, I don't see, like, to me, I don't see how in any world, like, let's say let me choose my words carefully here. It seems to beggar belief that there could be people that legitimately think that security professionals, again, and the reason I say security professionals is, all I mean by that is, this isn't a McDonald's worker that doesn't know. This is military.
A member of the military.
This is members of the military. This is
they're loyal to the Constitution.
The sergeant of arms whose core duty is protecting the Capitol. That's the number one duty of the sergeant at arms. They watch what you say is an ongoing coup, which you say is potentially harmful to members of Congress, this mob. They've testified as much, that they thought it was a coup. The entire Democrat narrative is it was blatantly a coup. In fact, that's why we criticized Donald Trump. He blatantly watched this.
Well, that's not the Democrat narrative, though, right? That's actually like what happened.
Okay, fine. That's your interpretation. That's fine. Great, you make my case for me. So then I don't want you to wiggle out and say, well, maybe the sergeant at arms didn't think the threat was that severe. Maybe
I didn't know the sergeant at arms' name. I don't know what Irving. Yes.
Yeah. You're not going to weasel out. You just said that's the truth. It clearly was a coup. Okay, great. That helps my case even more. So they saw this occurring, and they have the guy that's tasked with security going, please let me get the National Guard. And they're like, nah, for optics. That's insane. That's insane that you believe that. But the question I have, if I operate in that world, that's somehow a possibility, the question I have to you is, if the Democrats are concerned about this insurrection, why wasn't there the immediate investigation and public lambasting of these officials who chose optics over preventing the violent overthrow of the United States government? Why wasn't that a big part of the January 6th narrative? The committee.
I don't know if there was this, like, see, I'm not sure I necessarily buy, though, that there was this, because I have not looked into it myself yet, the Stephen Sund and Paul Irving, that there was a attempt to stop this. I do think that there was, if the latest testimony about for the National Guard people is true, I think that there might have been concern from the military specifically, but I don't know if I buy that you're. No offense.
Okay, no, that's fair. Two questions then. If I'm right that this is what Sun, I can send you the links if you want. If I'm right that that's what Sun testified to, right? Then what would your answer be if I am right?
If he testified, what specifically?
If it is true that he repeatedly called Paul Irving and was not given permission to request, right? If that's true, and Paul Irving lied about it and said, no, I gave the answer the first time. Now what's your answer?
Before, made the request during or before, just so we're clear. On January 6th or before?
We're only talking about the day of January 6th. So, yes, It is also true that Paul Irving denied the request previous to January 6th, but we're talking specifically on January 6th. Paul Irving sees a coup, violent, bloodthirsty, potentially killing members of Congress, potentially overthrowing the government. He sees it. He gets the call from the guy in charge of security. He says, please let me request the National Guard. He says, I got to run up the chain. Let me get it back to you. If that happened, I know you're saying I don't believe that happened. Fair enough. I
don't know if
that's fair. That's fair. If it did happen, now what's your answer?
I would have to learn why.
Okay, they're probably going to say optics. Now what's your answer?
If they do say, I don't know. It's a complicated thing because you don't want to have troops in the Capitol necessarily. It would be unprecedented.
So it's irrelevant. So the facts are.
Be...
So I don't even understand why you're arguing this point then, because your point, because correct me if I'm wrong, and the audience could correct me if I'm wrong too. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it. You can tell me if I am. It seems that you keep making this distinction, and the distinction is, for the sergeant at arms to deny that request is one thing, but for the military guy to do it, well we sort of understand that because
it is different.
But wait, let me finish. For the military guy to do it, we understand, because for a military guy, optics is important. But then when I press you and I'm like, okay, if I send you this evidence, right, about Paul Irving, right, what will you say then? And you're like, well, he's also concerned about optics. So it's the same argument.
Could be. I don't know. You said that would be like probably the reason, right?
Yeah.
That he would be concerned too.
Well, all we know is that he's lied. That's all we know. So he didn't give an answer because he lied. And it doesn't seem the January 6th committee is that interested. Let me put it this way. Someone's lying. They're under oath. They're lying to the committee. One guy's saying, I called over and over and continue to be told, we got to wait. I got to run it up the chain of command. The other guy's saying, as soon as I was called, I gave it. That's a lie. Now if we're really concerned with getting to the bottom of January 6th, you would admit that's something that needs to be hashed out.
Sure. It would need to be investigated for sure.
Why didn't they?
Did they not?
They did not. In fact,
they never investigated the law enforcement's response.
That's correct. And Stephen Sun has said reportedly.
Well, no, they did though, right? There's a whole fucking section of the document.
Okay, then show me the section. What's it say about that discrepancy?
Well, I've not read that far yet. So.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what it says about that discrepancy. Bupkis. Doesn't say anything. It doesn't say. We have two people that are literally saying the opposite thing. He repeatedly didn't give me permission, and the other saying, as soon as he asked, I gave permission. And they never said, this is the one we think was telling the truth. They just let it go. In fact, Stephen Sun said it was like pulling teeth to request that he even be allowed to come and testify in front of the committee. He still says, he's still going in front of committees talking about how shady this all is. So why didn't they get to the bottom of it? And it's frustrating, right? Because I think you're a reasonable person, right? I'm enjoying this conversation thoroughly. I don't know if you can tell, but I like someone who actually looked into like the specific details and stuff like that. But what frustrates me is oftentimes this is what happens. You get to the end, right? And it's like, okay, so these security professionals think there's about to be an overthrow of the government, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to stop it because of optics. And I think that like 99.9% of any attempted objective person in the world would say, that's fucked up. That doesn't make any sense. That's bullshit. And you just take it like, well, yeah, that's the way military people are.
I don't know if it's like materially relevant. Like why Irving denied the request?
Why wouldn't that be relevant?
He denies the request. Because I think what matters to me is like why Donald Trump is why he's lying about the election.
Right. See, that's
and then why he's sending his people to the Capitol, and why he doesn't seem to care that they're armed. Right. He says that they're not here to hurt him. And then he sends them to the Capitol, and then he doesn't call them off for several hours, even though he knows that they're being violent. And he doesn't take any action to notify any law enforcement agency or National Guard or anybody to try and stop this mob that he sent to the Capitol. And he's sending the fake electors. I think that's wrong too. I think it's wrong that he's trying to do like the Friday Night Massacre or Saturday Night Massacre, where he's trying to replace everybody at the DOJ. Because there was going to be, remember, they all threatened to mass resign if he appointed Clark, right? I think that's highly inappropriate behavior for him to be doing. And I also
he can't appoint his own respectfully.
He can appoint. He legally has the authority to appoint Jeffrey Clark. But the reason he wants to do so, right, is because everyone else at the Department of Justice tells him that he lost the election, they're all threatening to resign if he appoints Jeffrey Clark, the one person, a low-level employee.
Let me. I think I have a good judge of character and understanding where people come. Let me tell you what I think your politics are. So I know we haven't talked as much about Gamergate as we wanted to. My guess is, though, that you're a left-leaning, you said libertarian, I buy that, like a lefty libertarian type person. I buy that, right? That sounds about reasonable. You're involved in Gamergate to the point where you were sort of against the powerful group, the establishment group, I would call it, in the sense of the media or the press, the game press at the time. So you're sticking up for the underdog a little. Like, I think that's true. And I think that shows that you have a lot of political philosophy that shows that you have standards. Like, you believe in, like, object fairness and things like that, right? Like,
sure, yeah.
I believe that. I believe you do. And I believe all of that is remarkably secondary to your hatred of Donald Trump. I believe you, like almost every lefty that I've talked to in the past 6-7 years, are willing to throw your entire moral and political philosophy out the window to get the orange man. That's who you are. That's how you're able to look.
Threat,
that's how you're able to look at when I say, oh, okay, we're discussing what happened on January 6th. We are told that it was this coup. We need to get to the bottom of it, right? And I point out all of this damning evidence on one side. And you're able to finally say, I don't really care about any of that. I just care about Trump.
Well,
How does this impede Trump? How does this negative...
Because I don't think that this person should be president of the United States, because I think that they've acted in a way that is highly undemocratic.
So what? That has nothing to do
because that's a problem, right?
Okay, do you think if Democrats intentionally, do you think if Nancy Pelosi intentionally allowed January 6th to get out of control, do you think that means she's not electable? And that the Democrats that supported that aren't electable?
If she did deliberately allow it to get out of control, then yeah, like she should be voted. I don't know if that's a crime. If it were a crime, but she should not be voted for. I would not vote for her.
And that's the truth. So what we could see is
I would not want her to be the.
We could never so anytime you could bring up the far worse things that were done, anything that happened.
Well, I don't. It's not a crime. Is it a crime to like deliberately allow?
Yes, I would say.
Well, first off, I don't think that that's true. But second, like I don't know if that's illegal. But even if it were illegal, then yeah, she should be prosecuted.
Okay, so what I'll say is, the things that we could point out, this happens over and over. You can point out all the things that the establishment did against Trump from day one. Illegally spying on him. Even things as simple as he's like, hey, we should pull out of Syria. His generals lie to him. They're like, yeah, we did. They lie. They just blatantly lie. The leaks to the press nonstop. The attacks against him nonstop. The sabotage from almost everyone.
He appoints all these people.
That's right. So what?
The people who are leaking, too. They're all appointed.
Wear a short skirt, deserve to get raped, right? Yeah, gotcha.
Well, I'm not... No, I'm just... no, you're the president of the United States, okay?
Like, so what?
You're the president. You should be appointing better people who aren't going to do this.
Your TDS shines through. Like, you think that your worldview, much like Gamergate, right? Much like Zoe Quinn would look at something and say, I view everything through the lens of, like, feminism and things like that. So anyone that, because of that, she's always looking at that. When someone disagrees with her, she assumes the same thing. Oh, you're doing this because of patriarchy, because you're focused on men or masculine. That's what she does. And I'm sure you would agree. That's largely one of the things that I think is evident with, maybe I'm wrong, but at least with people that seem to act like her, that's what happens. If you view everything through the lens of race, you assume that the people you're arguing against view everything through the lens of race. So if I say I'm against affirmative action, you say, oh, you hate black people. That's why. And you're like, no, I'm against it. I'm not saying you'd do that. I'm saying that's what happened. What you're doing right now is because your entire political view is Trump, you assume that's mine. And so you said, when I say, look at all of this corrupt shit that happened from these officials against Trump, you're like, yeah, but Trump appointed him. What do I give a fuck? In fact, if you
it's not that I don't give a fuck. Like if they broke the law, so let's say like you mentioned earlier, like the FBI spying on Trump Trump's campaign at least with the FISA warrant, right? Like if it turns out that either one, they didn't go through like the proper procedures, or two, that there wasn't a good evidentiary basis for them to approve the FISA warrant in the first place, like that would be a major corruption problem, and that should be investigated. And like maybe it hasn't. I don't know.
What happened?
I'm not like looking. I didn't follow politics too closely.
Right.
Well, I kind of followed it off and on.
What do you think? I will guarantee you this: like you would have followed it if Trump had done it. If Trump had been outgoing,
no, I didn't, because I didn't follow much of Trump's shit. Like,
no, you would have, because you're talking
until.
So you're telling me that you followed January 6th, but if Trump after January 6th would have instructed his FBI to investigate Joe Biden and legally spy on them based on a dossier that he paid for that he knew was misinformation, you'd be like, I probably wouldn't have followed that.
No, well, I didn't follow much of the stuff that happened. I didn't follow like the Russia investigation wars.
You would have said that's an attack on democracy. You can't weaponize your FBI to spy on
Well, it would be, right? It would be an attack on democracy. That would be wrong, too. I would be opposed to that, too. If it was improper evidentiary basis.
Absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Anything that Donald Trump is, and I'm just saying this, I could go through over and over, and I could talk to you for 40 hours about all of the double standards, about all the crookedness that these intel agencies, law enforcement, political agencies going after Trump versus how they go after people that are his opposition. And I could do it, and it won't matter. It won't matter because of the answer you just gave when we went through one simple example of Capitol Chief Sund talking about what happened with Paul Irving and with Lieutenant General Pyatt. And you're like, I don't really care about any of that. I just care about Trump. That's the exact answer.
Because
and you're going to say
is that unreasonable? Wait,
yes.
Hang on.
Yes.
So like let's say it is the case, right? Let's just, for the sake of this specific argument, hypothetically, let's say that I grant you, and we both agree that that Sund did tell Irving, hey, look, I need help, and Irving shot him down and said, I need to pass it up to the chain of command. Let's say Pelosi says, you know what? I don't think it's that bad. Or let's say that she says, you know what? Actually, this is good for us politically. Let's just let it happen, okay? Let's say that happens. That still doesn't excuse Trump's actions, though.
No, of course it doesn't. But it's worse than Trump's actions. And Trump's yes.
I mean, it's pretty bad, but I don't.
Your only argument with Trump's actions is he should have overrode everyone and called in the guard. That's your argument.
Well, that's one argument,
okay,
right?
What's the
I
other
also
argument?
think that he shouldn't have created the fake electors.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with what happened on January 6th as far as
it
violence.
does, right? That was all done in terms of violence, in terms of violence, it's not.
Okay, then similarly, you would say that you blame every Democrat that talked about systemic racism or about George Floyd with the George Floyd riots, correct?
Well, why would I blame them? That's like their opinion. They're allowed to have that.
Right, just like Trump's allowed to have opinions on what he thinks happens in the election. Right?
Well, he can have the opinion, but when he takes actions based on those opinions.
If January 6th doesn't occur, right, is it still an insurrection? Trump goes for the fake electors. Pence says pound sand. No. Okay, end of it.
Is it? I don't know if it meets the technical definition of a coup, but it's clearly trying to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. Well, it's not disrupt the peaceful, but it's trying to remain in office after he lost, right?
Okay, but
through an illegal means.
Pence says
that's still.
How are you to say it's illegal? If it's illegal, why did they change the law afterwards to say that Pence can't do that?
Well, no, they wanted to clarify the text to make sure that nobody else would ever try something like this.
Oh, wait, but why need to clarify? The text was crystal clear, according to you.
Well, according to the legal scholars who looked at it, including John Eastman himself,
What's it matter?
One of the few lawyers who actually
Robert Barnes disagrees with you. Viva Frey disagree with you. They're lawyers.
What did they say?
They say that was totally... Rakita Law said the same thing. Trump was totally within his legal means to have an alternate slate of electors and leave the court tell him whether or not that was allowed.
Yeah, who are these people, though? What are they?
Lawyers.
What positions do they recommend? Well, yeah, but what position? Do they work for, the U.S. government, or do they work for who?
No, I think they're private lawyers. And? What's that matter?
I mean, there's... Okay. I don't...
So you're saying...
I have to look at their legal arguments, but I don't think anybody thinks that...
That's not true. They do.
Well, so you got 3 lawyers who think this, okay.
Okay, well, there's more than 3 lawyers that think that. For example, we could see...
Well, there's millions of lawyers in the United States of America,
We could see that Van Jones talked about how this, in 2016, how this is a totally acceptable thing. We could see how...
Well, hang on. Totally acceptable to question the... To
have an alternate slate of electors. Yes, to have an alternate slate of electors.
No, but if it's a lawful slate, it's different, right? So the Hawaii
define lawful slate versus unlawful slate.
Well, it's defined by... Well, it would be defined by the states, right? Well, it's the states in the Constitution. There'd be a legal threshold. The states determine how they send their electors.
That's true, right? And therefore,
so it had to follow the legal process of the states, which Trump's electors didn't, right?
Explain.
The fake ones specifically. They didn't go through the legal process. They were just random people that the Trump campaign.
So your argument,
or that the RNC rather, I guess.
So your argument. How would 2 slates go through the legal process? I think almost.
Hawaii, right? One of them was that they did was it a recount in Hawaii, or there was something in Hawaii where they sent in the results, but then they realized that they made a mistake. And so they sent in new results, but they were, I believe, certified by the state legislature. It wasn't just random people. Is this wrong?
How would the state? So you're saying that legally states could certify 2 slates of electors?
Well, yeah, because they would certify the first one, and then they would realize their error. Because remember,
but
our election.
Again, what happened was the second slate of electors occurred after the first slate was occurred.
Yes, correct. That's what happened in Hawaii, I believe. Yes.
Right. So then there was already so at the formation of the alternate slate of electors, it was illegal. The fact that later, after the recount, they went with the alternate slate does not prove that it wasn't illegal to create them in the first place.
Well, it wasn't illegal to create the slate, right? Well, was it? Because presumably not, because the courts never ruled it was, right?
Well,
and because like there was like because the state themselves believed that the first slate was wrong.
it doesn't matter once they were. So what you're saying is the state is allowed, based on its own, to determine you're allowed to have alternate slates as long as the state eventually says it's okay.
Well, I mean, that's what this.
Why would it be different this time?
Right?
Why
That's
would it be
the state
different?
law says.
Why would it be
because
different?
These were just random people.
So what? Then the state could have said nah.
What do you mean? Because like
the state could have said nah, they're not the electors.
Were the states even aware
Yes.
that the Trump campaign?
How would the state? So your argument is Pence was aware that there was an alternate slate of electors, but not the states themselves.
Well, they were never sent by the states. They were sent by the RNC, right? By Ronna McDaniel's people.
There was, for example, the Arizona ones that are just being indicted literally put out a press report. And you're telling me that the state of Arizona was unaware that they put out a press report?
I don't know if they were unaware or not. I don't know the exact process of the slates of electors. I do know that they were unlawful, though, right?
What makes them unlawful?
Well, they were never certified they were never sent in by the states.
Okay,
that doesn't mean they're real electors.
That doesn't make them unlawful.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like there's a lawful process to follow.
Okay,
right?
so let's go back to Hawaii, right? Hawaii creates an alternate slate of electors, right?
We're never getting back to Gamergate, are we?
Probably not. Let's say that we're in a paradoxical universe where they say, nah, we're not going to accept the alternate slate. Now it's a coup, correct?
So if they. So, sorry, please repeat that. I was closing.
So you have one slate of electors, the state of Hawaii accepts. The others, there's another group of people that say, we think that there needs to be a recount. So they create an alternate slate of electors. What really happened is they did the recount and then went with the alternate slate. But let's say in an alternate world, same thing happens, slate of electors certified. Then another group says, no, we're the slate. We think things are fraudulent. And the state goes, no, we disagree. Those alternates now have committed a coup. It is only not a coup if the state eventually goes with those electors, correct?
Well, were they transmitted to Congress, though, right? Or it would depend on state law, I guess, technically. But they never submitted them to Congress.
Why does that matter? Show me in
the state. Well, it does matter, right?
Okay, so then you'll show me in the
state. Because, so one of the things that the Trump electors, that they say, right, one of their legal defenses is that they were told that they would only be used, that their slate specifically would only be used if the election results were overturned due to the court cases.
What does that have to do with anything? Show me. I want you to show me in any state constitution that says alternate slates of electors are allowed unless they are sent to the vice president. Can you show me that?
If they're not transmitted, they're just people gathering. It's a freedom of assembly thing, right?
Okay.
It's only if you transmit the document.
Show me in the state constitutions. Right? Go ahead, show me.
Well,
you admit it's up to the states. It's not a federal crime. It's up to the states, right? Because the states could choose their electors any way they choose.
Sure.
Right. So then it's a state crime.
Yeah.
So Trump.
Well, those specific people would be violating a state crime. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if there's federal laws too. If like a federal official gets involved in like. Well, I guess there is, right? Because Donald Trump's being indicted by Jack Smith.
But he's not being indicted he's not being indicted based on some federal law that says alternate slates of electors that are presented. He's being indicted for that's not
conspiracy.
What is it?
Right. What is it? What is it? Conspiracy to defraud the U.S. or something like that? Or
something like it.
Yeah.
The problem is you're differentiating, right? Like this is classic Trump derangement syndrome stuff. You're like X is illegal. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, the Democrats did X too. And you're like, yeah, but that's legal. And I say, well, why is one illegal and the other not? You're like, because alternate slates of electors are illegal. Okay, well, they did that in Hawaii. No. But those were legal alternate slates of electors.
Well, but they were, right? Or were they not? Were the Hawaii slate... So how did the Hawaii slate get, sent over?
They were... Well, my interpretation is they were legal, just like these current ones are. Yours are, no, those were legal, but the current ones are illegal. And I say, why? What makes them legal versus illegal?
Because they were transmitted without the authority of the whatever. So it would depend on the state, right? Some states could do Secretary of State. Some states could do the legislature. I think most of them probably do the legislature, I assume, right?
Was not
for how they determine.
The Hawaii slate of electors was sent, I believe.
So, but it was sent by who? By the legislature, right? So they had the legal authority to make that decision, unless the Hawaii Constitution says not to, right?
Let's
or
see.
said not to.
Let's see
in
what I can. It's a Democrat in there, Jimmy. Let's see. It's a bad article.
I'm reading a Fox 5 Atlanta one now. I'm not.
What the fuck is this? Democrat Kennedy won the Electoral College with votes to secure the presidency, but in Hawaii, his Republican rival Nixon has been certified the winner based on a razor-thin margin. Democrats challenged the result, and the recount was still underway on December 19th, the federally mandated date in which presidential electors from around the country were required to cast their votes. Nixon's electors assembled at the state capitol in Honolulu for an official ceremony. Not far away, a group of Democrats signed their own certificates, which asserted that Kennedy had won Hawaii. Both certificates were sent to Washington. So it doesn't say that they came together and both Republicans and Democrats agreed to send them both. It says the Republicans sent theirs and the Democrats sent theirs. That means that, according to this, unless you could provide otherwise, what it's saying is that the Democrats on their own, against what the results of their elections said, sent electors to Washington.
There was an ongoing recount. Okay.
What does that matter? What does that matter?
You just said what you just said. So wait, hang on. Let me just. So who sends the electors? That it's the parties, not the state legislatures?
In this instance, it looks like if the state legislators sent, they would have sent the official ones, which were the Republicans. But Democrats on their own sent their own electors.
So what exactly?
And you seem to say, so your original argument was sending electors to Washington that wasn't the official declared electors of the state sent through the state legislature is illegal. That's engaging in a coup. Then when I show that looks exactly what the Democrats did in 1960, you say, yeah, but there was a recount. What does that have anything to do with anything? That has nothing to do.
It is a different situation.
It is not different in the sense of, it's different in this sense. There are no two analogous situations that are completely the same in anything in life. In the areas that are important that you outlined is what makes a difference between legal alternate slates of electors versus illegal alternate slate of electors. You were very clear. You said the difference in the legal versus illegal is the legal alternate slates electors are sent mutually through the governing body of the state, the legislator of the state, right?
Well, I would assume that's the case. I don't know the full process.
If not, if one political party, for example, in the case of Republicans in like Arizona, decide to send an alternate slate, that's illegal. That's an illegal slate. Then when I show you, it looks like that's exactly what the Democrats did in 1960, you immediately reverse your position and you're like, well, there was a recount. Completely changing what we just talked about for like 20 minutes.
So I would have to look into exactly what specifically who sends the slates generally, or it wouldn't matter generally. It would matter in the five or six states that it happened, right?
That's fine, and you could. And
so if it is the parties, that's fine. But how would that be determined exactly?
Okay, but let me say, I appreciate and look. I'm the same as you. Like, I think the audience needs to know this. I'm enjoying this conversation. We're kind of looking through this shit together, right? I don't think either of us claim to be experts on this, so that's totally reasonable. I'm not criticizing you for not knowing shit that I don't know, obviously, right? But what I will criticize you for is you seem to be quite clear that there was some sort of distinction. Now, most people would say something as follows. Alternate slates of electors are okay or they're not okay. That's what I would say. That's what most people would say. You were quite confident. No. There's a distinction. And when it happened in the past, here's why it was okay with what they did. And you said that without knowing. You didn't know. You're just parroting talking points that you've heard, and you have no clue. You're just basically what you're trying to say.
Well, no, I did read a little bit of the. Not I didn't read about it. I actually saw Destiny talk about it. So
right,
and I consider him to do a lot of research in this area generally.
But he talked about it with me.
But the Hawaii case, he talked about it with Glenn Greenwald.
Well, he also talked about it. Remember, he debated me to prep for his debate with Glenn.
I didn't. I only saw you guys talk about the Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh, okay.
But I only saw. Okay, yeah,
that's fair.
But I only saw the prep for that, where you were doing like a pre-show before the debate. you guys went over, like, he's like, hey, go over the details with me, and well, I'll just ask questions. I'm not going to fight back, really.
And
remember that?
Yes. So, right. I know exactly what you're talking about. So let me just tell how it looks to someone who doesn't have TDS that's just looking at this. Mm-hmm. President thinks he gets screwed over. He thinks the election was stolen from him. He's trying to exhaust every legal option. That's what he's trying to do. Alternate slates of electors have been used in the past. Basically, he's being told by courts, like, look, there's no standing or we don't see evidence, but he's pretty convinced that there are a lot of fishy stuff. Like, for example, we knew almost immediately that the chain of custody of ballots in places like Georgia was totally effed up. Now, that doesn't mean that Trump won the election, but if you're someone who lost by a few tens of thousands of votes, pretty slim margin, all things considered, and you think hundreds of thousands of ballots didn't have a chain of custody, you're probably going to say, hey, I want that looked into, right? But he can't get it looked into. Everyone's just passing the buck. Okay. And it turns out he was right, by the way, at least.
Why can't he get it looked into? Why can't he can file lawsuits, right? Didn't he file lawsuits?
He did, but they're just not taking him. So one of the ways he could be assured that it's looked into is if there's another, like this recount, right? Let's say in Hawaii, they were like, yeah, we're not going to do a recount. And the Democrats are like, but 140 votes. Nah, we're not going to do it. And they're like, fuck it, we'll pass an alternate slate of electors then, right? And then that will force, if there's competing, then the courts will have to be like, oh, two people. And by the way, this happened in the past in Missouri. In the 1800s, I believe, there was another case of alternate slates of electors. And what that had to do with was Democrats basically saying that the vote shouldn't count because of black people voting, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Chat is telling me, I don't know if this is true. They're telling me that the parties picked their own slates.
Okay.
But that the legislature approves them, and in the case of Hawaii, because of the recount, they allowed both. I don't know if that's specifically true.
That could be true. And if that's true,
that would matter. I think,
if it's true, it's an important distinction. But you didn't know that and still accepted it.
Well, because I saw Destiny, I think said that. But
we'll look into it specific, but it seems to be so. It's basically arbitrary, right? Because what this is what the process would have been, right? There is zero fucking chance that this alternate slate of electors gets there, and Mike Pence is like, I just don't know. I don't know what to do. Mike Pence was going to do what he was going to do anyways. Everybody knows it, right?
Well, that's because he's like a principled person, right? If you have somebody who's not,
it
does, right?
It doesn't, because I'm going to get to it. So everyone knows that it wasn't going to. If he didn't, this is exactly what would happen. It went to the courts, and the courts would have said, no. Or they might have said, yeah, we'll look into the claims you're talking about, and so we'll delay which set of electors to accept until we resolve these issues in these particular states. But it wasn't as if then it's like, well, that's it. Trump's king for life. This was a legal theory that was promoted by Democrats in 2016, including some Democrats that were...
was it, though? The Eastman theory that you could throw out that the vice president could unilaterally throw out the votes?
There was alternate slates of electors suggested by Democrats in 2016.
But did they actually send any?
Well, no, it was suggested.
Oh, well, fuck, I don't care.
Okay, but they weren't suggesting. Your argument is it's so clearly illegal, so why would anyone suggest it?
Well, they didn't do it, so they probably thought it was illegal too.
Right. And they also, had several members of Congress that voted against the electors. The certification.
Yeah,
refused to accept the democratic results. Right?
Yeah, that's happened in 2004 too.
So
I believe.
what happens
they can do that. I think that they shouldn't do that.
So what
happens
is...
I think they legally, constitutionally have the right to do that, though, yes?
Trump was enacting what he saw as a legal challenge, and that's being called a coup. By the very people that sat idly by and had no problem with Hillary Clinton. Yes.
He had 61 legal challenges, and he had 61, or sorry, he had 62, I guess.
Okay,
right?
So let me ask you this. If you had 62 legal challenges, that means it's illegal to try a 63rd. Is that your argument?
Well, that depends on what
that's a stupid argument.
Jury says. That's going to depend on what the jury says in the Trump case.
We know what the jury's going to say. Every jury's going to find Trump guilty of everything because they're TDS.
Maybe
you already
really?
Yes.
So wait. So
in most of these Democrat areas,
you think that So let's say the jury finds him guilty. Would you not accept that?
No.
Even if he doesn't win on appeal?
Correct.
So you don't trust the courts at all?
No, not in these blue areas that it's blatant. For example, you gave the reason why. You just did. When we were talking about January 6th, you said, I don't care about any of that. And I said, right, because you have TDS, because your only goal, all of the political philosophy that you have and moral philosophy you have is secondary to stop Trump. And you say, can you blame me? Trump's really bad. You're the type of person that's on a jury in New York, in D.C. that overwhelmingly votes against it. That's what's going on.
Well,
that's why
so
the E. John Carroll
so you
rape
keep
case
you're okay. I don't know, man.
That's exactly what happens. That's exactly. You have a bunch of people that say this guy's a Nazi. He's the worst. He's gonna he'll install himself for king forever. He'll lock up black people.
He's clearly willing to violate the norms of the United States and probably the laws of the United States to remain in power. That's a problem.
Let me ask you a question. Yes. Let me ask you a question.
That makes me TDS. Then yeah, sure, whatever. I get TDS.
Do you know much? Do you know much about the Alvin Bragg case that's going on?
The New York one?
Yeah.
So I don't know all the details. What I have, so here's what. Do you know what you keep saying that like, oh, I'm biased against Trump. I have TDS, whatever. I actually when I first saw the case, and I saw that it was related to the campaign finance stuff, and I'm like, well, and I looked at it. I'm like, you know what? It could be the case here that Bragg actually is like an overzealous prosecutor trying to get Trump for political reasons, and that would be wrong if so. And that could very well be the case, but I'm not like looked into it. But I didn't say that publicly, so you're not going to find that. I did say that privately. I wasn't even a streamer. I don't think.
If you were so clairvoyant, right, and you could see that if Trump's convicted in the Bragg case, that will prevent him from winning. But if he's acquitted, he'll win the presidency. Let's just say hypothetically, you somehow could know that, okay? All right? Mm-hmm. And you're on the jury.
I care about the facts of the case. That's it.
Really? That's what we said earlier. That's what we said earlier.
No, because I think that Trump's actions on January 6th were. I'm not going to vote for him.
Well, right, but I'm saying you would say I will do the principled thing. I think he's not guilty, and so
if he's not guilty, then yeah, I would.
Okay, even though you know that means he'll become president and be evil Nazi Hitler or whatever.
Well, first off, the jury will never know that, right? Because
that's true, but I'm asking you because I'll tell you, you sound a lot like a person I've talked to in the past, right? And we were talking about challenges to the Arizona election, and I was going through specific things. So there are several types of ballots, and I know this predictably because I was a little involved in Pennsylvania, super peripherally. So what happens is there's all kinds of challenges on different types of ballots. For example, ballots that came in post-election day, but were postmarked pre-election day. Those should probably count. Ballots that came in post-election day that were postmarked post-election day. Ballots whose signature didn't match verification. Ballots But yeah, you understand
there a lot of those cases?
I don't know. I'm just saying, you understand there could be, when we're saying what sort of, there could be multiple, like for example, in Pennsylvania, there were a litany of challenges.
But you don't trust the courts anyway, so
so we're talking, I don't. I think it's evident in these. I'm not saying the courts anywhere. I'm saying it's evident in places like New York and D.C. that the E. John Carroll case proves, the Bragg case proves. Like, we could see what's going on. Anyways, this guy calls in, and he seems like a nice guy. I can't see him. I just audio. He seems fine. We're talking to him, and he's telling me that, like, he's gay, and he, like, was going on dating app. He's kind of funny. We're just, like, talking like normal people. It wasn't, like, heated or anything. And then I mentioned the name Trump, and he fucking loses it. You could feel him physically get angry. And he's like, Trump. So we start going through all these ballots. Yes, count them. Next set, count them. Next set, count them. And then he's like, let me just cut you off. Any ballot that led to Trump losing, count them. And I said, let me ask you a question. If you were there...
Well, this guy's not an election official. He's a rando guy, right?
That's right. And I said, if you were an election official, and you were there in Arizona, and you're watching the results of the night, and you think if Trump wins Arizona, he's going to win the election, and you're looking at the ballots, and you think Trump's going to win, would you cheat to stop him? He says, yes.
Because I wouldn't. I'm not that guy. So
okay, but that's who you sound like. I'm just saying. Let me ask you this: if the courts rule on appeal or whatever that Trump didn't break the law, you're willing to accept that?
Yeah, I'm going to accept whatever the Supreme Court says.
Okay, and so then you would say it was political prosecution because he was acquitted and they went after him in unprecedented ways.
Sure, yeah. If that's what they find in a Bragg case, yeah. If that's what
do you mean
Bragg
case? The court's not going to say
the Bragg case.
I'm not just saying the Bragg case. What about the alternate electors?
Basically, I trust the Supreme Court of the United States.
Okay,
I guess you could say.
So just to be clear, if that case is dropped, overruled, etc., you will admit that Trump did not break the law and that the Democrats have lied for 4 years, painting him as someone who is anti-democratic. That would also mean that your number one reason for
hang on, wait. Would you say that so if, let's say that the Supreme Court rules on the Trump case, let's say pick the strongest one, right? I guess like the documents case or the January 6th case. Like, let's say that the Supreme Court rules on this and they say that no, actually we don't. Well, actually, they would never rule that they don't determine innocent or guilt at the Supreme Court. They would just determine whether or not the process was lawful. Mm-hmm. That would be the only finding that they would make, right? They wouldn't say Trump's innocent. They wouldn't say Trump's guilty.
It wouldn't even have to, even if it was appealed by a lower court. But yes, the process is what would be appealed.
Yeah. So I would. I mean, it would have to depend on their argument, right? If they're like 9-0, then sure, I'll probably go with what they say. Now, if it's like a 5-4 decision, like
why don't you trust the courts?
Well, I would have to look at the exact arguments that they'd be making.
What if they make the argument say alternate slates of electors are legally justified?
Well, legally justified in like what? I'd have to see their exact arguments. I would not.
Well,
so
just to be
that's
clear,
a weasel answer, maybe, but that's what I would.
If they would say that, then the number one reason you have not to vote for Trump in that he's a threat to democracy is a lie. You would say, "Oh, I don't have that reason anymore."
Well, no, it could be that it's not illegal for him to do so, but it's still highly improper for the president to do that, right?
Well,
no, right.
Okay, right. So, like, the other thing is, more than a threat than any president or one individual is a threat to the process having a two-tiered system, which it clearly does. Like, so, for example, we could see Trump was investigated for Russiagate, and you already admitted that it was in large part because allegedly he was colluding with Russians to get dirt on his opponent, and the FBI and Hillary's team colluded with Russians to get dirt that was misinformation on Trump, right? Complete 180, complete stymieing of Trump's administration for 4 years based on that. We could do the obstruction of justice cases. Trump is accused of mishandling classified documents, and he's accused of obstruction because allegedly he told people to move some boxes, correct? Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence.
Well, because he took the boxes and never returned them after multiple requests.
Hillary's that's, we could get into specifics of the case. They eventually did get the boxes back. In Hillary's case, they didn't. They deleted subpoenaed evidence.
Well, did they get them back because the FBI raided his house?
Doesn't matter. Did they ever get?
I don't know. It seems a little bit different, right?
No, it doesn't, because in one case, even if you say both are obstruction, in one case they actually got the evidence, in the other they didn't. Did they ever get? You admit they eventually, even if it was through a raid, they got the boxes they were looking for. Trump. Did they ever get the subpoenaed emails of Hillary? No, they didn't.
How are they going to get them? Because the server was destroyed, right? Or I don't know the details of the case.
It was wiped with bleach, right? So they obstructed justice in a way that the evidence.
Well, if they obstructed justice, they should go to jail.
Why didn't they?
Well, Hillary Clinton?
Yeah. Why didn't anyone on Hillary Clinton's team that destroyed subpoenaed emails go to jail?
I don't know.
So the FBI thought it was very important to go after Trump, but not Hillary. Meanwhile, Joe Biden.
Comey released the letter saying that they. Comey's the one who made the decision not to prosecute, I believe, right?
Okay. Top of the FBI and.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know what his exact reason was now. This was like 8 years ago, dude.
So, right. They never gave a reason. They just gave everyone immunity. That's what they did.
I don't know. Maybe that's true.
Okay, classified documents. So
I told you we wouldn't go super late. I'll go probably another 10 minutes.
Okay.
We can talk about whatever you want.
We
can keep going in this direction. We can talk about January 6th. We can talk about other stuff, or we can talk about Gamergate, or we can talk about.
I'll just say real quick with the Joe Biden case, and then we'll finish on Gamergate. I want to give you your last thoughts and able to get your.
Oh right, yeah. This was a Gamergate interview.
Joe Biden also mishandled classified documents for years, including when he was a senator. He read that evidence at least 3 times to his ghostwriter. His ghostwriter then deleted the audio of that. Why wasn't he charged?
I don't know exactly why. There was a report on this recently.
There was,
I believe. Yes.
Isn't it weird? Now, do you think that do you think Trump should be charged for his mishandling of classified documents?
Probably.
Okay, so it's weird, right?
I think the difference was that Biden cooperated.
How did he cooperate? What Biden did was.
He had the lawyers search the house, and then he also.
This isn't cooperating. Breaking the law for 8 years, then going after your political opponent for the very crime that you know you're committing, then afterwards saying, yes, it's clear that Biden's DOJ
that he ordered.
It doesn't matter
Garland
if he didn't have to specifically say get Trump for the classified documents. It's clear. We even see news reports that Biden's telling the people around him that he's pissed off that Garland's not going after Trump fast enough. It's clear that Garland. We see news reports that suggest that.
What that other people's staff the staffers at the White House, I guess, or someone close to Biden,
right,
had said that they overheard him privately express frustration.
Yes,
that would be a very different thing.
Why would it be different? You don't think that news would get back to Merrick Garland?
It would. I mean, does he know it's going to leak?
Yeah. I think that it was up, and this is something, by the way, it's like, not to get into this, but this is how the Democrats particularly operate, right? Like Barack Obama never told Lisa, what's her name at the IRS, hey, I want you to target conservative groups for audits. They just know. We're morally justified.
Wait, I don't think that. Again, this is way old information. I didn't really follow politics back then. I was barely out of high school. Okay. But the Obama stuff, I don't think that was implicating the Obama himself directly, right? That was only relatively like low level IRS employees.
Lowest learner. That's what I just said. They take these actions. They don't.
But you're like assuming that like Obama ordered like the
no. I
IRS
said if you listen, I said the exact opposite. He didn't have to. Obama comes from a school of thought, and the people around him agreed with this, that we are morally superior. What we do is justified, win by any means necessary. And so you don't have to tell your subordinates, go do this. They just know that's what they do. They get away with it. And they did. They get away with it, just like Eric Holder. Held in contempt of Congress, refused to testify when he was subpoenaed. No problem. He knew he wasn't going to get in trouble. Peter Navarro, he goes to prison. Right? Steve Bannon, he goes to prison. It's the same thing every time. Over and over and over, this is the case. Right? And so it's striking. What I see is your TDS is just, Trump's anti-democratic when the entire
institution... Keep saying TDS. Like, oh my God. Like this guy.
Okay. I could use a different term if you like.
You can call me whatever you want. I don't care.
When literally it's being outlined to you, all this stuff, and you're like, I don't give a shit. Take out Trump. Do you blame me for hating Trump? I don't know what else you call that. So double standard, I'd be happy to debate you on any of these particular double standards you want. It's more of a threat than anything a president could do. It's pervasive. It showed that there was anti-democratic initiatives for years and years and years and years going after Trump. Granted, you were young, so I'll give you some leeway on that. If you weren't involved in politics, you weren't involved in politics. But the very people you're supporting that are saying that Trump is anti-democratic were themselves anti-democratic in far more significant ways. And you're focused on things like alternate electors.
Well, I think that is a big deal. Yes,
it's not anywhere near as big a deal as
the FBI. What is let's just focus on one of these. What is the biggest thing that you think that the Democrats have done, whether Biden or Hillary or Obama or anybody, within like the past 10 years? Let's say let's not go back to like 1950. Okay, what's the worst thing that they've done that you think that is on the level of what Trump has done or worse?
Knowingly working with a Russian spy to get disinformation that the FBI knowingly took and didn't verify to spy on Trump's team.
The Steele dossier?
Mm-hmm. Let me.
Wait, but that was the campaign doing that, yes?
That was Hillary's campaign doing it, giving it to the FBI, that the FBI then used to spy on Trump, knowing that it came from a suspected Russian spy and was paid for by Hillary Clinton's team.
Did the FBI know that it was from a suspected Russian spy?
Yes, they knew who the subsources was. In fact, the Inspector General said that he was shocked that what happened was that warrant got renewed 4 times. And after the 3rd time, they finally talked to the primary subsource, who was a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dushenko. And the IG said, despite everything you've heard me say and everything he outlines, what happened next was the most shocking thing that he saw. They went to Igor Dushenko and said, what do you think about these, we want to, you're the subsource, all this stuff about Trump's team colluding with Russia, blah, blah, blah. You know what he said? That was just bar talk. That's just hearsay. I can't prove any. I don't even know if that's true. It was just rumors. And so then the FBI went to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource, and the FISA court said good. And they said, we think he told the truth.
Wait, hang on. The subsource is Igor
Dushenko.
And the FISA court spoke with them.
No, the FBI did. The FBI is supposed to look into information. Then they present the information to the FISA court and say, here's the reason here's the evidence we have that we suspect this dude of being a spy. Now renew the warrant, right? So every 3 months they have to renew the warrant. So they didn't talk to they knew who the primary subsource was the first 2 times.
The FBI knew, not the FISA court.
Yes. Well, the FISA court knew as well. They
didn't leave out any information. They gave them all the information, and the court still made the decision, or no?
What do you mean they gave them all the information? They gave
did the FBI misrepresent?
At first,
what the request was for.
The 3rd time they did. Not what the request was for. They misrepresented the evidence they had. The first 2 times they spied on Trump's team without even checking with the subsource to see if the information was accurate. The 3rd time they checked with him, and he said, no, it's not accurate. So they went to the FISA court and said, hey, we talked to the subsource, and he told the truth, and the FISA court said, great. And that was it. They didn't say, and oh, by the way, what he told the truth about was that it's all bullshit. They didn't say that. They left that part out.
What did they? So they left that out the third time. They left out that the Igor told them it was bullshit.
Yes.
And they still got the renewal because they misrepresented things.
Correct.
What all happened with this?
Nothing. The FBI was told, given the finger was wagged at them, they said, we got to do more investigations into this, which basically didn't happen. And the FBI said, we promise we'll change our policies. And people said, well, James Comey's not there anymore. They claim they did. I guess we'll see 10 years from now when we find out that FISA was being abused every day again, right? But the point is, right, let me ask you a question real quick. And I promise, I want to finish on Gamergate, at least give you a chance to pitch your book. Why is it called Gamergate?
I don't know. Well, it was like the Watergate scandal, I guess, fundamentally. But like, why they picked that name?
It's because that's the part I wanted. I got it. Okay. It's Gamer, but
Adam Baldwin just tweeted that out.
But the reason he attached the word gate to it was Watergate.
Watergate.
And why? Watergate's known as like the seminal political scandal in our country, correct?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened in Watergate?
They broke into the Watergate hotel to. Well, sorry. I guess I'd only know like the late.
Yeah, me too. Shit, man. Yeah,
but that Nixon essentially ordered people, had associates who broke into the Watergate hotel to steal documents from his political opponent in order to help him win the election.
Right. So, in other words, a couple bumbling fools at the behest of Nixon, either with his knowledge or without, broke into a hotel to try to get campaign information on his opponent.
Yeah, well, supposedly he knew, right? That's why he was going to get impeached.
Okay, now imagine if instead of Nixon did that, he weaponized the entire FBI to spy on his opponent.
But do we have reason to think that Obama knew that this was improper?
Well, we know,
or that he was even aware of this specific Lisa. Was it Lisa Strzok and Carter Page? Were they the people?
There were two people that were involved in the investigation.
Okay,
but
I heard those names thrown around.
We know that. Yes, we know that Obama. I don't know exactly what Obama knew as far as the evidence that was used to open the investigation of the spying, but we know that Obama was running around to the world saying Trump may be compromised by Russia, and we know.
Wait, did he say that during his presidency?
Yes.
No way.
Yes. Yeah, there's information that was reported contemporaneously, even before Obama was out of office, that he had discussions with European leaders and.
Wow. Okay, but that's reasonable though, right? If he's the
president, it's not. Saying that the incoming president might be compromised, don't trust him?
Yeah, that's 100%. Well, it depends on what evidence he saw, right? But
right. So what evidence did he see? We know there was none. We know that it was all lies. So what did he see?
Well, was it all lies though?
Yes.
A lot of Trump people did associate, but I do want to talk about the FBI thing specifically. Okay. So the FBI
can I just say real quick, if that's the seminal scandal that we had two people looking through a hotel, as opposed to the FBI working with a campaign, the Hillary campaign, to literally spy on her opponent using FISA warrants, that is of a magnitude so much greater than Watergate, and seemingly
it depends on if Obama knew about it, right?
What does it matter if Obama did? How about Hillary?
Well, Hillary using underhanded tactics for a campaign, that's not good. But so her specifically, what's her specific involvement is that she commissioned the Steele dossier, right? And she knew. Did she know that Igor was lying?
I would assume.
Okay, so wait, why do you assume?
Because she was intentional. We know that she admitted through reporting that she wanted to spread this story, right? Then she went to someone that was a suspected Russian spy.
Wait, this dossier, Igor was the spy or suspected spy?
Yes, he was investigated by the FBI in 2008.
And she knew this?
Yes.
Well, how did she know? Who told her?
Well, I would assume her contacts in the intel committees would have told her.
Well, she was hang on. She was Secretary of State, but when did she... Because when she was running for office, I don't think she had a position, did she?
So I just want to be clear. The argument we're making here is this guy that it was public. This guy, so she has all these connections with the DOJ and the FBI. The argument that we could be making is she just randomly throws a dart in the wind, here's a guy with a Russian-sounding name, Igor Dashchenko. I know nothing about him. I think we'll ask him if he has any dirt on Trump. And this guy's just walking down the street smoking a heater huh? Trump?
Whoa.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. P-tapes and fucking, yeah, man. Yeah, fuck yeah, it all happened.
Well, they have Oppo research teams as part of campaign.
Sure. You don't think that it picked up on the publicly available information that this guy had been investigated by the FBI? So you have an Oppo research team that's purposely going out there trying to find people to get dirt. They find this Russian guy, and somehow they miss the fact that this guy was publicly investigated by the FBI. That's the argument.
Or they didn't care, right? That would be yeah.
Well, they knew it, right? They knew that none of this was fair, and we can see through other stuff. For example, what was this guy's name? Jaffe, right? That spread this Alpha Bank story. They knew that story was bullshit. They spread that story to the FBI.
Well, let's just stick to you said this was the strongest case, right?
Sure.
So let's just stick to the one case, and we can.
Well, it's all part, but yeah, sure, okay, yes, using the FBI. It doesn't matter if Obama did it. Hillary was involved, and it doesn't.
Well, it does though, because he's the president.
It does not. It does not, and I'll tell you why. It does not, and I'll tell you why. Because the president, being a bad dude, still isn't as bad as the most powerful intel agency and law enforcement agency in the history of the world, putting their thumb on the scale. It seems to be your implication is, well, as long as Obama didn't personally order the FBI to illegally spy on his opponent, then there's no problem here. Chuck Schumer told us in 2016, before Trump was sworn in, that the FBI would find 6 ways from Sunday to get back at Trump because he criticized them. Now we see example over and over. How is it democratic when the executive leader, who's supposed to be the most powerful leader in the world, who is the boss of agencies like the FBI, has to be fearful and can't criticize them because if he does, they will illegally spy on him and make his life hell?
So 35,000 people roughly work for the FBI.
Yep.
Okay, like some of those people, if they did act improperly, they did lie to the FISA court. Like obviously that's a huge issue.
It's the head of the FBI.
They should be investigated.
It's the head of the FBI. The same people that did the investigations into Hillary's team.
So it was Comey who lied to the FISA court?
It was. Comey claims that he was ignorant of it. Comey claims that it was the specific people that submitted. I don't remember, but he signed off on it. It doesn't matter.
Do we have recent? Okay, so his role, Comey's role, is to sign off on what his lower. Oh, so he's supposed to like evaluate it.
Yes.
And be like, okay, do I think this is legitimate?
Yes.
And then he'll send that, and then I guess he signs off on it, and then it goes to the FISA court.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if that's the case, either Comey didn't do his due diligence, or he was misled, or well, actually, what's the normal process for these two, right? Because like. From my understanding, and this is from a terrible source, but Glenn Greenwald, I remember when I was a kid, teenager, I read his book, How Would a Patriot Act? And in that book, he talks about the FISA courts basically being a rubber stamp.
Correct.
I don't know if it's a rubber stamp for the FBI side of things. Like, do the intelligence agents, do the law enforcement agencies, I guess, when they submit these requests, do they usually just rubber stamp anything that the lower agents say?
I don't know, but if that was the case, it certainly wouldn't be the case.
Well, that would be a problem too.
Well, but even if it was the case, it certainly wouldn't be this time, as been admitted.
Because it's the president. Because it's the president. Well, because it's a candidate, rather.
Comey and everyone involved, from Rosenstein, Comey, now even to Christopher Wray, admits that even when it comes to involved in political candidates, even the appearance of anything untoward must be avoided. So, and they've testified in the Mueller report, the IG, all of it said that they were particularly meticulous because they knew that this had the potential to shake up who was elected for president. So the idea, but this is the argument that's given. It's just old-fashioned incompetence. The FBI didn't mean to do anything bad. Now, what the IG report is definitively that almost all these top people at the FBI hated Donald Trump. They expressed bias against him. But that's not a crime, right? For example, if I bias against someone I'm investigating, that's fine. I'm human. It is whether or not that bias caused me to act inappropriately. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, correct. I would agree.
But the problem is...
But I want to ask a follow-up.
The problem is, what we see is there was, according to every report, there was gross... what's the word I'm looking for? Inappropriate behavior by the FBI. And we could see that the people that were the head at the FBI had gross bias against Trump. But what they weren't able to definitively prove that the reason for those gross mishappenings in the investigations were because of the bias. But
well, wait. But if they knew that Igor lied, that would be them acting on a bias, right? Or like some other horrible
They said
mistake.
no.
But
the official Democrat narrative is it was just incompetence.
Well, what do you mean Democrat narrative? What is there like a investigation into this, presumably?
Yes, the IG, when he did his report, and there's like a 6-hour testimony that you can see of the IG going before Congress, and what the Democrats said over and over when being presented with this report that showed overwhelming evidence of misbehavior by the FBI is they said the FBI is good, Russia did try to help Trump, the start of the investigation was legitimate. There was no intentional bias here. He said no intentional bias. To the point where like 4 hours in, the one Republican finally gets to the relevant question and says, can you come up with a reason that the FBI did this that isn't incredible gross incompetence beyond belief or bias? To which Horowitz says, I cannot. And so the Democrats, if they don't think it was bias, well, then they think it was incompetence. And they haven't demanded. They're just like, yeah, the FBI will get better. That is.
But so,
go ahead.
Sorry, I'll let you finish your point here. But I do want to ask about Comey, because if Comey was biased against Trump and wanted to deliberately overlook the issues with the FISA warrant request, right? If that were the case, why wouldn't he make this all public before the election? Because he did that with Hillary, right?
It was public before the election. There was an article. In fact, Harry Reid released a bunch of this information to the public. So Mother Jones, for example, like a week before the election, came out with a story about possible P tape and all this shit with Russia. You sure you wouldn't go down? He did it with Hillary. Destiny got his ass handed to him. We went through the entire IG report. But if you want, we can go through it. I'll go real quick.
I'm leaving in like 4 minutes.
Okay,
way,
I'll do it as quick as possible. So you're not.
Well, no, we're not going to.
The reason
Comey did release
Comey announcing
the Comey letter.
Now listen, this is what happened. The investigation into Hillary was announced by Congress, right? So it wasn't hidden. Everybody knew because Congress announced that there was an investigation into Hillary's server that the FBI. You agree with that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What you're talking about is why did Comey reopen the investigation?
Well, that's because there was new information regarding the server.
Right, but why was there new information? And the argument seems to be
it was because of the staffer or whatever.
Right. The argument seems to be, this is what happens. The argument seems to be, well, Comey really sabotaged Hillary because he announced this beforehand. But what happened was there was a whistleblower that showed that there was this guy, Anthony Weiner, that was with Huma Abedin, right? Was her husband.
Yeah, Huma Abedin.
Okay,
yeah.
Right. And all of these emails got found. And it was a month and a half before the closing of the Hillary investigation. And this guy at the FBI continually talked to Comey and those at the top of the FBI saying, why aren't you looking at these emails? Why aren't you looking at these emails? Why aren't you looking at these emails? And they kept brushing him off. So finally, he became a whistleblower and went outside the FBI to the Southern District of New York. Then the Southern District of New York contacted James Comey and the FBI and was like, dude, there's this guy blowing the whistle that you guys are covering up evidence for Hillary Clinton. So James Comey at that point had no choice. And he admitted in his book, and the IG report showed, that he was like, oh shit, I know Hillary's going to win the election, but once she wins and it becomes a story that we covered up this evidence, it'll be an albatross around her neck, and it will stymie her ability to accomplish her agenda. So James Comey quickly reannounces the investigation, then claims they went through 300,000 emails in like 3 days, says there's nothing to see here, and closes it. And it's used by people, not necessarily like you, but people on your side to say, aha, see, that shows that James Comey wasn't biased, when clearly it shows the exact opposite.
That doesn't. So wait, there's no way that Comey said that the reason he did it was because he did it specifically to help Hillary.
Want to read the IG report? You want to read what it says?
I've already got one massive project I'm working on. I don't think I want to go through another one. But
let's
just run it by me and
shit.
All right, let's
save it for another day. But you go. I'll send you a link of the debate I did with Destiny. He said the same thing.
I'll link you my debate.
Report wouldn't say that. Report wouldn't say that. I literally went. It gives like 7 reasons that Comey outlined.
Well, wait. If there's a difference though between we're gonna have a new president of the United States. I want to make sure that everything appears to be above board, that we didn't hide this evidence. Like, that's a totally reasonable thing. And also, like, he wouldn't want to hurt the next president of the United States because that would be meddling too for the FBI, right? That's a reasonable thing for him to want, but he's not gonna do it for political reasons. Like, I want to do this to make sure that she wins the election.
What's not reasonable? That's not what I said. He said I didn't say he said
true.
That. And what I said proves that his bias was the fact that they intentionally covered up this evidence for a month and a half, hoping that the American people wouldn't see it. Then once a whistleblower showed that they were covering it up, he said, oh shit, now I got to come public with it. You're making the argument, you're saying, well, if it's true that Comey and the FBI was biased, why wouldn't they have came out with this information like they did the Hillary case? I'm telling you, the only reason they came out with it in the Hillary case was because of this whistleblower. They got caught that they were covering up evidence. So they hurried up and said, oh, okay, here's the evidence, because in their mind, they assumed Hillary was going to win, and they didn't want Hillary's reputation or the FBI's reputation to be besmirched by Americans rightfully saying, oh, the FBI covered up that evidence until after the election.
So he did the right thing then, right?
He did not do the right thing.
That's not biased. Well, because you're saying he covered up for a month prior to the whistleblower thing, right?
And it's one, that's one. And the second is, it disputes your argument that the FBI, if they were really biased against Trump, you're making a claim. You're saying, here is proof. Here is potential evidence that the FBI wasn't biased against Trump and Comey wasn't biased against Trump because they re-announced the Hillary investigation, but they didn't do that with Trump. So that shows that that's evidence that this bias didn't exist. What I'm telling you is you have not proven that case. In fact, quite the contrary. The evidence seems to suggest they were trying to help Hillary with that evidence by withholding it. And then once a whistleblower forced their hand...
That's different though, right? There's a difference between... They wanted to they wanted to help Hillary not look bad as president. That's different from I want her to win the election. That's a different thing.
Okay, so I don't know how to make this more clear. I say the IG has a bunch of evidence that all these people at the FBI were biased. And the IG has a bunch of evidence that they took inappropriate actions against Trump's team.
What's the name of the report?
You're like, I don't believe that bias. I don't believe if that's true.
No, it could be biased.
If the IG report, the IG report. So when Peter Strzok's,
do you know the name of the report?
I do not. It would be the IG report on Crossfire Hurricane, right? Horowitz is the name of the IG, right? So when Peter Strzok's saying, like, we need an insurance policy, when James Comey's admitting, like, I took notes with Donald Trump because I didn't trust him so much, when we know that James Comey leaked information to his friends in the press to be able to smear Donald Trump, all of that bias that we could see. And there's countless other examples. Hashtag resist, the one guy, Kevin Kleinsmith, who changed evidence that the FBI was typing out. All of this evidence of bias, you're like, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe that bias, and here's why. Because they didn't announce the investigation into Trump like they did the reopening of the Hillary one. And I tell you, they only did the reopening of Hillary because this whistleblower forced your hand. And you're like, right, they did the right thing then. That proves that there wasn't bias.
Well,
it's nonsensical.
It wouldn't prove that there's no bias. It wouldn't prove that. I do think it is probably evidence against Comey being biased specifically, yes.
Why?
Because it's obviously going to hurt her in the election.
Okay.
And if the reason he's doing it is because, like, well, if this comes out later, it's going to be a massive scandal. It's going to hurt the FBI. It's going to hurt me. It's going to hurt Hillary as president. That's like that's a reasonable concern. I do want the FBI director to be like reasonably thinking about these things.
This is so dumb, right? So the only argument you have in the affirmative,
but why wouldn't he hurt Trump? Why wouldn't he try to hurt Trump?
They did.
You said he leaked something. You said he leaked something out.
Well, Harry Reid and others leaked out. The problem is, right?
So Comey himself didn't leak it.
Let me re-explain, right? So what you say here is the only affirmative argument you have against bias here is that
you have to make the case, right? Because
I did make the case. The IG made the case. So we have direct evidence.
That Comey specifically was biased?
Yes. You don't first off, the IG shows, right, the bias of top members of the FBI. Second, like, we literally had a grand jury recommend charges against James Comey from lying about handing over evidence from the FBI and then leaking it to his friend to leak to the press. That's how much he hated Trump. We could literally see him with pictures, I'm with her mugs and shit like that. And I'm supposed to deny all of it. Say, nope, there is no bias. None of that's bias. Forget those pictures, right? The reason is, right, that you're saying the only affirmative argument you've made here against that bias is he knew that reopening that investigation had the chance to hurt Hillary, right?
Sure, yeah.
What that ignores is, and it'll answer your other question as well, is James Comey, like most people that were involved in our intel agencies and government, believed the hype that Hillary had almost no chance to lose. The election was over in James Comey's mind. He said as much in his book. He assumed, like everyone else, that Hillary had it wrapped up. And so now the bigger threat to Hillary isn't losing the election. There's no chance of that. The bigger threat is, once she wins, her name and the name of the FBI will now be criticized because they withheld evidence, and Republicans are going to be on the Hill talking to this whistleblower and the whistleblower is going to say, I talked to James Comey a month before. He knew that this evidence was out there. He intentionally didn't move on this evidence, and the American people will be pissed, and that would possibly hurt Hillary and Democrats going into the election 2 years from now. That's what happened.
Well, we've...
Please.
I do want to wrap it up. Okay.
Please listen, I'd be happy to have this conversation some other time.
No, we can talk again for sure.
Yeah, listen, please do tell people. We should talk again
before the election for sure.
And please tell people about your book. Like, take 2-3 minutes about your book, and like, here's the challenge I'm going to give to you. Don't just tell us where they'll be able to find your old book and your new book, but sell to a conservative audience in 2 to 3 minutes here why they should be interested in Gamergate in your book.
All right, so all right, cool. So I'm Kevin McDonald. I'm Tachyon Blue. I'm a liberal political live streamer. I'm also working on this multimedia project. I stream a lot of the book interviews. I also am going to be releasing them in multiple volumes. I've interviewed over 70 people on both sides. Now, why the fuck should you care about any of this? I think that ethics are important. I think that the truth matters. I think that the Gamergate people basically were lied about by the games press and also by some of the mainstream media as well. I think that that's a major scandal. I think that this historical record is false. That the historical record that people are going to go into this thinking, unless people work to actively correct it, is going to be false. And that's because people lied, and that's because basically people were dishonest. And I also think that that this book shows that pluralism is probably the best approach forward. I have interviewed tons of people who are conservative, I have tons of people who are liberal, tons of people who are progressive, people who are communists, people who are libertarian, people who are far right, or I'm pro-Trump, I guess, like diehard.
Sure, yeah.
Not like Nazi.
Fuentes, you interview Nick the
no, not Fuentes far. No, I've only interviewed people who are involved with Gamergate. But I've interviewed people from a wide variety of perspectives. I think that the big takeaway from the Gamergate stuff is that we need to instill pluralism in the world, and I think that we need to that we all live in a different world. Like, you want to live in a Christian. You are a Christian, Rob. You want to live by the values of Christ. You think it's important. It matters to you, I presume, right?
Yeah, that I'm a bad Christian. So I support gay marriage and stuff like that. But in general, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, but right, that's exactly what we need, right? You're a Christian, but you're not opposed to gay people getting married. Like, whatever, that's great. That's exactly the kind of attitude that we need to instill in people. This idea of, not just the gay thing specifically, like, that's a settled issue, I feel, for the most part. But we need to learn to live with different lifestyles. That means, like, the woke people and the conservative people, the religious people, crazy liberal atheists like me who have TDS. We all need to learn to live with one another and respect each other's lifestyles, even if we don't agree with it. And as long as you all agree to live by the same foundational rules of society, as long as you agree to live by the rule of law, and you agree to operate within a liberal democratic framework, I think that that's what we need to accept. I guess that's sort of like a multiculturalism of sorts, but it's a multiculturalism with a foundational value in liberal democracy and the rule of law. And I think that as long as we have those two things, and we tolerate one another, that we can hopefully move beyond this culture war stuff and begin to live in a more pluralistic society. Now, there's a lot of other issues too that I care about in the world, not just the Gamergate shit, and so. I think there's a lot of other issues that we need to solve as well. But why should you care about the Gamergate stuff? Well, hit me. Go ahead.
You ready?
Rob.
I'll sell it to the right and to the left. To a right-wing audience, particularly people concerned in culture, you should be interested because this was one of the first large-scale cultural battles where people on the right actually not only got some victories, but actually were correct, that there were things that were being put in that were sort of woke and things like that. The way to sell it on the left is this is an example of when the right could be right about some things, but then they take it too far. And all of a sudden, some people then piggyback off that what is correct and take it too far and say like everything's well. Because I will admit, even though I'm going to probably be opposed to you largely on these culture war issues, one thing that's a pet peeve of mine now is it's as simple as like you could have an action movie that stars a woman and right out of the gate it's like it's woke. If the movie Alien came out today, people would be like fucking woke. Like opposite of woke. The movie Alien, absolutely fantastic, but it's a female lead, right? And so I think that Gamergate to me illustrates that if you're ideologically right-wing and culture war person, there's meat there for you, but also people on the left that are sick and tired of maybe people pushing culture war issues too far. It's a roadmap of how it could go too far, how there could be some grounding, but some people take it too far. So you sell it to whoever. You're talking to right-wing people, you're like, yeah, fuck yeah, culture war.
I'm bad at selling my own shit.
Would you agree with both those statements, that both of those things are simultaneously true?
that people go too far with it on both sides.
Well, there was a lot of culture, a lot of the stuff that we consider culture war about this.
It starts with it doesn't. It basically
But it was true. But there was stuff in Gamergate for those people. But then there's also for people that like hate that. There's stuff that's like, well, this is how it could get out of hand. Like you're right. Just because this was true of Zoe Quinn in 2014 and maybe Sweet Baby Inc. now, maybe there's things going on with that. Doesn't mean that every time a game comes out that's got a female in it that it's woke. Doesn't mean that any time a Marvel movie comes out, you know what I mean? That's how I would say. If I was trying to spin it to a lefty, that's what I would say. But I'm not a lefty, so I don't know.
And just have more conversations like this. Talk to fucking
we'll
people.
Talk again. I do
no, not just you. I mean your audience. My audience, everybody.
Oh yeah, I know.
You know,
I do
viewers.
a 24-hour stream before the election, like a few days before the election. So I'm always looking for guests for that in particular. And I like to have Sometimes it's hard to get left-wing people right before the election because they're doing their own thing. So I'll reach out to you about that. And if you ever want to debate or talk about something else, I'm totally down with it. You can come back and talk about Gamergate more, too, since I fucked you over. But,
no. Well, I kind of thought this would happen.
Well, I'll tell you, if I could be completely honest. Now, this is gonna make
I didn't want it to, but I thought it might.
It's going to make me sound like a dick, right? And I'm not trying to besmirch you with this, but I'm just going to tell you. When you first reached out to me and you were like, I interviewed a bunch of people and I hadn't talked to you yet, I thought you were interviewing me. I did not look at it. The way that was written is I didn't look at it as like, hey, I'm promoting my book. I looked at it like...
Didn't I email you too? I thought I sent you an email.
Maybe. I don't know if I saw that. And keep in mind, I was at work the whole time, so I'm doing very little on... But
I did. I emailed you. So look, I'll be a little too honest. This is for my own. This is gonna hurt me. I sent you an email on April 29th. I sent you an email on May 1st. I sent you an email on May 6th. Man.
I emailed.
And then I sent you. Then I reached out to you on Twitter because I hadn't heard back, and so.
Well, I wondered why it said I hadn't heard from you. I was like, oh, okay. But go ahead with the email. I'll see. What date was it?
April 29th. I sent like a massive email, but I sent it out to like a few different people, not just you. And by a few, I mean like a few dozen. Okay.
April.
Actually, I probably sent it out to like 50 people. Okay. But I personalized them a little bit, depending on who I was emailing.
Sure.
I'm trying to do a media tour.
Fair. Yeah. Wait, what did you email me in what? Kevin McDonald? Is that your name?
Yeah.
Oh, you emailed me on 8/18/23.
8/18/23.
Yeah. First Republican debate live stream. Hi, Rob. I'm putting together.
I invited. I also emailed you again though too.
And then so the first one here was April. Okay, I don't see that. Did you send it to? You know what? I bet you sent it to my other email.
So I sent it to. Can I say your email out loud or no?
Yeah,
I don't want to dox you.
Yeah.
rob.onerr@gmail.
Yeah, I swear to God, this is what I'm saying when I look. Oh wait,
Did it go to spam maybe or?
It just says Tachyon Blue has sent you a direct message on X. X. Oh, here we go. But I got it from December 18th, 23.
So that might have been a different one. I might have reached.
That's the only one I got, and it says, "Hey, hope this message finds you. I'm writing a book because one of the world's experts in Gamergate. I would love to chat with you in September 23. I announced it. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't see that, but I didn't get one after that until the X message. And the X message, if you don't mind me saying this, I don't think I'm saying anything. It just your first message to me is like, "Hey Rob, I've been trying to reach you. I've interviewed 70+ people involved with Gamergate on both sides for a major multimedia project. I haven't heard back though. Do you have a few moments?" And I was just I'm working, but I said. I said, I'm working right now. Did you want to just do questions in writing or do you have an actual audio or video interview? Right. So I thought, and that's why I kept messaging you like, I don't know why you want to interview me because I don't know what I have to say. And so I told my wife, I was like, he's probably just going to like try to bail me out because he'll be like, what do you think about this? And I'll be like, I don't know. And then he'll bail me out and he'll just keep talking about it.
I wouldn't email you about Gamergate, no offense, just because you don't know much about it.
Right, that's why I thought it was weird. But I thought it was like, I thought what it was going to be before you sent me. When I panicked was when you sent me your outline. Because I thought what it was going to be was you're like, I'm doing a book, and I'm trying to get left-wing and right-wing voices, and I saw Rob debate Destiny, or he's a right-wing debater, and there aren't many of them. So I'll interview him, and your questions will be like, did you think Gamergate illustrated sort of the woke left trying to infiltrate? And then I'd be like, sure, blah, 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 blah. And then you would be able to say, I doubted that you would specifically quote me in your book, but you might be able to say, like, some of the right-wingers I talked to thought that this was more of a cultural issue, but the left-wingers tended to look at it more like, that's what I thought originally. Then when you sent me, and for those of you, I'm not going to show it, but when you sent me your outline for a book, I was literally like, this is the book. Like, the outline's like 3 fucking pages, and I'm like, I don't know any of this. So that's when I messaged you back. That's why my message back to you is so weird, where I'm like, hey man, are you sure you want to do this? Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking. Like, I don't know any of this, you know?
I just screenshotted too the email I sent you on the 19th. I don't know why you didn't, or 29th rather of April. I don't know why you didn't get it, but it could have been caught in spam or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't intentionally, but I will say, if you ever need to get in touch with me, honestly, probably the best way is my X feed, direct message on X, because the problem with my email is I have 2 emails, right? And both of them are just inundated with random shit. Like, I still get emails from the debate community. So oftentimes I just like, unless it's my work, I miss it, you know? So I didn't mean to intentionally miss it. And I really do try.
No big deal.
I honestly try, like, I like talking with people even about shit that maybe I don't know the most about. I enjoy it. So unless I have a negative interaction with someone and don't feel like interacting with them again, anyone who's listening, you message me, you probably come on the show and talk about whatever you want at some point, you know, schedule allowing. So, but yeah, by all means, I'm sorry I didn't try to avoid you. I hope your book does well, and I look forward to reading it. And yeah, hopefully we'll talk soon. We get a moderator if you want. We could do a debate on any of these topics or anything else you want.
Honestly, we did pretty okay with that. Well, we might need one for time though, just to make sure that we aren't, you know. But
dude, I'm debating this guy.
Or fact checking too, right? Because like that would be really useful to have someone we both trust to be like, hey, look, we don't really know, like the Hawaii thing. If we had somebody who's like, hey, look, go look that up while we continue the discussion, right?
You got to be careful with that shit though, because you're almost never going to find someone. So I don't know if you know who Cherry is. She moderated a debate with me once and kept saying, well, that's been debunked. And then I had to fucking stop and show her that what she said was debunked wasn't debunked. And then I kind of gave her the business. It's like, if you want to be fucking moderator, be moderator. If you want to debate, let's debate. But you can't be both. Right? Like,
or, well, maybe you pick somebody, I pick somebody or whatever, right? But
yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. We can work out the details on it. But all right.
Well, anyway, so shout yourself out for my people, and then I can shout myself out again.
robnoerr, Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube, or you can just look up Rob Noerr, Noerr, Twitch, Rumble, X, all of those places. Usually live streaming on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evenings. So thank you for your audience for listening to me ramble on about shit that they probably don't care about. But I had fun.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks for having me on, and
shout yourself out again. And
yeah, so Tachyon Blue on YouTube, Tachyon Blue without an E on Twitter. Check me out, check Rob out. Links to his stuff in the description. To your YouTube and to your Twitter or X.
And I will get yours on the live stream. I don't have it; it just has a general, but I'll put it up on my YouTube for everyone.
Cool. Well, hey, great Gamergate talk.
Thank you. But hopefully your book's more focused than my rambling. So
at points, mostly it is.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Right. Take care, man.
All right, give me a second. I'm glad that happened. I'm not trying to be a dick, but look, I'm all for. I have no problem at all having people on to promote. Mad Laden came on to promote his chess book at one point. I still have that laying around here. I don't have a problem with that. I don't. But you can see where my confusion was when the first message I'm reading, granted he sent one previously, was just like, yeah, I'm doing interviews. Thank you, Dex439. So when I saw this list, like, let me show you. I'll just show you on my phone. I don't think he'd mind because we talked about a lot of this. But like, I'm like, yeah, interview, no problem. And then this is what I got. Let's see if we could see this. This is the outline of the interview. I was just like, okay, what the fuck? Like, I didn't know what to think. So I'm glad that we ended up talking about things that I had more of an interest in. I think he's knowledgeable about Gamergate. I find Gamergate to be interesting. I do. But, you know, at least I was able to talk about it. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back, okay? Someone told me when I use the restroom, I should do this. Like, put on my intro music, so I'm going to do that. Thank you again, Dex, for the donation. I appreciate that. So, who's banning? I don't know. I saw early on someone was like, "Hey, Rob, what about your mods?" Hey, man, I'm not. It's difficult for me to look at the chat so I think generally my mods are pretty good. Yeah, I enjoyed talking to him. I think he's pretty evident that he's got a big old case of my political ideology is Trump bad, whatever you want to call that, TDS or whatever. But Gamergate doesn't have any correlation to Watergate. It's feminists going hysterics. Yeah, but the word gate. The point I'm trying to say is the standard we put in this country is like the seminal political scandal is Watergate. And what was Watergate? The implications of why Watergate's so significant is a president's team was trying to spy on their opponent by sending a couple guys to a hotel. Now, magnify that times 1,000,000. Instead of sending a couple guys to a hotel, the FBI spying at your behest and linking to the press and blah, blah, blah. It's worse to a magnitude that's almost incomprehensible. But the Democrats are just okay. But no, that's the I don't think he's a bad guy. I enjoyed talking to him. I would be happy to talk about those issues or other things in the future. I thought that he actually, despite some of his conclusions being nonsensical, at least was willing to hear me and was looking into things. He knew more about some of these things than than most of the people I debate. But again, like when it comes down to brass tacks, how long are we going? I don't know, maybe 12:31. I don't plan on being here later than 1, but who knows? You know how it goes. I don't know, maybe I'll be done even before that. I don't know. So, you know, there are things that there are things that like just are striking to me, like that are just take something like this. Say we see a video of a bunch of people beating the shit out of someone. Like 6 dudes just mobbing someone and beating the shit out of them. And that, in fact, let's even go further. Let's say it's the mayor. Right? Let's say there's a controversy. Mayor is alleged to some controversy in town, right? And people are pissed. And people are protesting. And the mayor, you know, he's walking out of the, you know, his office one day. And then people are boo, 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 boo. And all of a sudden, like 5 people cross onto the sidewalk and start beating the shit out of him. They're just pummeling them. And the police just stand there. They're like, and they just let the mayor get beaten like almost to death. And so afterwards, people were like, police, the chief of police, you were right there. You sat there and watched it happen. You didn't intervene. Why? And he said, well, the mayor's been accused of illegal behavior with the police, so we thought optically it would look bad to intervene. That's what we decided. Because the mayor was accused of using the police force as his own personal security and misspending money. So optically it would have looked bad. Every one of us would go, what the fuck? What's up, Juror Taker? Yeah, I know they renewed FISA. I know, right? But they claim they changed, right? Like, we would all be like, that's nonsensical. Security people, like, and actually the analogy sucks because the analogy is less egregious than what actually we're being told happened. How can security professionals whose number one goal is protecting our Capitol, protecting Congress people, simultaneously hold the belief, oh my God, this is a fucking coup, they're about to kill members of Congress and overthrow the government, but we can't stop it because optically it will look bad. And the way that he just is like, yeah, that's how the military thinks. What? Where can you go further with that conversation at that point? Like, why can't I just say the same thing about Trump? Well, Trump couldn't do that. He was worried about optics. We never said it. Well, he didn't have to say it. We know that's how he felt. He was worried about optics. He would never accept that. He would say, that's absurd. He let his people run amok and he thought that they were about to kill the Congress people and all this shit. Because remember, that's the important part. The important part is they have to argue. They have to blow January 6th out of proportion. They have to. So they can't be like, yeah, it was a riot that was getting out of hand. And maybe they were like, sure, maybe it could get a little out of hand. But at this point, we're going to hold back. They can't say that. They just can't. The Democrats can't say that. The Sergeant at Arms couldn't say that. They have to say, no, we know it was a coup. We know it was an insurrection. Okay, so you watched an insurrection occurring, and you refused to allow National Guard to be deployed to stop it. Well, we were worried about optics. And again, even as absurd as that argument is, okay, let's somehow dispense with reality and say, okay, that's something that could theoretically happen. Why would the very people that tell us that January 6th was the worst day in our country's history since fucking Pearl Harbor or 9/11, why would they just let that go? They're like, oh, okay. No big deal. We're not really gonna look into that much. Are you shitting me? How isn't that the biggest fucking story? Hell, even if you want to tie it to Trump, did Paul Irving have connections to Trump? Did Paul Irving intentionally, because of Trump, not allow the National Guard to help the coup overthrow? Even that's better than what we get. People in positions of power at high levels of government whose job is tasked with security said don't deploy the National Guard because of optics. They're okay with that. Trump, who didn't think it was a coup that was going to overthrow the government, we're told that he should have overrode the security professionals that were delegated to deal with this, despite the fact they were saying deploying the National Guard would be bad for optics, and Trump should have did exactly what they said they were fearful of. Then the narrative would be, not only is it bad for optics, but he went over the will of the people in the army and in the Sergeant at Arms that were saying not to do it for optics, which would mean it was even worse for optics. Now, maybe he has an argument. Maybe they have an argument. If the National Guard is deployed and Trump says, no, take them away. Now I agree. Something's up. Thanks, Nico. I appreciate it. That's right. It's just like the Bragg case. When I debated, it was startling It was startling the other day when I debated Connor and Jeb Tannen. Connor explained the Bragg case, and he said, you can't use your campaign money to pay for a whore. And it's like, right. Trump used his personal money, and that's why they're charging him. They're saying you have to use campaign money, which has been my argument all the while. They would have charged him either way. Same here. If Trump deployed the National Guard, they'd have said, fascist, authoritarian. He's deploying the brown shirts. If Trump didn't deploy the National Guard, they'd say, he fostered a coup. Oh, Bisky, I have a feeling it's a troll. Go ahead, Bisky. Troll it up. And it's like someone, and again, all this shit, the double standards, the corruption. Again, if one of these trials is illegitimate. No, I just thought, Bisky, I'm not saying you're a troll. I guessed you were. Hello, boys. Speaking about Trump, there's good news, boys. That seems like one of the lefties that comes in here and is like, you're in a cult, blah, blah, blah. So, no, apologies, Bisky. Bragg, if one of these cases in an unprecedented going after Trump is illegitimate, which it's clear the Bragg case is, that's a huge scandal. Weaponization of our lawfare for political interference. Blatant. No one gives a shit. Well, we know he's bad. He did all this other. What about the Letitia James case? What about the Judge Cannon case? What about Jack Smith's cases? We'll get him on something. And the naivete to be like, yeah, they'll convict Trump on anything. You have to trust the courts. You have to trust the courts. Bullshit. I mean, that's just a denial of reality. I got to trust the grand jury. Remember that clip we had from the grand jury, that woman that was like, I got to look Trump in the eyes while he swears in and he's going down. And yeah, this debate business, isn't this funny? First off, so I'll talk about that real quick, and then maybe I will wrap up here. The debate business, it's funny. So Biden's like comes out and is like, okay, I won't do the standard debates they've always gone, and it has to be moderated by Telemundo or CNN or one of these outlets that like me, and there can't be a live crowd there, and it's got to be earlier. So what I was thinking of doing, I'll show you this. I'm debating this dude. I've never heard of him. Apparently his name's No Opinion. He's an economist. So I'll be debating him with Wick moderating next Wednesday, on whether Biden's been successful for the country. And there's the little... I like Wick. I think he'll be a fine moderator. So I'm thinking of going to the debate. In fact, I'll probably do this. So if you're watching No Opinion or Wick, this is my strategy at the beginning of the debate. So when it comes time for pleasantries and opening statements, I'm going to say, stop the debate. Stop. I refuse to have this debate unless my friend Andrew Wilson's the moderator. I also demand that Noah not stream it, and only the Crucible and my audience be allowed to stream it, and only they be allowed to call in. And they'll be like, that's fucking asinine. And I'll be like, you're right. It is, isn't it? Okay, let's do the debate. They won't get it. They'll be like, huh? Yeah, mutes the mic, Andrew argues with my opponent the whole time. Right? They wouldn't get it. You know they wouldn't get it. They'd be like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Okay. That's it. That's how they stack the deck. It's like, whatever. And Trump will walk right into it. Whatever. I don't know. I guess, though, it's a gamble on Trump's part either way. They're going to set him up in a bunch of crooked fucking ways. They'll feed Biden the questions beforehand. He'll have a microphone in his ear. They'll mute Trump, blah, blah, blah. They're going to do all that shit. But do you pass up the chance that Joe Biden's amphetamines might wear off in the middle of it and he might just drone on and stare like a zombie? And how bad that would be for him? Putin's meeting with Xi right now. That's all good in the hood, right? Just found out a bunch of that money, millions that were sent to Ukraine. Whoopsie daisy, went to fake companies to enrich people. Thank God the people that voted for it, particularly the Republicans, are strictly auditing where that money goes. All right. So, what's on the agenda? Should be streaming tomorrow night. Probably a normal show. Friday night I'll be streaming. I'm going to take the weekend. Oh, no. Friday night I will not be streaming. Okay? So here's the schedule. Tomorrow night stream. That'll be the last stream until Monday.